Should be live, I think. Gotta, of course, refresh, double check, all that fun stuff. But hello! So we are going to be doing, as the title implies, a midnight 80 to 90 full speedrun. Now, obviously, I'm going to talk a little bit before we start, as usual, so if you're watching the recording, there should be a timestamp for whenever I actually start. I've already done all the prep that I need to do, though, which is something that I will explain, but basically this is already fully good to go. There's like one or two extremely minor things that in the long run I might want to do before I start like the launch day speedrun. I should probably do that now. There's a cancel aura macro that I meant to do and I don't have it. So I'm just going to get that set up real quick. And honestly, we can just do that. And let me find the full thing. Because I normally have this on my main account, but then my Druid is on my second account. So, you know, it's a whole thing. Hello, Bo Tyler. Swift Strider said, Mum, he's live. Good to have you here. You were waiting for this live so much. Awesome. My Soon said the goat is back. Thank you. How do we know it starts in Stormwind and not Dornigal? Well, it starts in both. So I'll discuss that in a bit. But basically, the starting point for Midnight, to my knowledge, you don't need to do any of the prereq stuff, which is different, right? Because with War Within, you had to do at least some quests to get to Dalaran. I don't believe that's the case here. I'm like 99% sure that that's not a prereq. But you go speak with Liadrin. Well, I mean, I guess I should say I'm 99% sure because I haven't done it. And it's still working perfectly fine for me on beta. So they're also just not really, like, sequenced, right? Like, it's not like one flows into the other, like in the case of War Within, where the Dalaran campaign was directly where you started it. So there's going to be an image of Liadrin here, an image of Liadrin in... I wonder if it even shows up on the map in Orgrimmar. It doesn't, but it would be funny if you could start in Orgrimmar's Alliance, but it's like right here by the auction house and the inn. And then she also appears in Dornigal. This, I believe, might show up on the map. It doesn't, actually, yeah, but Liadrin's also here. I guess it just shows whatever the closest location is. So there are 3 copies of Liadrin, and you can start wherever you want, I guess. Depending on your faction, you have 2 options. It's a little bit weird. Obviously, I don't want to, like, turn in the first quest to show you. And I should note, by the way, for anybody who's not familiar with how speedruns like this work, the time starts when I start the quest, right? We've already done a lot of setup. We're simulating a launch day thing. So in a lot of my other speedruns where it's like, time starts when I enter world, well, that's because it's a brand new character. Obviously, this is different, so I'm not going to be following that exact same rule set. Just want to throw that out there because I know sometimes people get confused. But I'm not going to turn in this first quest just to show you. But when you turn it in, you get an item that automatically teleports you to the Sunwell. So normally it's like you talk to Liadrin, she teleports you to the Sunwell. But in addition to that, you get an item that does it. My guess is that, like, if for whatever reason the teleport thing doesn't fire correctly, you can manually trigger it with the item. And I have noticed that for, what's it called? Like, allied races, if you create one at level 80 on the beta, they start with that quest, the one that gives them the item, to teleport to the Sunwell directly. So there's some weird stuff. I don't really know exactly what it's going to be like on launch day. Maybe they'll automatically give everybody the teleport item. That would be nice, but who knows. There's also a potential, right? Like in War Within, we have the scroll that teleports you to Silithus, and then you do the skip. It could be that for alt leveling, you automatically get the Sunwell teleport item, and then you go there, you speak to Liadrin, and you skip it. But right now, there's a different NPC that lets you skip the intro, and it's not Liadrin, so I don't know. That kind of stuff sometimes isn't working properly in the beta. It also could just be that I haven't seen it. I haven't tested it yet. Really hard to say. What's the red buff you have on the right of your flask? This is after the wildfire. That's just a druid talent. Yeah. Oh, somebody else answered. All right, awesome. Is the speed flask from Dragonflight worth it? No, not even remotely. So the problem with the problem with the speed flask from Dragonflight is it just gives a pitiful amount. Like, you get basically no speed from it. So it wasn't even that great in the War Within, but it was like you could use it for straightaways. So what I did for War Within leveling is I had a bunch of Glacial Fury and a bunch of speed files. And if I needed to run from point A to point B, I'd chug a speed file. Then if I needed to be in combat, I'd Glacial Fury. And that really only mattered for the Dalaran intro, where a lot of times you had to run like indoors and stuff. You know, there was a lot of run inside this house, rescue the civilian. Then there was the entire part in the sewers, which you couldn't really optimize outside of the one use of this thing here, which this item, by the way, I talked about it in my video, and I understand that a lot of people aren't going to be convinced about how amazing Shadowflame Rockets is, but it is such a nuts item. It's really good. You should get it. So that optimizes indoor travel a lot, but there isn't really much else that can do it. So the speed file was good. But right now, it just gives you such a ridiculously small amount of speed. It's not really worth using. Like, is Flask of Alchemical Chaos a good flask? Like, does this give you a lot of benefits? Not really. The stats from it are pretty subpar, but it at least does something. Like, it is giving you stats. The speed file, you just really won't notice. It's just not going to make a difference, so... Like, you can run it if you want. I just really don't see why you would want to, if that makes sense. Give me un momento to get this. I see some other questions. I want to make sure that I get the macro and I copy it over. All right. Go. Just do this. So Gunshoes is the first one, obviously. Then Riding the Radinax, that is the buff you get from the Cracked Radinax Control Gem. Unruly Behemoth is the buff from Oddly Shaped Horn. Goblin Glider, well, that one should be pretty self-explanatory. I don't know where I want to put this on my bars. There's a few places I could put it. I generally don't like to keybind stuff like this, because if I misclick, right, I don't want to cancel it. You obviously, you don't want to misclick ever, but that's kind of the problem. If it happens, you want it to be in a place where it doesn't screw you. It's why whenever I'm tanking, right, I always put my taunt on equal sign. And I've gotten a lot of questions about this over the years. Like, do you actually press it? Yes, I actually press equal sign when I'm taunting. Why? Because it's not really that hard. Like, I can hit my buttons pretty easily. But I do need to go out of my way. Like, I have to make a deliberate move to press equal sign. But what is the worst thing that you can happen? Or worst thing that you can have happen, like, as a tank, is to fat finger taunt. You never want that to happen. So I will never, ever, ever fat finger taunt. It is on a keybind that is just not even remotely close to any of my other stuff. I can still hit it when I need to, but I will never fat finger it. I do the same with Bloodlust usually. So stuff like this, I want this at a place where I can very easily click it. Honestly, I'm not going to use Darkmoon Cannon, so I'm just going to put it there, and it should be easy enough. Okay, finally a stream worth watching. YouTube suggestions suck. I'm glad to hear you think so. At least that the stream is worth watching. These bosses will never be able to go Tauntamian, true. Well, there are still some bosses that I've seen go Tauntamian, not because of fat fingering taunt, but because of threat, so. I'll have you alt-tabbed for a chunk of it, but hello? I mean, a lot of people, I think, watch it like that. That's totally fine. Glad you are stopping by the stream. Can you do a pass on your gear? Are you only using Blasphemite plus Null, or are you also using Straddling Emeralds? I'm not using any speed gems. So, outside of any forms, with just the speed on my gear, I have 30% speed. You get diminishing returns at a certain point, and the cap is 49%. Realistically speaking, if I used... So, the stuff that, like, I could use right, is I could put accelerated agility on my chest, or what is it, like Storm Rider's agility is the name? Yeah, the VOD will still be up, don't worry. VODs will always stay up. So I could use Storm Rider's agility for a bit of extra speed. I could use the agility, or the speed file for a bit of extra speed. I could also use exquisitely eviscerated muscle, which I am not for a very specific reason. Food buff actually does matter. I will hover over my food buff briefly. There you go. You're also welcome to just monitor my character throughout the run, but I will not be staying on that subject for much longer. But definitely don't use exquisitely eviscerated muscle. Your flask, there are some... So this is a weird one, right? Where there are a bunch of different flasks that are kind of good because of, like, scaling issues. I'm not going to name them, especially because I am just using Alchemical Chaos right now. Like, I'm not using any of those flasks. The problem with a lot of those is they aren't, like, especially better than Alchemical Chaos. They're, like, side grades. It's a random old expansion flask, which, well, because the stat squish didn't reduce it by however much, it is comparable. And some of those you could argue are worth running, not the speed file. You could even argue that that is worth running, depending on your preference, but I would argue it's not. But I don't really think any of them are especially strong. So you could honestly run whatever you want there, up to you. But definitely don't run exquisitely eviscerated muscle. That's not worth it. And as for whether or not you want Crystalline Radiance or the Agility Enchant, I would say you could justify the Speed Agility Enchant if you really wanted to. Like, that is passable. But, what do I need it for? And also, I mean, I'm a Druid, right? I have Cat Form. Now, Cat Form, I could still make Cat Form faster with more speed. But when it comes to movement speed items, there's, for leveling at least, there's like a level at which not necessarily the stat gives you diminishing returns, but just the amount of travel time that you're saving just gets like diminishing returns as like a theoretical idea. I'm trying to find the right words to explain it, but you technically could move faster, but do you need to? Is kind of the thing. And a lot of times you'll see people build these hyper-optimized speed sets for farming like old raids or something like that. And in cases like that, where literally they are one-shotting everything, holding point A, or holding W, point A to point B throughout the entire instance, then, like, technically, yeah, if they really want to optimize their speed, getting every little extra percentage matters, because the only thing that is slowing them down in terms of clearing that old raid is their movement speed. So they can run stuff like Longstrider or, you know, really weak speed items that are only there to speed you up because you are still one-shotting mobs. Okay, look, I'll turn my mic up a little bit because a few people have said it, but every time that gets brought up, a bunch of people also say that it's perfectly fine for them. So I'm going to turn it up slightly. All right. Okay. I have turned it up ever so slightly. Okay. Is that better? Is that worse? Am I blowing people's eardrums out? Let me know. I will adjust it once, and then I don't want to hear this, because every single time people are like, nope, it's fine for me. And the reality is, this is fine? All right, cool. You're watching on YouTube, right? There's a volume slider. You're correct that different people have different audio settings. Like, there are some YouTubers I watch who I have to turn them really low, and there are YouTubers I watch who I turn the volume up high. It takes literally 2 seconds of switching the volume slider. Like, not every single person is going to have the exact same volume settings. As long as you can hear me by moving that volume slider, as long as the audio quality is good, the exact noise level shouldn't matter. So I will change it like that. If you need to adjust it, well, that is what the volume slider is for. So that is the last I will address that topic for the rest of the stream. Oh, where was I? Right, so speed in general. This also, I should note, by the way, I've made like a big PowerPoint and stuff, and I have like a whole rant prepared about the Sunwell intro in general, and one of the sub-rants within that big rant is going to be talking basically about this in more detail, and like movement speed and the different items and stuff like that. So that's going to be tomorrow. I already have like everything I need. Literally, I'm not going to do any editing. Well, I'm going to do like very minor editing if I like, you know, cough or trip on my words, I'll like cut it out. Basically a quick skim through, patch all the footage together, but it's going to be a hit record and talk type of video. And I'm going to throw that on my second channel. I just think that's relevant information that most people would probably like to know. So I will get it out there. But one of those topics is going to be move speed. And when you are trying to just optimize your move speed and nothing else, I should also note, by the way, my buffs are ticking down, but I'm actually going to cancel the Darkmoon Fair buff. Even though I have it prepared for this character, I won't be using it. So I'm not concerned about my buffs ticking down. What's it called? So even though like I could technically move faster, right? Like I have Stampeding Roar, I have Dash, right? Doesn't really stack, but you obviously, these are, like, you want to use them not on top of each other, but I'm just demonstrating, right? Like I have Dash, I have other stuff. I can move pretty fast. I also have Gun Shoes, I have Radinax, I have stuff like that. And should be noted, right? Like I'm not going to use them to demonstrate because I only prepared a certain amount of them, especially Radinax. But you have these items that are not affected by speed that cover a lot of your long distance travel. So a lot of that I need to get from point A to point B in the shortest amount of time. That's what the consumables are for. So speed sets are only really useful for in-combat mobility, or if you are indoors and you need to like run around as quickly as possible. And in combat mobility, there's a certain point where like you're not constantly holding W in most combat encounters. You need to be able to move quickly enough. So like as a bear, I need to be able to run around in bear form and Moonfire, Moonfire, Moonfire. Like tag a bunch of stuff with Moonfire very quickly, round them all up in one spot, and then I'm just sitting still and going Thrash, Swipe, Ravage, you know, like I'm doing damage. And at that point, the time that it takes me to move on to the next point B is how long I can kill the mobs, now that I've rounded it up. And the amount of speed that you need to really easily do, like, in combat rounding up, that's not that high. Like, as long as you have 10 to 20% speed, like, you'll feel fine. So, I actually am kind of doing a bit overkill here with 30% speed. And then as for indoor mobility, well, yes, you can technically optimize that. What some people do, and I have done this in past expansions, I did this in... I don't remember if I bothered doing this in War Within. I think I might not have, because also, like, my account was wrongly banned, and I had a lot of stuff to set up, so that was, like, bottom of my list. But I know I did it for the Maw in Shadowlands. You can have, like, an out-of-combat speed set, where you just have every possible item with speed on it, and then you just press that button and swap to that set. So, in a situation like that, if you really feel that you need it, well then, in theory, it should be easy enough to hit 49% speed with an out-of-combat move speed set. I mean, you can just buy a random green that has speed on it with every single slot. So in that case, what do you need the speed file for? So the speed file is not really going to help you that much in combat, and if you need an out-of-combat speed set, it shouldn't help you there. So it would only really be useful if you felt that the in-combat move speed it gave you was worth it, or, like I said I did in War Within, I would alternate files really quickly. So out of combat, just quickly drink a speed file. But it actually gave much more, because, like, obviously with the squish and, you know, the speed stat scales based on your level, right? So a fixed value speed amount is worth more speed percent at level, what was it, 70? Than it is now at 80. So it was making me move faster when I used it in War Within than it is now. Would I say 27 to 30% speed is good for the average speedrunner? Oh yeah, no, that's more than enough. I have 30% speed. Right? Now, Druid can kind of get away with a little bit more, because Druid and Monk, I think, have, like... I'd say they probably have, like, the best out-of-combat move speed. Monk has a lot of, like, out-of-combat just move speed modifiers. They have Jade Walk. They also just in combat have Tiger's Lust. Shadowpan has something that gives you a big burst of move speed when you first enter combat, which is probably going to be pretty good for leveling. I'll admit I haven't optimized Monk much, but that said, though, Shadowpan for Windwalker I don't think is what you run. So you're probably running Conduit of the Celestials, but Conduit of the Celestials also gives you a speed boost. So, like, Monks have a lot of speed. Druids have Cap Form, Druids have Dash, Druids have Stampede and Roar. Like, we have a lot of stuff that can just make us move faster indoors if we need it. So, it's less important. But, like, on a Mage, on a Warlock, probably it's good to have a solid amount of speed, but, you know, anywhere in the 20 to 30% range, yeah, you're more than good enough. Initiator, yes, that's the one. And yeah, I saw the post about the deployable when wrangling Spire. I could see that being useful in the Sunwell intro if you have one. I don't, but yeah, it is what it is. It's it is interesting how, like, yeah, technically speaking, if you drop it in Sunwell intro, you don't actually go indoors for quite a while, so it could actually amount to a decent distance. During the midnight intro, is it worth doing the bonus objective quests? Absolutely not. You want to get out of there ASAP. Yeah, we'll talk about that. I'll discuss the Sunwell intro. So, the Sunwell intro, right, if you have questions specific for that, like I said, I have a video basically entirely dedicated to the Sunwell intro and some of the potential problems and how I think you're going to be optimizing it coming out tomorrow. And when I do it in the run, I will, at least as I'm going through it, point out a lot of the potential pain points. But to give you an idea of that video, my PowerPoint presentation is currently a detailed history of every single expansion launch and their intros and the potential bottlenecks that like arose during every single historical expansion launch, including Remix, and stuff that has historically been a problem, and why that, you know, we can see that trend going into Sunwell intro. And then I'm talking about the Sunwell intro basically step by step, quest hub by quest hub, effectively saying, okay, here are all the problems in this quest hub, and also, assuming nothing changes, here is how I think you'll optimize it. And then, also, like I said, I'm going to talk about move speed, where you'll want to use certain items, at least based on my current testing. I'm still going to... The Sunwell intro is probably going to be one of those things where, like, a day or two before... I'm going to be doing a lot of full runs, but a day or two before launch or something, I'm probably going to basically spend, like, 5 hours doing nothing but Sunwell intros back to back to back to make sure that I have every second of that down to muscle memory. Right now, testing the campaign fully multiple times is more of a priority, and I've already tested the Sunwell intro at least like 5 or 6 times, enough to have a solid understanding of like the entire quest progression. But it's getting through that early is going to be really important. The title, I don't know exactly how I'm going to title that video, but it's going to be something along the fact of like, the Sunwell intro is basically Ma 2.0. Yes, Brillick said the Ma 2 is somehow more annoying than Ma 1. Yeah, Sunwell intro is basically Ma 2.0. And it's like, I'll probably make some like fun, not like egregious clickbait, but like fun clickbait title, basically being like, you know, oh, the Ma has returned or something like that. I don't know. But that is effectively what we're dealing with here. At least compared to past expansions, I would say overall, the Dragonflight expansion launch was a lot worse, but for different reasons. The Dragonflight expansion launch was a fucking nightmare, but also it didn't really even have an intro. The Dragonflight expansion launch was its own separate shit show. But compared to the recent expansions that had like intro scenarios, you know, BFA, Legion, Shadowlands, obviously, and then War Within, this is definitely much closer to the Ma than it is to any of those other ones. I think, actually, in hindsight, War Within intro was pretty good. I think it's always hard to tell when you're testing it on beta, and I already thought, like, I didn't notice anything super egregious when I tested War Within on beta, but especially seeing how it all played out on launch, it was pretty good. The only issue with War Within beta, and this is one of those where it's like, or War Within launch, I mean, this is one of those where, like, I don't know, like, can you really say this is a problem with the intro, or more just like people being shitheads? But the Dalaran crash site on the beach was not phased. The Sunwell intro is phased, like the Ma was phased. The Ma is not the same in the intro as it was in, like, the outdoor area Ma. But the Dalaran beach area, that was the same for all players. At least, technically, I think if you completed the entire campaign, then you're phased to it, I believe. But level 80 players could go there as long as they hadn't done that part of the campaign. So it wasn't fully phased. And of course, that meant that after early access ended, if you tried to level in war mode, there were people, like max level characters, camping the beach for brand new people who were leveling there. Which, war mode is always going to be like a bit of a coin flip on launch, but yeah, because of the way that early access works, it definitely made it a little bit worse. That's more of an early access problem, I think. But it didn't help that the very start of the like Dalaran Beach area, you are literally stunned, trapped under rubble, and you can't fight back. That was kind of, yeah. Now, I didn't have that problem, obviously. I played in early access, but that's why I'm saying, like, I have heard a lot of people tell me that they had a really bad experience on War Within launch because they didn't play early access, and then they got griefed when they tried to level on, like, the official, quote-unquote, official launch. Of course, it's not the real launch, it's the delayed launch. That's just how early access works. Don't believe corporate lingo. That's, you know, they are trying to get you to pay extra for the real launch, and they'll call it early access because then they can do mental gymnastics to get away with it with stupid people. But effectively, early access sucks. And I'll say the same thing now that I said back in War Within. Fuck early access. I hate that it exists, but, like, I mean, I am not in a position to boycott it, right? It's literally my job. So I can hate it. I can wish that it was not a thing for the rest of the player base. But unfortunately, I am one of the most advantaged people by early access existing, and I'm not going to shoot myself in the foot just to, you know, prove a point. So, sucks, but is what it is. Anyways, I think I've ranted about, like, speed and stuff like that enough. And like I said, I'm literally going to be talking about that in extreme detail tomorrow. So watch that video if that's something that you're curious about. One second. Okay. But yeah, if you want to learn more, watch that when it comes out. Also, Passamite gems. So I'm using the Blasphemite gem, and then obviously I have one of every color. And then I think, just to reiterate, I'm not using any of the speed gems. The speed gems I do not think are worth using. The speed gems are basically like the speed file. It's just not worth. There's, like, I think one speed gem that gives about the same speed as the speed file, and the other ones give even less. So if you were going to use a single speed gem, I forget which one it is. It's like, you never know how the scaling is going to shake up. I want to say it's like the Straddling Viridium. They're all, like, green in terms of color, but it's the one that is, like, uncommon. I believe that is the one that gives the most for some reason. So if you feel like you want to use one, use that. And I guess technically speaking, dropping a secondary stat gem for a speed gem is probably a lower trade-off than replacing your flask for a speed file. But that being said, you can also click off the speed file and put on a regular flask when you need it. You can't really do that with gems throughout the run, so personally, I don't think it's worth it. Up to you, though. Also, like, I don't even have literally everything socketed, so I don't have a regular socket on these bracers. I have regular socketed bracers on my Druid, but, what's it called? I'm not even... Yeah, I'm not even planning to switch to them. I forgot. But I only had so much of that, like, dinar currency, or, like, the vault token thing banked up to add sockets to a few extra items. So I was missing a socket in my helmet, I added one to that, and then I bought a speed belt, and I added a socket to that. I guess technically I could have added a socket to either this or the NG bracers, but I figured, doesn't really matter. So I am technically, my character is basically full bis minus one socket on the NG bracers, but it was worth crafting the NG bracers, even if it meant that I would lose the however many secondary stats. You finish getting your rocket bracers, but it replaces one of your speed gear pieces. So you're planning on swapping between the wrists since you don't want to spend the extra 500k gold at the moment to get a speed ring. That's an interesting trade-off, I guess. Definitely make sure, I guess, in that case, that you're using the rocket bracers for when you really need it. Obviously, in my case, I was using a crafted item in that slot, so I wasn't losing any speed. But yeah, that is That is like the one case where I could see it being justified to, you know, switch it out. Is that will, like, the flat speed, especially if it's like, I don't know, 170 item level, it'll technically be better for the rest of the leveling process. So, okay, yeah, there we go. Did you say both of these trinkets are the best for all classes for leveling? Perfidious Projector is definitely BIS for all classes for leveling, yes. Chaotic Nethergate is... So for all melee, it's obviously BIS. I would say it is probably worth trying to make this work on any class. I think it is still better than other alternatives. The obvious problem here, though, is a lot of times the way that you want to play casters is like kiting. So you'll round up a bunch of mobs and then kind of kite them around. Mage especially likes to do that. So to get good value out of this, you need to have the mobs stand inside of it, which means you would have to drag them all into melee and then drop Chaotic Nethergate because it is a thing that you drop onto the ground. So it would be a much more awkward trinket to use for casters. It would still be good if you can play around it. Now, I don't really know enough about how like mage and stuff plays right now in the pre-patch to know whether or not that would be a good or bad idea. That's gonna be something that you'll have to make a judgment call on. What I can say for sure, Projector, definitely the best trinket for literally everybody. There's just not much to it. Just does good damage. You just target the enemy, click, they explode. In fact, it's really awkward to use this trinket in the Sunwell intro and just like early leveling in general because it just overkills so many mobs. There are a handful of big elites, especially in the Sunwell intro, where you can use this, but I've found like I'm probably going to start the expansion. Actually, I'll do that now. I'm actually going to start the expansion with Nethergate on, because there is no situation in like the first minute or two of the Sunwell intro where this doesn't just, the Projector at least, doesn't overkill the hell out of anything it touches. So I will probably start with Nethergate, use it to kill a bunch of like the smaller mobs in the first set of quests, and then I will swap to Projector, and I'll try to use it on the first big elite that you fight, which is like the big ooze guy. And then as for the passive trinkets, I mean, I discussed this in my prep guide, which, you know, should be pinned. By the way, let me know if the pin message is not the prep guide, or, I mean, if you can't see a pin message at all, let me know, and I will try to fix that, but it should be there. That obviously covers all of the trinkets in more detail. Now, in my video, I didn't really talk about other trinket options because Screams of a Forgotten Sky is best. That one I'm pretty confident on. Now, the thing is, I know for a fact that this works for, like, melee DPS and tanks. I think, like, the tooltip says harmful spells and abilities have a chance to strike your target, but I have literally never used this trinket on a caster ever. Like, I don't play casters that often, and when I have never used Screams. So, does this proc for casters? Okay, you see the pin message? Cool. Yeah, I have a speed belt. When I say speed belt, I mean it's just a belt that has a speed tertiary proc on it, just in case that was confusing. I also have nitro boosts on it, but I don't think I'm going to use nitro boosts, like, ever. But it's here just in case, because I had to prepare for the expansion to get the Dark and Fair buff, and at the last second, I'm like, what if I need nitro boosts? And I realized that, like, in a month, or, well, in like a week or two, it's really important for the campaign, and I didn't prepare it ahead of time, so I just went out of my way to get this set up. I don't think I'll actually use it, but it's there in case I need it. It's not, like, mutually exclusive with having the Shadow Flame rockets, so we'll see. Screams was Turbo Bis for single target. Well, if we're talking prior to pre-patch, I don't know if it was Turbo Bis. So, Screams is like well, for raids, is a bit sim bait, and there aren't that many classes that actually used it. It was good. Like, I'm not saying it's a bad trinket. Obviously, if it was a bad trinket, you wouldn't be using it here. But it was, like, good for a lot of classes, but also there were a lot of people who it simmed high for who didn't actually want to use it in practice. But if you're saying it works for mages, then that's good to know. So if it works for casters, then this is almost certainly going to be the trinket that you'll want to run. And there's some other good options. Ironically, I think there's a very good chance that if you are not running Screams, every single person's best trinket might actually be All-Devouring Nucleus. A tank cheat death trinket. Which seems crazy, right? but this actually just does a lot of damage. The proc effect just hits really hard, and even though this does less damage than Screams, it actually procs like a bit more often than Screams. It has, like, you have to take damage to make this work, but if you're solo leveling, you will be taking a lot of damage. Not necessarily a lot of damage in terms of, like, numerically, but you will take a lot of instances of damage, which will proc this trinket. So it will do well for basically anybody, tank or not, for solo leveling, and I'm pretty sure it works regardless of your spec. Now, Brand of Ceaseless Ire, this one I think you actually do need to be a tank, maybe, not sure. But this one is obviously very good for endgame stuff, and it will not be good for leveling, because this one does less damage than the other trinkets at the start, like with low stacks. And then it does really good damage if you have max stacks, but it decays out of combat. So the amount of times that you're going to be chaining combat frequently enough to make this trinket worth it, it's like next to nothing. Now, there are some extremely niche situations that I think might occur because of some very crazy, not recommended strats that I'm going to try. And if it works, Brand might be good, because I would be in combat for a long period of time. So there's a reason I'm still keeping it in my bags. But I would not recommend this for regular leveling. And specifically for tanks, I would say that Tome of Light's Devotion, that one I know for a fact doesn't work outside of tanks. Tome of Light's Devotion is like solid damage, but again, you still need to be hit, which, like I said, will happen a lot, but that is a condition. So Screams is just going to do good damage regardless, and there are situations where you will be rounding up a bunch of mobs and they won't hit you, and if you can start getting procs of Screams before they even touch you, that is good. So you're not always relying on taking damage, but there isn't really another trinket compared to Screams that doesn't require you to take damage that is as good as Screams. The only other trinket that I can think of that just does like random proc damage is the one off Soul Hunters, not the brand, but Cosmic Signet brand, or let's look at the name. I forget. Within Mana Forge Omega, these guys. Yes, Sigil the Cosmic Hunt. This thing's just bad. Like, the numbers on it are just low. So, you know, not much else to say. It's just not really worth using. Like, you can if you have absolutely nothing else. It's not garbage, but it's not good. The problem with something like this is it's tuned around the enemy having low health, which in a leveling context, a lot of times the enemy is going to have high health, and then it's going to be dead because you're going to just erase it very quickly, ideally. Which is also why stuff like, you know, Devastation Evoker is probably going to be pretty good for leveling. I've done a few Devastation Evoker runs throughout War Within. Briefly, my fastest time was with Dev. At some point, I'm going to have to remake my leveling tier list. I have a feeling Dev's going to be pretty high up there. It's definitely one of those specs that the more I played it has surprised me. Also, when I first made my tier list, Dev wasn't even like a contender because it started at level, what was it, like 58? So you couldn't really compare it. But now that we've seen how Dev plays from like start to finish, it's pretty good. Definitely one of the better leveling specs. For that exact reason, right? Its mastery is you do more damage when mobs are high health, so if you can just erase a pack of mobs really quickly, that's what you want for leveling. When I did my runs in War Within, I did Scale Commander, which I'm almost certain was the correct play, at least when I did it. Obviously, it's been a while. For all I know, Flame Shaper's better now, but yeah. Screams plus Nexus Trinket is funnily enough a good combo. Your lock is an alt, but was allowed the last 2 farm runs for the last 2 weeks, which means he has access to myth loot. Nice. Yeah, I mean, these have been good trinkets, right? It's just, like, I didn't really run Projector. Basically, nobody ran Projector throughout the entirety of Raid. It was an okay trinket. I actually ran it at the start of Mana Forge Omega Prog because it dropped on Heroic, and nobody else wanted it, and I had really bad trinkets on my Brewmaster Monk, so I just said sure. And I took a Heroic Projector, and even though it had haste, which was disgusting, I still used it, and it was decent. Especially Brewmaster usually likes upfront damage trinkets, but it's not great, or at least it wasn't. But I don't know why, but for some reason, like, Projector just won the squish. Like, it's really good. I've been using it for like pre-patch reclear, and obviously pre-patch reclear, it's not like the most official thing ever, and there are quirks like, for the same reason why Projector is good at leveling, upfront damage trinkets like this are really good when bosses die in like a minute. So that definitely makes it look better, and that's why a lot of people have started running this now. But it also just is a lot stronger now relative to how it was in War Within. I don't know why. It's very, very, very good. This trinket's just nuts. It's by far the best option. But like Screams is a case of, yeah, some people ran this. It's not a bad trinket, but it is especially good in leveling. The other big thing is like the on-death implosion thing. That's basically irrelevant for most endgame content, even Mythic Plus. I don't really think anybody was running this just for the bonus in M+, but for leveling, that's actually very good. So that is something that kind of pushes it over the edge, and why I think it is significantly better than the other proc damage trinkets, but not by like as large of a margin as Projector is compared to other unused trinkets. Anyways, we talked about that a lot. Already made a video about it. Let me try to answer some other questions. I want to get the run going soon-ish. But obviously, a lot of people have a lot of questions. I haven't streamed in like a week and a half. Sorry about that, by the way. I was really sick last week and I had to finish the prep video. So, stream got delayed, but here we are. I guess I should say, I'll reiterate this again at the end of the stream, but I'll say this right now. After this stream, I already said I'm going to put out a video tomorrow, and then I'm going dark for an indeterminate amount of time. Because I have said I am going to get you guys a leveling add-on before launch, and I will fulfill that promise no matter what I have to do, even if it fucking kills me, man. So, I wanted to make sure that I did all of my preparation testing. I had that guide out for you guys. I did all of my campaign testing, or at least, like, enough to get a good route in mind. Like, I still have more campaign testing to do, but, like, all my cursory, like, first full run, and, like, testing some side quests and stuff like that, which that I still need to test a lot more, but I've at least done enough. And then, obviously, this full speedrun, so that you guys have a full run to use as a frame of reference. And then the Sunwell intro video, and then the add-on is the #1 priority. I need to make sure that that is good. And hopefully, I finish that in time to where I can do speedruns on beta with the add-on. That's, like, you know, the hope, right? That I have it done in time to do that, to basically show you how the add-on works so that you have an idea of what it will be like to level with it on launch day. Thoughts on fast way to level all to the start? Honestly, I mean, it's way too early to say. But from what I have tested, delves are still very good. So basically all of the same stuff that we did for leveling in the War Within is still very good in Midnight. Delves are still a perfectly fine way to level. So probably just that, crafting and delves. And then, like, obviously for War Within, we did some Isle of Dorn side quests. I am sure there are going to be some side quests that will probably be worth including, but it's too early for me to tell you that. I don't know. But I can say that delves are still very good. So that's, like, you might just do that, honestly. I don't know exactly how much experience that'll be with, like, the 25% bonus and whatnot, whether you can just do crafting and then delves and then be done. But that is almost certainly going to be the bulk of what you'll do for experience. Oh yeah, delves are definitely better than dungeon spam, always have been. I mean, if you are good at doing delves, which, like, it's not very hard to be good at doing delves, you just pick the right variant and you speedrun it, it's like 2 minutes. And you get more experience than a random dungeon. So, like, how much am I getting from a random midnight dungeon? I can't queue for it. Yeah, so I guess we can check later what the actual experience value is, but no, normal dungeons, the only time, and this is the problem, right? Something will be good for an extremely limited period of time, and then people will, like, remember that period and not, like, all the other times. Normal dungeon spamming was good for, like, a period of 3 days at the launch of the War Within, when scaling was broken. The reason why normal dungeons were good is because, A, people were one-shotting basically all the mobs. Not literally one-shotting, but, like, I went in there on my Prot Warrior, and I pulled the entire dungeon, I took no damage, and I killed everything, like, in my cooldowns. And there were 4 people along for the ride. So, yeah, that is obviously very broken. It was also not hard to set up. It was any level 70 character that had remotely good gear from the previous expansion was just a god. I actually, like, I literally carried some of my friends while leveling my characters because I'm just, like, I said literally AFK at the entrance or whatever. I can solo the normal dungeon. It was broken. So, yeah, that's one reason. You remember skipping Delve beta leveling because of the bug that Delve currency converted when you zone into the Delve? Oh, like, on this beta? Or War Within beta? I guess I'll need that context. Andre O'Leary? Yes, those are valid prequests. That's all I will say. Some of that stuff is subject to change if Blizzard is aware of it. But you definitely can do that. So I will not discuss it in detail. In Midnight. Oh yeah, that was not a bug when I was testing, so I don't know. But yeah, I mean, obviously, if it was broken on beta, that's one thing. Another thing to remember for War Within is delves were really bad when normal dungeons were a thing. When they nerfed normal dungeons, they also massively buffed delves. And then delves have been really good for leveling for the entire rest of the expansion, and we are still getting the same values in Midnight as we do from, like, the post-buff War Within stuff. So, when I did testing on beta, for War Within specifically, I'm like, wow, delves are shit. They give, like, no experience. And then, post-launch, they gave a ton of XP. But they're still very good. In Midnight, that is. So, I don't really see any reason to believe that things will be different this time around. And the other thing about normal dungeons, right, is remember, even though they were largely good because of scaling issues, another reason why they're usually better early on is if you have a lot of really geared people from the previous expansion doing normal dungeons, which the campaign has 3 mandatory dungeons, there's probably going to be people who just won't want to deal with follower dungeons and will queue normals. It's honestly not even a bad idea if you are able to do that. I don't necessarily think I will be able to do that. Obviously, I can't on beta. And on launch day, I will probably get there before anyone else. I might be able to queue normal Den of Nalarak because my plan is to do Zul'jin last. So by the time that I get to Zul'jin, there's probably going to be some people who got there as their first zone. So maybe there will be enough people to queue for normal Den of Nalarak. I don't know. But all the other dungeons, I will be one of the first people getting there. So the amount of people available to even queue for that dungeon would just not be enough. So I would have to do it as a follower dungeon anyways. But like if you're doing it, it might be faster because follower dungeons are just bad. They're really bad. They suck. So yeah, it's probably going to be better to do normal dungeons so that if you have a lot of geared people doing normal dungeons as part of the campaign, then random normal dungeons are probably going to be slightly better than they normally are because you have a lot of these really, really powerful people speedrunning through it. But later on in the expansion, when nobody is running normal dungeons, it becomes a terrible way to level because the XP efficiency is just not very good. Wall-Lotial, I am aware of that. I'm not going to be doing that. So, but I know some people who might not be super happy that you've mentioned that. But yes, I'm aware. So, what I will say is that is, outside of like specific mobs, right? There is always going to be some sort of like mob farm where people will like grind for the very first level. That has been a thing every single expansion. It was in Shadowlands, I actually don't know. I'm not sure if people did that. But in Dragonflight, people were farming Venthyr mobs in Revendreth in like the endgame area. In War Within, people were farming what's it called? Knocked Hold and Brackenhide Hollow and stuff like that. And in terms of XP efficiency, I'm sure people did it in Shadowlands. I just don't know what the area was. That I can't remember. But what's it called? Like there is going to be a spot, and like even if the specific spot gets nerfed, I'm sure there will be another one that is pretty good. So the warning that I will give about that, it is generally speaking bait for 90% of people. If you are not playing on launch, right? So if you're already going to be late or something like that, and you feel like doing that as a way to level, Yeah, sure. I mean, that's probably the best case possible scenario for something like that. I am already behind the pack. I logged on like hours later, something like that. I'm going to do something that gives like good mob kill efficiency, and then I'm going to go do the campaign. If you are playing on launch, which I will, and like I like to speedrun the campaign and stuff like that, then it is not a good idea. In my opinion, at least. You're welcome to disagree and do whatever. But the Sunwell intro, as we will see, is very bottlenecky. So it could take you up to like twice as long to do the Sunwell intro if you fall behind. Maybe worse, like at least twice as long. I don't know exactly how the mob respawn timers are going to work because they haven't scheduled launch tests, so I haven't been able to see examples of other people competing with me. But I have at least had 1 or 2 situations where somebody is doing the Sunwell intro at the same time as me, and they kill a mob right before I get there, and I have to wait like an entire minute to kill it again. And there are a lot of mobs like that. That is a big problem. So the Sunwell intro is going to be a bottleneck. If you are able to get in ASAP and get ahead, you are going to save significantly more time. And then also keep in mind, right, it's not just the Sunwell intro. You get through the Sunwell intro, you get ahead for Eversong, you get ahead for all of the, well, I guess not all of the, but the next section of the campaign that you choose, and then presumably later down the line, Voidstorm as well. So getting that head start in Sunwell intro is not just relevant then, it's relevant for the entire rest of the campaign. This has always been a thing, right? It's something that I always have to remind people of. If you are trying to level on launch, you are just going to have a much better time just trying to do the campaign ASAP. That is just kind of a fact. Unless the only other slight disclaimer, right, is if you are going for literally world first, which I've spoken to some people who are, obviously I'm not, but for those people, they are not going to do the entire campaign. If they do anything, it might just be the Sunwell intro. So like for them, they're probably going to just try and like piece together a bunch of like really broken sources of XP, and like if that spot is one of them that they do for the first level, then understandable, I guess. They will lose time in the Sunwell intro, guaranteed, but then if they are doing other stuff, like if after the Sunwell intro, they're just like, all right, well, I'm going to do a different thing, like a different exploit or whatever, to get the rest of my experience, well, then my entire point about you're losing time for the entire rest of the campaign, that no longer applies, right? You can realm hop for Eversong and technically also the intro. I mean, you can. I also just transferred my character to a dead roleplay server, so I don't even need to realm hop. I'm just on the realm that is dead. But I suppose you could also try and realm hop if like the mob is dead. I'm sure I will still have competition on my dead roleplay server, but hopefully it'll be less than our other places. The golems hyperspawn? I don't remember that. I do not, or wait. Bootleg said, do we need to do some side quests to max out after all the story quests? Oh, okay. I initially misread the question. Yes. As for whether or not you do side quests or delves, though, that is up to you. So I should probably say that, right? I have tested some side quests, but I have not tested enough to know this is 100% the best side quest to route into the campaign. So what I am going to do for this particular run is I am going to finish the entire campaign, and then I'm going to do delves. And I'm going to just get the remaining experience with only delves. And that'll still be useful, right? Because then we'll get to see, okay, if this is all you do, how much XP do you get? Like, how close are you to level 89? Or, well, level 90. I'm going to stop also at, like, level 89 and 1 bar. Because I don't want to risk accidentally enabling adventure mode. Like, I want to... and the Warband Mentor thing, I don't want to get that for my account. So, I want to make sure that I stop there. But we'll very closely simulate it. But that's the idea for this particular run. Yes, you can also craft. I was going to say that. You can craft. I generally would recommend doing crafting XP. Like, it's really good. I won't do that for this run in particular, just because I haven't bothered setting all that stuff up. I know a lot of people put together, like, material lists and stuff that you would need, and I will definitely look into that. But right now, the problem is, like, while all of you guys here watching, you're all looking to speed level, you're looking for, like, the fastest launch day stuff, I get that. And so for all of you, crafting will be a good deal. But while I am like simultaneously looking into launch day strats and stuff that I can do to optimize my own process and like for you guys, right? The bulk of my audience, the people who aren't here basically, are the people who just want like, what is a basic, easy to follow guide that I can just shut my brain off and hold W. And those are the people who I need to make the guides for. And those are, you know, the things that I need to spend most of my time researching. So right now, the priority is mostly doing stuff without crafting. I still will do at least like one run before launch with crafting just to show it. But that is not like a super high priority because like whenever I mention that, you always get people who are like, oh, I don't want to spend gold to level my characters, even though it's like just a no-brainer trade-off. If the cost is low enough, which on launch day, obviously the cost will be obscene. So in that case, it isn't worth it. But generally, like a month into the expansion, it's usually worth doing that to save time. And then like, you know, having another character allows you to make more gold if you know what you're doing at all, that kind of thing. So we'll see. Yeah, I know that you can get the free mat bags. Okay, let me scroll up. I think the problem are people without YouTube Premium. When ads come, it will kill them. Oh, I mean, here. I assume that's for like audio. You're gonna run Aflock, and this will be your main. So yeah, ground speed is a big thing there. Yeah, you also do have Burning Rush or whatever it's called. Someone in your guild did leveling during beta, and they said you can basically just do the campaign quests and then gathering while doing them and get max level or very close to it. Kind of. I don't think that just campaign and profession crafting is enough to get all the way to 90. I think you're like, it'll be enough to get you to 89, I'm fairly sure, but you might still need to do like 1 or 2 delves. But it does get you close, I guess. That is true. You're happy I'm releasing that video. You've been spending so much time working on your alt gear sets to make dual boxing leveling a bit faster, so you haven't practiced as much as you wish. Yeah, hopefully that'll help. 5 to 10 more Sunwells is way more worth than 1 additional full run, true. You want to do all quests in beta so you can speedrun on release? Yeah, that's how I usually do it. That's definitely a good thing to do. I was speaking with somebody the other day, and they were asking me questions about, like, how certain quests work on the beta, and, like, different things they can do for, like, pre-questing and preparation. And I'm like, have you actually tested the beta? Like, have you gone onto the beta and done a full run? And they said no. I'm like, all right, well then this is a pointless conversation. Like, if you, after you've done a full test run, and you've actually understood how the campaign works, and then you want to say, okay, now let me look for the min-maxy prep stuff. Sure. But so many people get, like, hyper-fixated on, like, these super min-maxy optimization things without doing the basics of just testing the thing on the beta and doing a full speedrun. Like, that is the best thing that you can do to be prepared for the expansion, to just build the muscle memory. Like, I enjoy min-maxing, don't get me wrong. I do all the crazy prep. But I also do a million beta speedruns and make sure that I have every single section of the entire campaign memorized. That is way more important. Even before I ever made leveling guides, before I ever did speedruns and stuff like that, I still did a full campaign run on the beta. I've been doing that ever since MOP. When I got the, it was like the Tyrael's Charger, like, pre-order thing that also gave you access to MOP beta. I went on there and I played through the entire MOP leveling process on beta. That way, when it came out on launch, I could get through it faster because I already knew everything. And also back then I cared about the story, so I wanted to experience the story before rushing through it on live. And, well, that's no longer a factor because the story is just absolute dog shit now. But I've ranted about that before. The Dragonflight boat ride. Yeah, the Dragonflight boat ride was a fucking mess. Hoping to use your video tomorrow and today to help your test runs this weekend. I hope it lives up to the expectations. You loved getting perma-DC'd when entering Obsidian Citadel, yep. Dragonflight launch was fun for you, but for special reasons. One guildmate got in directly, while you got in 2 hours later, though you won by a few minutes. Yeah, I actually... So, I was not the first person in my guild to get max level in Dragonflight, because, well, for anybody who remembers, I was disconnected for like 4 hours. Or something like that. I could not get into the game for a really long time. And even when I got into the game,
which I think I had already stopped my stream by that point because I was literally sitting there playing Hearthstone, tilted out of my mind because I couldn't play. And like an hour after I stopped stream, I finally got in for long enough to play, and it was insanely laggy. It was just pulling teeth getting through the Waking Shores. But I had a similar situation in Dragonflight where I was extremely pissed. Basically, my plans for launch had been completely ruined. I'm still upset about that. But one of my friends who got in with no problems whatsoever was at like, what was the levels back then? 66, I guess. He was midway through Azure Span, and he saw that I was like level 62. I had finally gotten like through Waking Shores, and he messaged me after the fact that he was like, I saw you were 62, and I'm like, oh wow, he finally got in. And then he decided he was going to take a lunch break or dinner break, I guess, whatever time it was. And then he came back and I was level like 65, right on his heels. And I hit max level literally 1 minute before he did. So I was the third max level in our guild and he was the fourth. And he was like fucking in disbelief that I somehow managed to catch up and beat him. Which, like, that, it's a funny story, right? At least to me, right? Like, when I say funny story, I mean, like, I smile when I think about it. But it also really frustrates me because my Dragonflight route was really good. And I was really, 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 really happy with my run on Dragonflight. But I'm really curious to see how Midnight Launch goes because I actually haven't been able to do a real launch day speedrun since Shadowlands. Because Dragonflight, I was disconnected for 4 hours, and War Within, like, I'm happy with my War Within speedrun. I think I got, like, what, like 3 hours, 20 minutes ballpark, which was better than any of my test runs, and was solid, right? It wasn't, like, the fastest time ever, but I'm pretty sure I was the first person in my guild, and I beat, like, the vast majority of my friends. And the problem with, obviously, War Within is, like, I don't want to relitigate the whole thing, but it's one of those things where, as much as I hate talking about it, like the fact that I got falsely banned, it's just still like an ever-present, like I think to myself, like, hey, why didn't I manage to do all this prep back in the War Within? It's something I was literally just the other day, like, this seems like an obvious side quest to prepare. Why did I never do this? Oh, it's because I got falsely banned right before the War Within. And then I was cleaning out the bags on my characters the other day, and like going through my bank and going through stuff, and I had all these random items from Dragonflight still sitting in my bags. And I was like, for a second, confused. Like, I always clean up my bags before an expansion launches, and then I just never clean it again until the next expansion. And I was wondering why my bags were such a mess. I had all these random Dragonflight things, and then I remembered. It's because I never cleaned out my bags on those characters before I got falsely banned. So, effectively, I've had bags on characters that haven't been, like, cleaned out for 2.5 years, or however long it's been, since the launch of Dragonflight. And, yeah, it's kind of a bummer to think about that, but I'm very happy with how I did on the War Within launch because of everything that happened. Like, I got completely fucked over by Blizzard, never got addressed, I'll reiterate that, by the way. Wrongful banned, they never did anything. And it still pisses me off when I see people saying, like, on forums and stuff, not about me, but whenever somebody says, like, I got falsely banned, and you're just immediately flooded with people saying, oh, nobody gets wrongly banned. Blizzard never sends out a large ban like that on first offense. You clearly did something wrong. And I'm like, no, this company automates their fucking customer service. I got a permaban, first offense, for a wrongful ban. Like, they absolutely will just send out random fucking automated bans with no human checks whatsoever. So, just to reiterate, by the way, the next time you see somebody claim they got falsely banned, don't immediately write it off. It happens. I'm living proof of that. Whether or not you believe me, that's a separate story, but I can tell you for a fact. So, that still sucks. Still had to deal with the consequences of that for the last year and a half. Not fun. And that completely fucked my War Within launch plans, and I had to recover from that. And like I said, happy with what I did, given everything. But this is the first time since Shadowlands where I've actually been able to prepare my character for launch and have it, hopefully, go well, right? Unless I get disconnected for another 4 hours like I did in Dragonflight. Which, all that to say, I was mad at Dragonflight because all my preparation was really good in Dragonflight, and then I just didn't actually get to do the thing I wanted to do. So, this time, I learned my lesson. I'm on a dead roleplay server, so hopefully, even if there are connection issues, it won't affect me. We'll see, though. You thought the Sunwell intro wasn't phased? The Sunwell intro is phased for other people, like at max level, right? Everybody who is on the Sunwell intro is phased together, right? They can see each other. But the Sunwell intro is not the same as like the outdoor Sunwell area. In 2 weeks, we have official launch, and 4 days later is the delayed you didn't pay us launch. Exactly. You're not going to turn on war mode this time? Your ass cheeks got clapped so hard in Ranking Deeps. I mean, to be fair, you could always turn it off. Right? If you're getting ganked, you can just disable war mode. That's a thing. So, I'm going like all in, right? I'm turning on war mode, and you know what? If I get ganked in the Sunwell intro or something like that in Eversong, I'm going to be really pissed off, but that's a risk I'm taking. I'll be annoyed, but I will know that that is a gamble and I lost. But, you know, I will always go for like the high risk, high reward strategy with anything. Within reason, right? Like, obviously within reason. But for something like this, it's like, oh no, I got ganked. I guess I turn off war mode and I level with like slightly less experience just until I get away from those gankers like that. It's fine. Like, I can live with it. If I get killed and my launch day leveling is slightly slower, you know, is what it is. Life will go on. You like just because of how shit they designed their intro quest for an expansion, it's due to bottlenecks? I'm not sure what that was in reference to. Will leveling alts look a lot different from first 80 to 90 character? I mean, significantly different, yeah. You have to do the campaign on your first 80 to 90 character. You can do whatever you want on alts, so. Yes. You loved every second of early access? Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. This is why I've said before, early access was like a blessing for me. Honestly, I can't disagree. I really enjoyed early access. I had a lot of fun, which is a shame because it comes at a cost, right? Like, my fun comes at a price of other people not being able to have that fun. So, like, yeah, I kind of feel bad. I wish it was not a thing. Like, even though I did enjoy early access, and I will probably enjoy it this time too, it is not good for the game. Like, it's not healthy. It's not fair. But, no, it's also my job, so. Is Midnight as bad for PvE as it is for PvP? No, it's not. I can't speak to how Midnight is for PvP, so, like, I can't compare the two. But if the question is just, is Midnight PvE bad? No, it's just not. There are some classes that have problems, but the raids look solid. At least personally, I'm planning to play Bear. I like Bear. I think Bear's really fun. It's one of the best iterations of Bear I played in a very long time. There are some tanks that I might need to play. Like, if we need a monk buff, I will be stuck in Brewmaster, and I think Brewmaster is miserable to play. But, like, I'll do it if I need to, and I still think the raids are solid, but... M+ dungeons across the board, I think, are solid. Is it, like, the best M+ dungeons ever? I don't know. But they're not bad. It's definitely not the worst M+ season ever, that's for sure. Your 4th tank got Gigabus gear with Mythic Tank Trinket and Projector. Nice. Bear versus Boomkin if under-geared? The slow kill speed on weak bears? No? No. Bear. 100% of the time, Bear. If you are getting slow kill speed on your Bear, you are not running the correct talents. Speaking of which, because talents bugged out on beta, I have to change mine real quick, so... what do I want to do? Yeah, so if you're getting slow kill speed on Bear, like, at all, you are doing something wrong. Please copy my talents and enjoy. What I want here. I guess the problem with this is you only have 1 point here. I hate the way they change talents. I hope they do something about it. I can either take Reduce CD Stamp Roar, I can take Passive Move Speed in Bear form.
but I can't really take fluid form. So like, I guess I take this, and then ideally when I get one more class talent point, I take this out and then go down into fluid form. But that's about all I can really do. Yeah, so if you, for whatever reason, think that Bear has bad kill speed, copy my talents, and you're welcome. This is what you should be running. You were probably running, like, I don't know, a Loon's Chosen or something, which, no, don't. Bear is very, 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 very good, even at low gear. There's a reason why, historically, almost all of my world record speedruns have been with either Bear or Windwalker Monk. Windwalker's good, but Bear is also one of the best leveling specs in the game. No matter what, it does good damage. Definitely don't level as Boomkin. I mean, you can. Like, if you want to play Boomkin, but saying that Bear does low damage just means that you're not playing it correctly. You like some of the Armani side quests. I know you meant Armani, but I just made me chuckle. Yeah, I've heard a lot of the... I haven't actually tested Zul'jin quests yet. I tested some in Eversong. There's like 1 or 2 Eversong quests that I've heard and tested and seem good. I'm not going to integrate them into this run just yet. I've heard that there's a decent amount of good ones in Zul'jin. I have not really heard anything about good Parandar or Voidstorm world quests. I will still test them all. I have not tested either of those zones yet. But I haven't heard anything like going into War Within. Basically, everybody was like, "Oh my god, Isle of Dorn side quest hubs are really good." I have not heard anything of like, "Oh, they're super duper duper good." I don't know. They might be. There might be some really, really good side quest hubs I'm not aware of, but I haven't heard about anything like Isle of Dorn. Is War Mode 25%? Yes. War Mode is 25%. So, you can see, actually, oh, it shows in-city now. Yeah. It used to be that it showed 10% in-city, and then it was 25 when you left. Now they actually fixed the buff, so it shows 25%. Yeah, War Mode is 25. I guess maybe I'll quickly go over that. People might not be aware. So, there appears to have been some stealth change to how War Mode works. And Blizzard has not confirmed or denied whether this is a bug or intended behavior, but War Mode is now just 25% experience flat for both factions. So the whole, like, you get a bonus to your experience depending on which faction is ahead or behind, that's gone. At least it is gone for 25%. If somebody has seen it, I don't know, but if somebody wants to tell me that it can technically go up to 30% for a faction that is winning, I don't know. I haven't seen it happen, but maybe that is still a thing. But at least I do know that it is a fixed 25% at a baseline for everybody now. So, that I can answer. I saw that in Twitch chat really quick. I will read through Twitch chat before we start. So, yeah. I'm trying to speed it up. I'm getting close to finishing YouTube chat. Also stopping to drink water, right, because talking for a while. I also haven't had my coffee, so there was a potential disaster that was averted. My coffee machine broke last night, which also, the main reason I didn't have that second channel video out like this morning is because I had no coffee for like the last 12 hours, and I could not keep myself awake to finish that video, so I just said fuck it, and I went to bed early. But we got a new coffee machine. Amazon deliveries crazy fast. So, I have no idea if this will be good or bad. It tastes like coffee. I mean, I don't know what I expected. Black coffee just kind of tastes like black coffee. But it's good. So, obviously, I was worried, like, oh, is the new coffee machine going to be garbage? But it seems pretty good. Let's see. Wonder if we'll get XP for doing labyrinths? Yeah, who knows? I mean, that's still a long ways out. You can't dungeon spam to level your first character. So, technically speaking, by the way, you can. So, on War Within launch, I had a friend who I was helping boost, and he brought one of his friends into the group. And his friend told me that he wasn't getting experience from dungeons, or, like, was getting reduced experience from dungeons past a certain point. But I saw he had, like, 3 warband mentors. And what I realized is that, like, the friend of a friend didn't know the whole, you have to do the campaign first thing. So he had leveled 3 characters to level 80, only spamming normal dungeons,
without realizing that he kind of needed to do the campaign first. And I didn't realize until I started asking him, like, okay, well, go pick up this quest in Dornogal. And he's like, oh, I can't access Dornogal. It says I have to do this quest in Dalaran first. I'm like, wait, what the fuck? You leveled 3 characters without doing the campaign? Which, to be clear, right? You technically can do that, but he had to go back and do the campaign, presumably. I mean, I didn't speak to the guy after that. I told him, like, hey, you should do this. And then I sent him my guide, and I'm like, you're welcome. Go follow this. But he would have had to do that campaign at some point, even if it was his 4th character, whatever he was on. So at some point, you have to do it. It is better to do it as your 1st character, but technically speaking, you can dungeon spam if you are so inclined. You shouldn't, but it's a thing. Let's see. This stuff I read. Every second you aren't in the maw, everyone else is. True. The Blackrock Mountain quest was also pretty bad. Yeah. I've only run into people in Sunwell Intro and Eversong during some of my tests. I have never encountered another person during my tests while I'm completing either Arator. I think, like, I saw some dude at Lights Hope Chapel, but, like, there's no competition there, really. But I've never really seen anybody while I'm on Arator or the other zones. I also do a lot of my, like, off-stream test runs literally middle of the night, like 3 a.m., so that's probably why. But I have been told that apparently Blackrock Mountain is really bad for bottlenecking. Now, I think that doing Arator first is the best play regardless. So if it is really nasty for bottlenecks, then that just further boosts the idea that doing Arator first is the correct play. But yeah, I did hear that. I have not experienced it myself, but that is not the first time I've been told that is a thing. Okay, so yeah, so this is another thing that I will quickly say. So Brillick said, delves are crafting, otherwise you fall behind in rep for side quests. Does not matter. Really does not matter. For 99% of people, I have been the biggest, like, rep optimizer over the years. If you've watched my streams, you probably know that. I do all the crazy things to, like, get rep as quickly as possible. So obviously Darkman Fair is here. It's shortly after the early access launch. So people are saying, oh, don't do any of the side quests, don't do any of the rep things, wait until Darkman Fair. It does not matter. The thing about War Within, or Midnight, where is... Can I see? It should be in the journal. Oh, Journeys. Midnight. Faction. Okay, I can't see it on this character because I haven't unlocked it. Whatever. So, all of the gear rewards, all of the player power rewards for Renown is gone, basically. The only player power rewards that are supposed to exist is we're supposed to be able to get champion pieces of gear at Renown 9. 1 for each faction. The Renown track says that. They are currently not visible on the vendor. So it's unclear whether they're not even doing that. They may take it off the track and just never add it to the game. Or maybe they just haven't added it to the game yet, and they'll update the Renown track later. I don't know. Right now, it's weird, because there's technically 0 player power rewards, but there's supposed to be at least 1. But even if that exists, getting to Renown 9 is not hard. When we needed to min-max rep in past expansions, even in the War Within, the trouble with min-maxing rep is like the last 5 levels. Because the biggest reward was at Renown 20. That's when you get the free Enchanted Crest. That's really good. So if you wanted to get that before raid, you had to get every last drop of rep to make sure that you got there in time. And if you wasted rep early, then it would screw you over later on. But getting to like Renown 10, even Renown 15, not an issue at all. Very easy. So there is really no downside to doing side quests at this point for 99% of people. The only group of people who debatably might want to save the Darkwind Fair buff to get higher renown is people who want to get the higher renown crafting recipes early. I think that for Voidstorm, some of them are at a higher renown, I've been told. I don't really care about crafting, so I haven't looked into that, but most of them are also at renown 4 or 5 or whatever, which you get just by doing the campaign. So that won't really matter. The only stuff that you get from the higher renown is, like, decor. In fact, like, fuck it, you know, we're not going to start this run for another probably 20 minutes. Sorry, by the way. But I did say this at the start. So I will quickly log over to one of my characters who should be able to view the renown tracks and just show you really quick so you know. Just because I keep seeing this being repeated and it's just not relevant. It's not important. Ignoring the housing endgame rep grind. And that's the thing, right? Like, I am going to max out the reps. I like maxing out reps. But if there is no time gate, then it is just better to do it over a longer period of time. Like, I will do my weekly quests every single week to get big 1.5k or whatever it is chunks of renown, and then eventually I will have all the housing decor. But there's absolutely zero reason to try and min-max rep this expansion. It's like, it's a blessing, really. Like, we've never had this before. So yeah, Silvermoon Court. Okay, why is it closing on me? Silvermoon Court, you can, by the way, at Renown 2, you technically speaking can buy a helmet. This actually is on the vendor. I'll just show you because why not? And technically speaking, it is higher item level than the stuff that we get from Mana Forge Omega. I do not think it is worth buying this. Not that you really can. Which you'll see. Cool. Like Marl, blah, 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 blah. So this is the helmet that you can buy. 180 item level. Now, the problem with this is if you have a socket in your helmet, then your current helmet is just better. Now, unfortunately, the fact that it's like a tier piece doesn't matter because our tier, for whatever reason, is disabled at level 81, which is dumb. Yeah, you should be renowned, like, renowned 2 super quickly anyway. The problem with this, though, is it costs Voidlight Marl, whatever this is. Marl? I don't know if that's an L or capital I. Probably Marl. This, you don't get that much of it during the campaign. And it's 750 to buy this item. So you actually won't have enough to afford this, even when you unlock it in the renown track. So this is a moot point. You're going to unlock a necklace of Zul'jin. I forget what Harrandar and Voidstorm give you, but they give you some items. It's like gloves off one of them and a cloak off the other. You're obviously not going to replace your cloak. Gloves, maybe you could justify, but I'm pretty sure the gloves are Voidstorm. And, like, I still don't even know if just by doing the campaign, if you'll have enough Voidlight Marl to buy it. And it would be an extremely marginal upgrade. Is it worth it? Probably not. So, want to at least point out that that is a thing. But right now, if I look at the renown track for Silvermoon Court, you'll see that here it says Silvermoon Armory, receive a powerful headpiece, requires level 90. Now, historically, these have been champion track pieces. We've had this in all previous expansions. And if I check the vendor, it is not here. It just doesn't exist. They haven't added it to the vendor yet. But it's on the renown track. It's on every renown track. At renown 9, you get a piece of gear. Now, you can see already, like, this is a little bit misleading. I haven't done any of the Silvermoon Court side quests on this character or anything like that. The only reason I have so much renown is because Winds of Mysterious Fortune, which gives 50% additional rep, is still active on the beta, which is annoying. So I have a lot more rep than I normally would at this stage. But, like I said, I also haven't done all the side quests. So if I were to do all the side quests, getting to Renown 9 would be extremely easy. So even if this gear piece does exist, it will not be hard to unlock this. You do not need to min-max your rep buff. Like here, apparel, decor, mounts, more Voidlight Marl, toy, like open world buff, apparel, decor, apparel, mounts, decor, mounts, apparel, and a title. There is no power gains locked behind any part of the renown track after Renown 9. So, unless you are like a mount collector or something, and yeah, there's not even any recipes locked behind this. It's all just cosmetic stuff. So why do you need to min-max rep? There's nothing to min-max. This is like the most baffling thing that I keep seeing. Like, and you're not the first person to say it, right? The reason I'm going on this tangent is because I have seen multiple, like, end game raider gearing guides saying this. And like, why? I have min-maxed rep every single patch for like the last 4 years. And even I'm like, why? There's no point. You get nothing. There's no advantage. So I really don't understand why people keep freaking out about like the Darkwind Fair rep buff. It does not matter at all. If you want the cosmetic stuff, just do the weeklies. In terms of like the reason why min-maxing rep was important is because when there were gear power rewards behind the max renown track, you needed to make sure that you got all of the stuff before raid, where it was relevant. Or if there were like profession recipes locked behind revered. Like a good example is back in Zereth Mortis, whatever that patch was, a bunch of really good recipes, including the Enlightened Contract, were locked behind revered. So getting there ASAP was really important because you could make a shitload of gold. But that's not a thing either. So what's the point? There's no time-sensitive reward behind any of the rep, except, like I said, maybe the Singularity, I've been told. I haven't looked at that one. And that's purely for, like, the profession recipes. And it's also not at a very high level. It's like Renown 9. So if there's no time-sensitive reward, then all that matters is that you get the rewards in the most time-efficient way possible, which is just doing the weekly every week for, like, a month. And then you're done. It takes, like, 30 minutes every week, and then you're done. No reason to min-max all the rep. It's probably under the assumption that champion gear exists. Yeah, but even like I said, even if the champion gear exists, it's not hard. Really not hard to get all that. Like, that is not... Man, maybe that is why they're putting it. Maybe they just don't realize how easy it is to get rep. But if you do the campaign and you do, like, the Sojourner achievement, you already have enough rep. Like, and 10%, Dark and Fair 10% bonus, that is barely going to make a dent. Min-maxing stuff like that was always for squeezing out every last drop and getting, like, a rank 3 contract and stuff like that. On that note, by the way, contract prices are going to be dead. So if you historically made a lot of gold off inscription contracts at expansion launches, hate to break it to you, there is no market for them now. Nobody will care. I mean, you'll probably still make some gold, but gone are the days of selling contracts for like 50k a pop, because people like me will not be buying them. And I was like your market for those things, so sorry. That's just not a thing anymore. But you thought I was leveling? No. We're just demonstrating stuff. You almost got banned for being rank 10 with Koresh on the first day. Yeah, that's... See, that one pissed me off. I did not touch that because I had no idea that was even a thing. Admittedly, if I had known about it, I probably still wouldn't have done it because it was kind of sketchy. But what you said is true. I actually know a few people who did. They did not care about rep at all. Like, they weren't even trying to farm rep, and they just accidentally benefited from that bug. And I don't know if any of them got banned, but I think some of them got rolled back. And it just blows my mind that for trivial shit like that, which really didn't matter, it really did not matter at all, and it was also done accidentally by a lot of people, Blizzard sends out bans and rolls people back. But I know of a lot of exploits in the past that people have blatantly abused that Blizzard just doesn't touch. And really, the answer is that when it becomes public, Blizzard just fucks people over just to make themselves look better. But if nobody knows about it, if it's, like, unknown, then what people don't know can't hurt them, and can't hurt Blizzard by association, so Blizzard just doesn't give a shit and turns a blind eye, which is annoying. There's a massive double standard for stuff like that, which frustrates me. Do I run no add-ons on launch? Well, I am literally developing an add-on for launch, so no. No, I run some add-ons. Good to know the legendary hours-long pre-app before runs still go strong. You forgot this was going on now, and you're happy you didn't submit it. That, honestly, is one of the main reasons I like to do it. It's not the only reason I do it, right? But it does help that it gives people time to trickle into the stream. Like, I have had times where there's just nothing to talk about, and everything is ready to go. But especially for something like this, I mean, obviously, I haven't just... Well, I have yapped a little bit, but I've mostly been talking about important, relevant Midnight leveling stuff and answering questions people have on Midnight, which, you know, I can either do that here or I can try to do it in, like, a million DMs throughout Discord and stuff. So better for me to, like, answer all of these burning questions here so that other people can just watch it and have it answered themselves than have to constantly respond to Discord DMs and answer the same thing, like, 10 times. So as far as I'm concerned, it saves me time in the long run because I like to answer those questions. I like to get that information out there. Which, oh man. Okay. Forgive me a minor tangent. But this one's pretty funny. So, people in my Discord might know what I'm about to say. But like last night, middle of the night, I had a guy drop like an essay in my Discord accusing me of like sabotaging the world first race because I made a post. And you know what? Fuck it. I'll link it here because I still stand by my post, right? So I made a post on the WoW forums. Let me find it. First crafts from War Within still work in Midnight. So I'm going to take this. I'm going to put it here. Put it in Twitch. I'm going to take this. I'm going to put it in here. Put it in YouTube. So I made a forum post trying to get the first crafts from Midnight nerfed. Or the first crafts from War Within nerfed to not work in Midnight. Now, the reason that I have done that is for two reasons. One, there is historical precedent that this is a thing that they will nerf, right? They did this back in War Within launch with Dragonflight first crafts. So we already know that this will probably get nerfed, and the fact that it still works like this is an oversight. So I've spoken to a bunch of people who are trying to go for World First, and they have said, I don't know if I should prepare my route around this. Now, obviously, those people, they need to prepare basically two separate routes as a contingency. If Blizzard, for whatever reason, does not nerf this and just forgets about it, then, yeah, they're going to need to have it planned in their route. But if Blizzard does nerf it, well, then they need to find a way to make up the rest of that experience. So even people going for World First care about knowing more information about this. If it's an intended thing, okay. If Blizzard is going to just forget about it until launch, whatever. Like, you can't really do much about that. But if Blizzard plans on nerfing this, which we all think they will, better that we know now, so that all of those people can prepare. And it's like, okay, well, I already know it's going to be fixed, so now I no longer need to plan a route that uses the War Within first crafts. So it's just better information. And that would just be beneficial for everybody, right? Like, it's just a net positive if Blizzard addresses this. And personally, the other reason why I brought it up is because on just a personal level, I don't think it's really good if War Within First Crafts become a viable way to level through Midnight, because then there's going to lead to this, like, weird situation where, like, do you use War Within First Crafts if you're leveling an alt to get from 70 to 80, or do you save them to level through Midnight? And it feels counterintuitive that you should be doing previous expansion content in the current expansion. That's, like, very clearly not supposed to be a thing, right? So I don't think that that would just be good for the health of a game if that is a thing. That is my own personal opinion. I'm welcome to have that personal opinion. People can disagree with me if they want. It also is something where if you already did your first craft bonuses, which a lot of people did, then you can't take advantage of it. So the only people who can really take advantage of it are fresh alts. When am I going to start the run? Whenever I feel like it. So the only people who can take advantage of it are fresh alts, or people who created brand new characters to plan ahead for the Race to World First. And if your goal is to make a new character for Race to World First and stuff like that, there's a lot of other important reasons why you would be doing that. I'm not going to, like, leak all of their strategies here, but I'm aware of different things like pre-quests and stuff that you need to get a fresh new account, fresh new character to prepare for. And it's not just for War Within First Crafts. So you're going to be doing that anyway. It's not like me getting this strategy nerfed, which, like, I'm not. I'm just raising more attention on it than there already is. I was not the first person to raise attention to the fact that it still worked. I'm just the one who made the forum post. But it's just a fact that, like, you're going to have to do that anyway. So all you got to do is adapt your route. Stuff gets nerfed. Adapt, right? So all that to say, this guy drops an essay saying that I'm sabotaging the race because I'm trying to get things nerfed and I'm ruining fun and blah, 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 blah. Very antagonistic, very bad faith interpretation. So I banned him, right? In my experience, people like that are not looking to have an actual, like, reasonable debate. Like, if somebody even later on said, I don't really agree with this, blah, 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 then that's fine. But when it gets, like, personal and it gets into, like, bad faith interpretations, yeah, no, I don't want to have that conversation because that's not a conversation, right? Those people you just can't really argue with. Here's the thing, though. That guy messaged me after the fact. And in some ways, I think he realized he was a little bit too rude and tried to reframe his points and, like, just arguing his case. And from what I've gathered, like, apparently Now did something similar with, like, a different buff. And Now is somebody who historically has gone for, like, world first. So he views that as, like, now trying to sabotage his competition, and oh, because now couldn't get this buff, he tried to ruin it for everybody else. And I'm like, okay, I mean, like, first off, I agree with the thing that Now said should be nerfed. Like, I do think that that buff was unfair. I didn't even know about it. But if you want to be mad at somebody like Now, as like a fellow competitor, or like trying to argue that, oh, he's doing this in bad faith to sabotage like his fellow world first competitors, like, whatever. But I am not a competitor. I am not going for world first. I never have. That's not my thing. I do campaign speedruns. Now, I still think that this is a problem for like the general health of the game outside of the scope of world first racing, which is why I made the forum post. So, like, yeah, I still think it's not a good thing, and that's why I did it. But like, arguing as if I am also trying to sabotage you and I am trying to like undermine your competition and ruin the world first race, it's like, brother, we're not like in the same competition. What do you mean? Like, you're just mad at somebody for saying something that you dislike and are attacking them personally about it. Now, on one hand, right, people are welcome to be mad and stuff, and he definitely was bad. My initial assessment, by the way, that I said in my Discord after the fact of, it screams like somebody who is going for world first and is just mad that I leaked their strat. I was spot on, by the way. It is somebody, he refused to tell me who he was. Basically said, I will post my VOD after the world first is done and then you will know. I'm like, okay, sure. So I don't know who it is other than like the Discord name, which I'm not going to say on stream, but like if you read it, you guys read it. But still fairly anonymous. But I was, my guesstimate was correct of it's a guy who is mad that I am quote unquote leaking information, even though that is not the intent behind what I did, very clearly. But the reason I say all of this, the reason I think that this is really funny, and you know what? If this guy watches this, tough shit, don't say dumb shit like that. And just, you know, realize that you're kind of being an idiot. And while I understand your point of view, I can't not say this. Oh man. So basically, one thing that he tried to do like a gotcha against me on, as like pointing out that I am a hypocrite, is he mentioned that at the end of my preparation video, the preparation video that is pinned in chat, he mentioned that I pointed out at the very end of the video, oh, there are a bunch of other valuable things with buffs and prequests and stuff like that, and I'm not going to talk about them in this video because they might get nerfed by Blizzard. And he's like, so what is the difference between you trying to gatekeep that information and, you know, make your forum post about the War Within thing? Why is one information thing different than another? And my answer to that was, oh, I am planning on sharing that information too. As I said in that video, by the way, I didn't want to outright say, I guess I'll say it here. I don't know if Blizzard will see this. The odds are lower than if I put it in the video itself. But I will make all of that information public, right? And this is what I told the guy. Basically, what I was trying to hint at in my video is that all of the prequest stuff, all of the consumable stuff, it has been discussed in my Discord already. I may not have, like, drawn attention to it and been like, hey, like, point a finger. This is a thing to look out for. You guys should do this, right? I haven't done that, per se. But the information is out there, by and large, right? Or it's just been, like, made public somewhere else, and I just happen to be aware of it, even if it's not, like, super public. Like, it's not well known. But it's out there. In fact, I will also give you another hint. A lot of the stuff that I plan on discussing closer to launch, people have already asked me about in chat. They've said, hey, have you looked into XYZ thing? So whenever somebody asks something like that, and I'm like, hey, good call, not going to discuss this in further detail, it's probably one of those things, of something that I think there is a chance that Blizzard might nerf if they knew about it. But honestly, and this, again, I am welcome to have my own opinion, I think it's fair game. You know, I think it is a perfectly valid thing for people to prepare. I don't think it's an exploit. It's just, it falls in the realm of, like, fair game, but fun detected, probably going to be nerfed if Blizzard knows about it. But if they don't know about it, then the worst thing they could do is nerf it like a day or so after launch, and then, okay, whatever. But also, a lot of those things are things that will only matter for launch itself. It's like prequests, right? You're not going to go out and do, like, 30 minutes to do a prequest that will save you, like, 30 seconds in the run if you're leveling an alt after launch. But it is something that you can do to give yourself a bit of an edge right now. That kind of thing, you know? So I don't really think it will matter for the long-term health of the game. Whereas like War Within First Crafts, if this is not fixed, if this is a recurring issue throughout the rest of Midnight, then it will pose a problem later down the line when people go to level alts and when I make my alt leveling guide. So yes, I do want that to be fixed for a separate reason, right? We've already talked about that. But that is like my personal logic as to why I'm okay making sure one of them, or at least doing what I can to make sure one of them doesn't get fixed, or at least has a higher chance of not getting fixed, and versus drawing attention to a different problem. All that to say, when I told this guy that when I told this guy exactly what I just said, but like in shorter words, I basically said, oh yeah, all of that information I will be making public a few days before launch so that other people can take advantage of it too, because I think that close to launch, Blizzard is unlikely to fix it, but that way everybody can benefit, right? Which makes sense to me. He typed, and I quote, I am literally shaking with anger reading what you just said. Which, crazy self-report. And then he went on to basically say that he doesn't think that people should be allowed to have access to this information, and that if people don't do all of the testing themselves on beta, then they shouldn't be allowed to get the time saves, and he doesn't think that people deserve to have guides that they can just follow to level quickly. Which, I'm like, alright, well at this point we just very clearly have differing opinions on this, but also, you're going for world first, right? The fact that, like, people in my Discord who are just looking to level through the campaign quickly have access to this information. It doesn't hurt you. And my guess is that I think he believes that his strats are a lot more secret than they are, because he's like, oh, but like, you know, other competitors wouldn't have done this for the world first. And I'm like, brother, I've spoken to multiple of them. They know about this. This is not like secret knowledge. This is like very common knowledge amongst the people who are doing extreme leveling optimization, especially people who are going for world first. Like, what do you mean people don't know about this? I even said, like, you know, like it or not, the Voldemort add-on has already put out a prep guide, which has a lot of the same information that mine discusses. So the people who are going for world first almost certainly, if nothing else, would check the Voldemort add-ons prep guide. Like, this is not me being the first to leak this information. Like, I was informed about it from a variety of different sources. Now, does that mean that it is common knowledge to the average player? No, which is why I make videos about it. Because I want to take, like, niche speed leveling tech and make it well known to all of you guys so that you can apply it to your launch day leveling. But the fact that this would somehow give him, like, less of a competitive edge, I'm like, you're just fucking delusional. I was nicer, at least when I said it, but thinking that you somehow have developed all of these secret strategies and that, like, this one YouTuber who made a forum post is the reason that your secret strategies are, like, not going to get you world first, it's like, brother, who the fuck do you think told me about it? You're not the only person who knows that this is a thing. If this gets nerfed, I guarantee you other people have all of these secret strategies, and if you think that this is alone enough to make you win, then you probably haven't done as much prep as you think you have compared to other people, so I don't know. Admittedly, this is the first time I've ever had that kind of interaction. Most people who I've spoken to who are going for world first are actually quite nice, and they do like talking about this stuff because, well, they're obviously also interested in optimizing leveling. So even if I am not trying to do that, it's fun to talk about, right? But yeah, can't win them all. I also, like, I've never heard, he kept using this term, which I thought was very funny because I've never had a conversation with somebody who used this before. He kept saying that our utopias were different. He said that my utopia is not the same as your utopia. I've never heard somebody say that before. And, like, that repeatedly saying this stuff, like, well, sure, in your utopia, maybe everybody will have access to this, but in my utopia, people will have to work for the information and whatever. And it's, I feel like I might start including that in, like, some of my, like, day-to-day lingo, because honestly, it kind of goes hard. But I just was very surprised. It was an interesting conversation. So, I don't know. I'm not going to show the DMs, right? And I almost never, like, leak DMs in the sense of, like, talking about what somebody said, but it was a pretty funny conversation, and it's been It's been honestly making me chop the I am literally shaking with anger right now. I have been like that pops into my head like every 30 minutes since I had that conversation last night, and I just start giggling. Oh, so it's yeah, it was an interesting night for people who witnessed all that unfold. Glad I'm feeling better. Thanks. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling better than I was last week. I was really sick last week. It was like one thing after another, so that was rough. Yes, the stream will be up as a VOD. No worries there. All right. All right. I had to get that tangent out, but I do want to quickly catch up and chat, and then we'll get going. Oh dear lord, dear lord. Chat has been moving apparently really fast. Holy, there's a lot of messages. I am doing this test in war mode. Yeah. The winds buff, honestly, I'm not sure if this 20% bonus works. I know that there was a different bonus that worked. This one I'm still not sure. But even if it does, it won't really matter that much because like I'm not doing like crafting or anything like that. So it's not as if turning on war mode or not benefiting from this or whatever is going to meaningfully impact my final time, because whatever final time I get here will be improvable. Like 100%, because I'm not doing crafting. And I'm not integrating any side quests. We're just going to do delves at the end. Ideally, it'll still be a fast campaign run, and then, you know, doing delves to level 90, or at least right before level 90, but it won't be like, what's it called? The fastest it can possibly be. So I'm not worried about like, oh, do I get like a slight bit of extra experience for one part of the run? I'm not even sure it does work like that. During launch, will there be any crafting mats in the auction house? Yes. Yes, there will be. They might be expensive, but they will be there. Can you queue into the scenario with another character? It's not a scenario like that. It's an instanced open world area, kind of. It is like the Maw. It's like a phased area. Yeah, that's probably the right word to describe it. It's a phased version of the Sunwell. It's not like a queued scenario. It's not like an instance or whatever. It is just a phased open world area, kind of. But you see other people there. So theoretically, you should be able to shard hop, but personally, I am on the deadest of dead roleplay servers. Like, I moved my character there before I logged out with the Darkwind Fair buff. So, for me personally, I will not need to shard hop. But if you want to have a friend do that for you, it is possible. Maybe. Problem is, like, I don't know. I can't test that. The other thing is, it's, like, servers may be fucked on launch, so that might not go super well for you. The other problem is, like, in War Within, I was also on a dead roleplay server, and I phased some of my guildies over to a dead roleplay server version of Dalaran, but we were able to sit in Dalaran ahead of time. So we already knew we were on that server. But the problem is, with a lot of that stuff, the first person to zone in is the one who gets onto that group's shard. So if somebody, like on Illidan, is the first person in your group to enter the Sunwell intro, you will probably be your entire group phased to Illidan. So to make something like that work for Midnight, you probably need to have the person on the roleplay server go in like first, or at least everybody goes in ungrouped, and then they press like a macro to automatically invite you all over and then phase you into their zone. In theory, that should work. Have I tested it? No. Am I going to test it? I can't. Like, how do you test that on the beta? So do that at your own risk, but it should work. I don't know, though. You made a short of must-have items for leveling, and people keep saying stuff like, no need to rush, this is pointless. Yeah. I get the same exact comments. The most common type of comment I get is something like, imagine speedrunning leveling only to have nothing to do for 2 weeks. And it's like, just some of these people, like, obviously they're not the target audience, right? But they also just don't understand that other people don't play the game the same way they do. Because they might think, oh, this is pointless because when I hit max level, I just don't play the game for 2 weeks. But it's like, I do? I do play the game a lot during those 2 weeks. There's a lot of stuff to do. So those comments always make me laugh because it's like, you're just wrong. But, like, obviously, yeah, people aren't going to like to do it. But it's the classic thing of, you know, instead of just being like, hey, this isn't for me, people feel the need to attack others for liking something that they don't. And Is what it is. Is what it is. YouTube Premium is a must. Yeah, I mean, I've heard YouTube Premium's good. What chat am I reading? This chat. I'm reading everything. There's a large backlog of messages to read through. So I'm trying my best here, but I want to read everything. So I will read your message if you sent one eventually, but do your homework. Seems like I've heard that before. Yeah. Good advice for life and World of Warcraft speed leveling. Even memorizing the puzzle near the end of Eversong is pretty big. Dude, I fucking hate that puzzle. I think I have it memorized now. It's okay. Shit. I want to say that I got it. Isn't it? Okay, the puzzle at the end of Eversong, it's like there's the different grid stuff. I am pretty sure, based on my memory, though admit it, like I will, of course, by the time of launch have this all memorized. I've only done it a few times now, and I haven't made an effort to memorize it, but I remember every single time I kept like accidentally clicking the panel that turned you into a frog, and then I'm like running around as a frog, like accidentally clicking the wrong tiles and just frustrated out of my mind. I'm pretty sure, isn't it? It's like this one, and that's a set. Then this one, that's a set. This, and then this. Well, I can't ping. But that, right? Like, aren't those the sets? I think that's correct. But I guess we'll see. If I turn into a frog during that quest, then, well, then my memory's shit. It is actually, I will say though, it is cool that there are quests like that. I like the fact that there are different things other than just, you know, kill mobs, fill the progress bar. I will read through the other messages though. I'm still catching up. That message was probably sent like, I don't know, 30 minutes ago or something. I'm trying. How was my War Within launch? War Within was good, but because of the false ban, I had to like gear up a character at the absolute last second. So like in preparation of War Within launch, I had been preparing a speed set on my main for like months, and I never got to use it, which was a bummer. So I did pretty good, I think, in War Within launch, especially considering I had to set up the character within like a week. So there was a lot of stuff that I just couldn't take advantage of, but at least I got a solid run. So it wasn't like Dragonflight, where I was just stuck in hell. You were Realm 10th on Dragonflight launch. Nice. Dragonflight was so cooked, if you didn't DC, it was fine, but going offline just locked you out for hours? Yep. It was server-based, from what I heard. Apparently some servers were just fucked. So, yeah. Was it Dragonflight where I got DC'd and streamed Hearthstone? Yes, that was Dragonflight. Ugh. You lost your guild's War Within leveling race by 32 seconds? Ah. You gotta get revenge this time. This time you'll have my add-on. Hopefully that serves you well. Although, admittedly, so I should probably say this, like, the add-on is not finished yet. As I said earlier, after I do this stream and the video tomorrow, like, I'm going dark and I'm finishing the add-on, or at least I'm gonna get, like, a workable version for me to test on beta, right? So that is the goal. What I can say already is the add-on is not going to have, like, my speedrun strat. So I've already, like, I might change this, right? But I'm already pretty sure that I'm going to do most of Arator questline, then jump off Arator questline when I get the Arcantina key, and then I am going to start Harandar. Then at the end of Harandar, for that section when you're in Eastern Eversong Woods, I'm going to go down to Zul'jin, and then I'm going to do all of Zul'jin, and then I'm going to use the Arcantina key, go back to Silvermoon, finish the Arator chain, and do the turn-in for Harandar and Zul'jin, and then I'm going to do the 3 Umbra quests back-to-back. Now, that is, like, in my opinion, the most efficient way to string all the quests together. But in my guide, in the add-on, I am not going to tell people, okay, you're like 2/3 of the way through the questline, now ditch it and go do something else. Like, that's... Yeah, no. Most people are not going to want to do that, so for my add-on, it's going to be pick the zone that you're going to do, The add-on is a work-in-progress add-on, TBD, that I'm making to help you level in Midnight. It'll almost certainly be out before launch, but it's still a work in progress. But the goal for the routing, it's going to be simple. As I've said many times, that kind of stuff is aimed at like the average player. Easy to follow, no crazy speedrun strats, right? I assume that if you are trying to speedrun, you are doing stuff like watching these streams. You are watching my guides, you are watching these videos, you're messaging me on Discord or just talking in my Discord and trying to understand like the little optimizations. And in order to do speedruns like that, you kind of need to be able to think on the fly and think for yourself and make those small adjustments and do things like that. And you don't need an add-on for that, right? You should just be able to do that, from your head. So those people aren't going to be following the add-on. The add-on's going to be for people who have done zero research and just want to follow an arrow and just want to have like a guided path through the campaign in the most efficient way possible and improvise. Yes, correct. So the add-on will just be like, hey, pick whichever zone you're going to do, and then I will give you the entire route through this zone. And then it'll walk you through that step by step. And then when you're done with like Arator, it'll say, all right, pick your next zone. And then it'll guide you through that. And what I might do is I might put like, an editor's note. I personally like to do Arator into Harrandar into Zul'jin, but you can do whatever order and it really doesn't matter. Something like that. I might put like little notes, but I'm not going to choose the order for people. I'm going to let them do whatever they want, and then I will just give them the best path through it. So that is like the goal for those guides. But obviously, for speedruns, sometimes you gotta adapt. What would be the difference between my add-on and the Voldemort add-on? Well, for one, it's free. Pretty big difference. Mine won't be paywalled. Yeah, that's the number one difference. Now, as for features or whatever, I can't tell you. I'm still in the process of developing it. I'm sure, by the way, it probably won't be as feature-dense as something that has been out for many years. But it's free. That's the idea. It's free, and I will continue to expand upon it, in the future. So right now, the plan is Midnight 80 to 90 campaign. I might, if I have time, put some, like, temporary alt leveling suggestions in the guide. But then, once War Within launches, or once Midnight launches, then I'm going to make an alt leveling guide. Now, how long that takes me to make for the add-on, TBD. I have no idea. That is not a goal for launch. Because the reality is, so much always changes early on. Like I said, War Within launch, normal dungeons were broken for the first 3 days, and then they got nerfed. So I'm not even going to try to make a add-on guide for alt leveling. There's just no point. But I will work on that ASAP, and that is like the first main priority. And then whenever I think I have a really solid route for people to follow, we'll add that to the add-on. Again, all free. You will never need to pay a dime for anything related to my add-on. No fucking garbage loopholes, right? It's not, for the record, I should say that. It's not even a loophole, the thing that they do. It's just strictly against terms of use. I hate when people say, oh, technically they get away with it because of the loophole. They get away with it because Blizzard doesn't care. There is explicit wording in the terms of use that doesn't allow what they do. It's that simple. It is not allowed. You cannot sell add-ons. Blizzard just does not stop them. Now, I'm sure that if they were very blatant about it, Blizzard might feel the need to step in. But by adding some like obfuscation there, of like technically you have to do like a few extra steps, it's enough where Blizzard probably wouldn't want to go through the hoops of trying to stop it, right? Free? I don't know if I want to pay that much. Can we get a 20% launch discount? Sure. Everybody watching the stream right now, you get a 25% discount on my add-on when it comes out. How about that? Automatically applied. Guaranteed. But yeah, anyways, I forgot. Why was I talking about that? I'm trying to remember what the initial thing I was responding to was. I think I was just saying, like, you'll have my add-on to follow or whatever. A friend of yours got a very similar ban like you did. His several WoW accounts, but only one. Best guess is a computer repair tech remoting in to help fix his new PC. Honestly, I don't even think it's that. It is almost certainly random reports from other people, because I had nothing like that. And in my case, again, I don't want to go into all the nitty-gritty detail, but I was actively multi-boxing all my different accounts, and only my main account got banned. And it almost certainly was due to mass reports from players that just auto-flags your account. And they just don't look. It's automated. Unfortunately, that is just how the system works.
At this point in time, there's really no other explanation for it. Because Blizzard will give you a bunch of like fake explanations, etc. But the problem is, all of the explanations they give you are like, oh, there's something on your computer. It's automatically triggering Warden, blah, 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 blah. So there is like some level of doubt of like, okay, maybe they're right. But then if they were right, well, then all my other accounts would have gone banned. And I'm still using the same computer that I was back then. Haven't been banned since. So there obviously was nothing. It's obvious that nothing happened. So I got mass reported. It's that simple. It's the only explanation that makes any sense. And then they don't do anything about it. On that note, by the way, I do actually have a new computer, but I bought it. I just haven't had time to set it up. So that's another thing that I'm going to be doing over the next week. So maybe by the time that I stream again, I will be streaming on my new computer, but TBD on that. You got banned for 4 days on Heroic Week because you were logged onto 2 accounts when you got rep from Ashkahet. Yeah, that was a silly bug. Buy 20 million gold, free pass, go on your way. Do literally nothing. See you in 3,600 days. Yep. Yeah, I should note, I am not, obviously, considering, like, the buff would have already expired, but I'm not doing this run with Darkwind Fair buff. I have Darkwind Fair buff prepped on my character, but for the purposes of these tests, I will not be using it. How important is going to a dead realm? Extremely important. Very, very, very important. I mean, to give you an idea of how important it is, I quite literally couldn't get into the game on Dragonflight launch because my server was crashed. And on War Within launch, I was on a dead realm, and I had like one of the smoothest leveling experiences ever. Now, that being said, I also had an extremely smooth leveling experience back in Shadowlands, and I was on like Illidan or something. I got really, really lucky. And this is something, if you weren't there like all the way back when I was streaming in Shadowlands and stuff like that, I am going to give the story about how that all played out in the video that I'm posting tomorrow, just as a recap, because it is important context to understand how these bottlenecks work. The TLDR is that I got very, 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 very lucky. And I was literally one of the first people to get past the initial bottlenecks, and then I was smooth sailing the entire rest of the journey. Meanwhile, I had friends who were stuck in the maw for over an hour, and I was out of there in like 20 minutes. So it's really, really important. Now, overall, I do not think the Sunwell intro will be as bad as the maw, but it is definitely like second worst next to the maw, unless we count Dragonflight where the servers were just shit. But that wasn't like an intro scenario intro. That was just the servers literally died. So, you know, different problem. Alliance and Horde were gentlemen, but in Ringing Deeps, there's a named kobold to kill in a cave. Ah, I know the one you're talking about. Yes. Who's an easy range to use? Hunter, probably. I don't know. So I dislike the question of what is an easy thing to play, because there's a lot of easy specs in this game, but you should never... Like, I just don't think it's good advice for new players to say, like, oh, play the easy thing, right? Because that's like telling them to play with training wheels on for an extended period of time. Like, if you really want to learn the game in, like, a BM Hunter or something, like, okay, sure, a lot of people do, but I've always advocated for just try a bunch of stuff, see what you personally click with, and there are some specs that are really hard and that some other people find easy because it just clicks with them. Now, if you're brand new to the game, obviously you'll have to learn a lot of like the basic fundamentals before you can really click with a spec in particular, but you never know. There's a lot of specs that you may just find easy. It's different for everybody, right? Like BM Hunter is historically something that people say is easy, and it's not hard, but BM Hunter requires like, I mean, I don't know how it's changed in Midnight, but at least in War Within, like, you had to track your barb shot stacks and your fucking frenzy buffs or whatever. Like, there was buff management on BM, and I would argue there were some specs that I played that were easier than BM. It's not hard, per se, but it is definitely a skill, and some people are really bad at tracking buffs. And even though BM is, like, conceptually easy, they just cannot get it right. Or at least... They might not realize they're doing it wrong. So they might be just mashing buttons on BM and doing terrible damage, and even though it is theoretically easy, they are playing it poorly. So it's actually very hard. They just haven't realized that they're not doing it correctly. You appreciate the schooling, you'll practice your bear on beta. Awesome. Let's see. I just saw a new Wowhead post, so I was checking to see if it was anything important. Blackrock Mountain questing is like 3 bottlenecks in a row. Yeah. Assuming they don't fix that, which, honestly, if I will take your guys' word for it, that Blackrock Mountain is like a nightmare, and if that is the case, I would assume that won't get fixed. Because generally speaking, if they do anything for like fixing bottlenecks, it's like in the intro scenario. A lot of times, if there's bottlenecks like deep in the campaign, it takes them a while to fix, if at all. So, yeah, definitely lends credence to the idea of doing Erator first, which I was planning to do anyway. Did I see the thing about gear upgrades costing gold in addition to crests? Yeah. There's not much this. It's a dumb change, right? It's like, what more can I say about that than like I've said about all of the other dumb changes Blizzard has made? It's like, the way I see that is like they just cannot help themselves, man. They're just like, we removed Valor Stones. Players will actually have to play the game like at a reasonable rate and not have to grind for millions of hours and increase our playtime metrics. Oh, what are we gonna do? The shareholders. What if we add a gold cost to gear upgrades? Oh, that's genius. Oh, it's a gold sink and it'll force them to play more. Oh, you're amazing promotion. It's just fucking stupid shit. Like, it's the same thing as always. What do you fucking expect from Blizzard? So, yeah. It's a dumb change, right? Like, if you want them to revert it, just like make forum posts and give them backlash because that's what they deserve. But it like they just can't fucking help themselves, dude. They do this every fucking expansion. It's just nonstop. I just like I saw that, I just like fucking facepalmed. Like, really? Again? Why are we doing this? It's literally like 200G, doesn't matter. I mean, like, you're not wrong. It's not a lot of gold, but why? Like, I don't disagree that it's not a big problem. That's why, like, am I going to be the one leading the charge of, like, this needs to be fixed? No. I don't care enough to try and, like, raise a big fuss about it. But it's just, it's a bad change. Like, the problem with saying something like that, right? The problem with saying it's literally like 200 gold, it doesn't matter, is that is the boiling frog approach of, it's only this one small change. I don't care. It doesn't matter. But then this is how they get away with this shit. Whenever they make blatantly bad changes to the game, you need to have a problem with it, because then they're just going to be like, oh, nobody cared? We just made our game worse for the players? Nobody cared? Okay, we're going to do something else. And we have evidence that this is how Blizzard works. They've been doing this for years. They always do this shit, and they only stop when they get backlash on it. So, yes, is this a minor issue? What if you think gold sinks are a good thing? I mean, like, gold sinks, I feel, are important for the game. Putting it behind gear upgrades, I think, is bad. I think gold sinks should be more cosmetic related. That's personal opinion. And, like, you know what? That is a valid stance to have, I would say. What I do think is bad is I think it is bad to, A, stealth put this out this close to the expansion. If they had announced in advance, we are removing Valor Stones, but we are adding gold, people might have been upset, but there at least would have been time to discuss it. So no matter how you slice it, the way that they went about this is just bad, right? Like, there's no arguing that. If you think it is maybe good for the health of the game, that is a separate conversation. That is a valid opinion. I disagree. I do think that gold sinks as a whole are a good thing for the game, but I think they should be in other areas, not in forced gear upgrades. Because the problem with putting it behind just average gear upgrades is gold is the kind of thing where people like me do not care about gold, right? Like, my guild does mythic sales. I don't give a shit about gold. Like that other person said, it's 200 gold, who cares? Yeah, I will never care. It will never affect me. The problem with stuff like that is it disproportionately punishes new players. And guess what? When you put in systems that disproportionately punish new players, you're going to stop getting as many new players. And you need new players to keep the game alive. So Blizzard, unfortunately, designs a lot of their stuff like that.
where people like me don't care, and it's not going to affect me. But if some brand new person tries the game and they have all of these different things that everybody is telling them they need to buy, bigger bags, transmog, housing decor, and they want to spend their gold on all this stuff, and they can't even get into endgame because like now they literally don't have the gold to afford their gear upgrades, like that's gonna feel really bad. And now they have to choose between, am I going to spend gold on getting this important piece of gear, or am I going to spend gold on like the other fun systems of the game that I want to interact with, which should be a gold sink. Like housing decor, yeah, make that a gold sink. But gear upgrades, why should players be discouraged from playing the game? And here's the kind of thing where, like, if you don't interact with other people outside of your bubble, you won't know this, but, like, I speak to brand new players on a regular basis. Like, my gear guides or well, my guides in general, are aimed at new players. I regularly speak to people who tell me that gold is a big problem for them. Gold is not a problem for me, but I know for a fact that a lot of people struggle with farming enough gold to basically sustain themselves playing the game. And stuff in the past, like Shadowlands Legendaries, is obviously an egregious example, but that's really bad because then new players feel like they're effectively priced out of the endgame content. And if they want to play the game on an even playing field with other people, they have to buy a token. Now, is this as extreme? No. But like I said, boiling frog. If you let them get away with stuff like this, they will keep pushing it until, it is a point where you have a problem with. So when you see them making blatantly bad changes to the game, you should speak up about it. Now, if you think it is a good change for the game, I suppose that is a stance to take. But a stance that you cannot take, as an intelligent person, a stance that you cannot take is, well, it's not that big of a deal, so why should I care? If you agree that it is bad for the game, then don't turn a blind eye. Now, I have bigger fish to fry right now, so again, am I going to be leading the charge on that? No, but am I going to say publicly that I think it's bad? I think that's the correct thing to do. I don't know. Oh, man. Okay, here's what I'll do. I will set, because so you guys are very active today in chat. Love to see it, by the way. I want to read everything, but obviously we are reaching a point where, like, there's a lot to discuss, and I don't want to take literally forever. So I'm going to give myself 30 more minutes, and I'm going to try to read as many messages as I can in those 30 minutes. If I run out of time, we start the run. So I'm gonna set a timer real quick. All right, I've set a 30-minute timer on my ALEXA. When that goes off, we're gonna get ready to start the run. I'll buff up and we'll go. I want to make sure that I answer all the questions, but yeah, I do need to. They just fixed the World Quest Awards. Yeah, I did just see that. I opened up Wowhead. They also nerfed the overpowered combat potions, which is interesting. I'm very surprised that they took this long to do it, but probably because somebody made a video about it. Yeah, the nerf was expected. I'm just surprised it took them this long. Have you considered having a setup that makes it easier for me to read chat mid-run? I know, I can read chat mid-run. Oh, Tettles made a video? Damn, Tettles! I mean, I agree. It was probably going to get nerfed. I think it's funny. It's like, it seems random, right? Like, why now? That makes sense. All right. You need a bingo board for my stream, yapping, somebody else asking when the run starts, spelling out ALEXA's name. Yeah. Well, every time I actually say it, people are always like, oh, you activated mine, and it, like, woke me up, so I always spell it out. Yeah, no, I can read chat mid-run, so I will try to do that, right? It's just, the problem with reading chat, right, is I have such a backlog of messages that I'm trying to read through. There's no way for me to, like, very easily scroll up as I'm doing a speedrun and, like, read messages sent 30 minutes ago. So I can read, like, incoming chat messages as I'm doing the run and respond to them. But, like, frankly, any messages that I miss now, I won't be able to read later. I don't know. There's not really any setup that I could do to fix that. It's a lot, right? I want to make sure that I give a good answer to every question, but there's a lot of questions. Let's see. Hello, friends in Harldan. I'll say hello, Goose Comics. It's probably under the assumption that the champion gear exists, but also to replace the day into M+ releasing. Yeah. Love the content. Been watching since Dragonflight. Could you be so kind as to tell me the best spec for leveling right now? Curious if your tier list has changed. Honestly, the tier list hasn't changed that much. I think... So, personally, I think the best spec for leveling right now is Guardian Druid for, like, low-level stuff. So, for, like, leveling 10 to 80, I think Guardian Druid is just by far the best now. It's always been the best, but Guardian got, like, really, really, really good buffs, and Windwalker has kind of gotten shafted. Windwalker really got fucked over. Now, is Windwalker still a solid leveling spec? Yes. Will Windwalker still be a good way to level for, like, 80 to 90 max level stuff when it has its entire kit and, like, optimized gear and stuff? Probably. I think it's probably still one of the faster specs to level. Is it the fastest? I don't know. But it's probably one of the better ones. But it is, it's not in a great spot at the moment. And the way the talent tree works now is, like, really janky, so Windwalker is going to probably not have the best time at lower levels. There is actually a case to be made that Brewmaster might be, like, on par with Windwalker for at least the lower levels. Maybe after Windwalker gets its entire kit, it's better. I don't know, but Brew is solid right now in terms of, like, damage and stuff. I feel like Brew is miserable to play. It's just not fun. But miserable to play is maybe, like, an exaggeration. Brew's boring. I find Brew miserable to play because whenever I play Brew, I feel miserable because I'm like, this spec is dead to me now. But it's not, like, bad. It's just, it's like they turned Brewmaster into BM Hunter for tanks. It's brain dead easy, and it's just not fun. So, like, it's good, but I don't enjoy it. So, I don't know. But for 10 to 80, Guardian Druid, like, almost certainly is the best spec still. Very, very, very good. I will at some point in the future remake my tier list. This expansion, it will happen. The goal, just real quick for that, because I think I started saying this earlier and then, like, I got sidetracked or whatever. So the add-on and the goal for Midnight, just we'll be even more broad. The goal for Midnight launch is leveling add-on, #1 priority. Like, if it takes me the entire rest of these 2 weeks to get that finished, that is all I will do for the next 2 weeks. I'm going to get that done. So, I don't know if it's going to be pretty, right? I can't promise it's going to be the best add-on you've ever used. Like, I'm not a miracle worker. I can only just do the best I can and get something out that I'm happy with, right? So, like, I'm not going to say that it's going to be literally perfect on launch, but I hope that it will be good enough for people to use and enjoy and stuff like that. So, we'll see. That is my #1 priority. Second priority is the video guide, right? The video guide will kind of go hand in hand with the add-on, presumably. The written guide is like a third priority. I don't think the written guide should be too tricky, and quite frankly, the written guide will probably be much broader, because what I'm probably going to do in the written guide is I'm going to be like, hey, look, if you want to follow my route, just get the add-on, right? Like, that's what it's there for. That's where all the effort's going into. So a lot of times in the written guide, I would put, like, detailed notes and, like, when you get to this quest, do XYZ thing. Well, now I can have that in the add-on. So when you get to that quest, I can tell you in-game, do XYZ thing. So the written guide will probably be, like, a much more broader overview, like, broad strokes, this is what to expect. And then if you want, like, the finer details of, like, step-by-step, that's what the add-on is for. So it shouldn't be too hard to make, but it is still third priority, right? But that is the main goal for launch. I've been testing delves a lot, so I already have a lot of information on delves. My main priority for delves pre-launch is I'm going to test them all for leveling. So I've done all the endgame testing. I've done a bit of leveling testing, and I mean, we're going to do some of that at the end of the stream. But my goal is to more thoroughly test delves. And what's it called? I'm still going to have, like, every single season I've put out a delve guide. People have, liked those guides. I enjoy making them. I think they're good. So I am still going to make a delve guide. The delve, like, full end game guide will be probably when the season starts, right? That's how I did it before. It doesn't really make sense to put a delve guide when like 99% of it, historically at least, has been locked until Heroic Week starts. So the goal is to have that out by day one of Heroic Week, like it has always been. Whether I do other stuff, I don't know. I floated the idea of like making a video talking about the best builds for leveling, the best like classes for leveling, stuff like that. But I don't necessarily think that I will have time to do that. If I do it at all, it might be like, I will talk about my build, or I will like talk about my build and some other builds that like guildies of mine are planning to use for leveling, and they can explain their reasoning and stuff like that so that people have something to follow. But I don't necessarily want to make like a super detailed video with like every single class, what is the best build. It might just be like, hey, this is a build that I think is really good for leveling and I'm planning on using it, that kind of thing. I just don't think I'm going to have enough time with everything else to make a video like that really polished, but if I think I have free time and there's enough like information that I can throw together in like a unscripted second channel video, maybe I'll do that. And I want to make a video about Prey, but based on my testing, the Prey system is just like really bad. Like really, 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 really bad. It's almost not even worth covering in a video. My current thinking after having tested Prey enough is I think I might just bundle it into the delve video, because Prey is basically like a mini game that gives you stuff for delves. It gives you coffer key shards. It gives you a Shrieking Quartz, the new version, which is like Beacon of Hope or something. And it gives you a few pieces of champion gear on its own, unattached from delves. But the system itself is like so generic that I could basically explain the entire thing in under 5 minutes. And like, if I made a video on that, you'd just be like, that's it? That's the whole thing? So I feel it'd almost be better if I just made a video about delves and Prey, and then basically in my delve video that I'm planning to release at the start of the season, I just have a section about Prey. And like, I just talk about the entire system, because it's shallow. There's nothing to it. And I'm basically just like, yeah, you're gonna do this to get like rewards for delves, and that's it. It's garbage. And if any of you, by the way, if any of you have not seen Prey or tested Prey and have heard about it as like this big expansion feature, I would urge you to like try it out on the endgame server just so you can experience how dogshit it is. It's actually maybe the most embarrassing feature Blizzard has ever released as like a headlining expansion feature. Like, worse than Covenants, worse than Warfronts, worse than Islands. It's just nothing. I genuinely don't understand why they decided that this was going to be the thing that they would put in like their marketing material. It's just nothing. It is a shitty world quest. That is it. It's not really hyperbole. So, I don't know. I really don't know what the fuck they were thinking with Prey, but I almost don't even think it's worth a full video. So, there's that. BM for tank, meanwhile, Guardian Druid was already that. Guardian actually is now more complicated than Brewmaster, the irony. Will I mention things like use gun shoes here? No. So I kind of mentioned earlier that the add-on is going to be for average players, for casual players. I am not going to assume you have anything. The guide, the add-on, it's going to be assuming you are a brand new person, you are just doing the campaign with absolutely nothing prepped in advance. If you want to know, when do I use gun shoes? When do I use Radnexes? You gotta watch the speedruns. You gotta test it for yourself. Like, I might, in like some extreme situations, I might mention that having some item will speed things up in this situation, but I am not going to assume that you have any consumables whatsoever. Because the vast majority of people won't, and the add-on is made for them. And, like, the thing is, you are watching the run right now, or watching the stream, you'll watch the run shortly. You're already here. The people who care about knowing that stuff, they're already watching the speedruns. They will already know that. The people who don't care about knowing that are also just not even going to have the items, so it would be useless information for them. So, no, I will not be including that. It's, yeah, I'm not going to go into that again. I kind of touched upon that. That's a whole thing that I could discuss in detail, my thoughts on that, but I guess the TLDR is, I think it is silly for people to design add-ons for speedrunners Because speedrunners don't, well, speedrunners like me don't need those add-ons, right? If you are a speedrunner designing an add-on for yourself, and maybe sharing it with a few friends who are also speedrunners, that's a different story. But trying to mass market something as being made for speedrunners, like, no, it's not. No, it's not. Those people aren't using your add-on. It's marketed, it should be marketed at the average person, because that's the target audience. You should have been more specific. Top 3 specs classes for 80 to 90 on launch day. I mean, if I had to guess, Guardian Druid, Windwalker Monk, Havoc Demon Hunter, Fury Warrior, what else? Devastation Evoker, maybe? Like, the thing that you need to understand for, like, current expansion leveling is that a lot of specs are much closer. Like, the delta between the best and worst spec is a lot smaller. Obviously, healer specs are still really bad. I would say that something like Holy Priest, which is pretty good for 10 to 80 leveling, is not going to be great for current expansion leveling, because if you have gear, everything's just going to do a ton of damage. So it's really just about, like, what are you more comfortable playing? What has, like, better mobility? And what is just generally has a kit that's well suited for doing leveling. And Swift Strider said Enhanced Shaman. Yeah, Enhanced should be fine, right? You have Ghost Wolf. That's pretty good for travel. Like, Enhance at lower levels is a little bit janky. It's not terrible. But every single class has their full kit, for the most part, at level 80. Except for Devourer Demon Hunter, pretty much. But everybody has their full kit. At least a strong enough kit to level comfortably. So really all that matters is that you have gear and that you can quickly move through the area and kill things quickly. That's about it. Your Utopia, the add-on tells you when to use gumshoes. Long-time listener, first-time caller, keep up the good work. Thank you. Okay, let me scroll up, and I'm gonna try my best to read through the rest of the stuff. Let's see. You're already logged off for Darkman Fair, so you hope you don't have to log in and check what first craft you can do? Yeah. It looked like a chat GPT response. I have no idea if it was or not, but, I mean, they typed to me for a lot after the fact, so I don't necessarily think they were using chat GPT, actually. If anything, calling out the weird leveling stuff makes it an even playing field, and the better person will win. That's exactly what I said! Yeah, that was basically, like, I said I had 2 main reasons for publishing the information. That was like a distant third point, but I agree. Like, I did even say that in Discord at the time. Like, yeah, it just, I don't know. The people who try to win competitions like that by gatekeeping information and strat hoarding, I don't like those people. I think that competition should be a test of skill, not a test of how well you manage to preserve your secret knowledge or whatever, and not share it with anybody else. I am here for this guy to waste energy on being angry all the while for you to share us with this info. Yeah. It sounds like this guy is not part of the 2 guilds that do world first. So when I say world first, I mean leveling world first, not race to world first like raids. Obviously, yeah, in terms of raids, the only people are Echo and Liquid. But in terms of leveling race to world first, there are a lot of, like, isolated groups of people that aren't really attached to any big name guilds that do this every expansion. And a lot of people who try to do it solo. So it was not fake. At least I'm 99% sure it wasn't fake. You can't really fake that level of anger. I'll be honest. How would I recommend leveling 1 to 80? The route has not changed. My 1 to 80 routes are still, the guides are still published on my YouTube channel. They are the exact same now as they were before. In your Utopia, idiots don't pop up into your Discord server to whine at you. Guy sounds like the impersonation of the Dunning-Kruger effect. Yes. Pretty much. Let's see. The people who shame people for optimizing things and imply that you're not enjoying the game or not understanding that some people enjoy that. Yeah, exactly. Uh, Basically a Harldan stream. Yeah, for 2 hours, then start the run. True. How much time are you saving speed leveling versus regular leveling? I mean, it really depends, right? It could be hours. That's the thing. You know, if you get a head start and you get ahead of the pack, it is hours. Like I leveled in War Within, which, mind you, my time in War Within was not like amazing. It was a good time. I got like 3 hours 20 minutes, something like that. Ballpark. It was a good time, but it was not like even close to world record or something like that. And obviously later on, I got the time down to 1 hour in like alt runs with all the buffs and stuff like that. Well, technically, in Legion Remix, we got the time down to 1 minute pretty much. But, you know. As far as like launch day is concerned, it's hard to say because it really depends on what you define as speed leveling. There's only so much that you can do in the campaign to like quote unquote speed level. A lot of speed leveling, and I say this all the time, and people just don't believe me. Speed leveling is just like understanding the route and doing it in an efficient way, like having the quest memorized and just being efficient at going through it. That is like the bulk of it. So will that save time? Yeah, that will just save you hours. The vast majority of people who do test runs will get like a 2-hour faster time on their next test run. So if that's speed leveling, which I consider that more just like practice, but that saves a lot of time. The pre-quests and the items and stuff like that, how much time that saves really depends. Pre-quests, you can cut off like an entire 2 to 3 levels if you do like insane stuff. I have maybe like a level and a half of pre-quests prepared. I haven't gone nearly as crazy as a lot of other people have. It's just like, I don't care that much. But you can do a lot of crazy stuff to prepare. How much time does that save? I don't know, like probably an hour, maybe. Is that worth it? Well, it takes like days, like real time days to prepare all that stuff in terms of like if you add up all of the hours, days of slash playtime. So is that worth it? I don't know, probably not for most people. For people who are trying to get world first, obviously that's invaluable. I am planning war mode on launch, yes. But like how much time does that save? I don't know. The consumables are min-maxy, but you may as well get them if you have them. And for other stuff, right? Like I don't know. It depends really. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna read real quick. I'm gonna read this. Clarify, my question was more due to fear of a speedrunning add-on instead of a more accessible one. Very happy you're opting for something more accessible. Oh yeah, of course. I mean, that just makes logical sense, but I'm glad that's what you're looking for. The value of I can gather up 20 things and kill them while leveling is so huge. Yep. Okay, I have been basically reading through YouTube chat this entire time. I'm going to try and catch up through Twitch chat because there are less messages, and I don't want people on Twitch to feel like they're not going to be read. I kept thinking to myself, oh, when I catch up on YouTube chat, I'll read Twitch, but you guys on Twitch matter too. I kept thinking, surely I'll catch up. Hello, Flexible. Blizzard's obsessed with nerfing the speed buffs in previous expansions. Yeah, they always do that. Hello, Werewolf. It's almost 2 a.m. Weirdly enough for you, on YouTube you were pretty silent, and on Twitch you're perfect. My volume should be the same on both, so that's strange. Epic amount of research. Yeah. Am I doing a bunch of prequests, and do I have a prequest list? So I think I've kind of answered that over time. As for a prequest list, I don't necessarily think I'm going to make like a full list, right? But I will mention a lot of the really important ones that I think you guys should prepare that like are worth the time. As in like this takes 5 minutes to set up and it will save you some time on launch. But the ones that are like, oh, you need to spend 20 hours doing this for like 2 quests, like those for world first people might matter. And some of them I did just because like I had free time. But I will share the really important ones before launch that I think you guys should be doing. Is this lots of speed gear at the cost of item level? For me personally, no. So I have speed on like a max item level piece. I have speed on a max item level piece. I have speed on a max item level piece. So I have a lot of speed at 0 cost to item level. But if you want to sacrifice a tiny bit of item level for some speed, in some situations it could be worth it. That is kind of a judgment call that you need to make yourself. Obviously, the best possible case is you have a max item level piece with speed, like I do. And because I have access to a lot of this stuff, I'm going to use it. But if you aren't like full mythic geared, or you just don't really have time to get all that stuff set up, then use what you have. And sometimes it can be worth running speed over a tiny bit of extra stats, especially on jewelry pieces. So on jewelry, where primary stats are not a consideration, if you have a speed ring that is like only hero track or something, it is probably worth running that over something that's like slightly higher item level. I am making my own add-on. I am not making a guide for another add-on. It is my own add-on from scratch. Delver's Call quests were in launch at War Within. Some of them, I think. But I don't think they existed for all of them. It was only a select few, and they gave like really bad experience. If I recall correctly, the big changes that they made, they may have also been in the game for all of them. That much I don't remember. The stuff that I do remember distinctly that they changed at War Within launch is they massively buffed the experience, and they made it so all of the Delver's Call quests were acceptable within the Delve itself. So actually, in that case, yeah, they definitely did have some Delver's Call quests for sure. Whether all of them had it, I don't remember. But I do remember that they didn't add the quests. They added the ability to pick it up within the Delve. So obviously that, since I distinctly remember that that was a change, the quests had to exist in the first place for that to be a thing. But the biggest change is they massively buffed the experience. They just didn't really give much XP before. Freehold from BFA to Shadowlands, that sounds about right, yeah. Is crafting going to be a source of experience? Yes. For alt leveling, is it going to be Delve spam? Most likely. Hello, King of Death. How long do I expect my run to be? 6 hours or less. I don't know exactly. I have not done like a one full single sitting run from start to finish. Haven't done that. So, who knows? I don't know exactly how fast it's going to be. Like, if I had to guess, probably 5 hours, but we'll see. Let's see. Do I think the Devourer Infinite meta bug will be worth the talent loss even at max level? No. Definitely not. It's just not even worth it. You lose so much utility and speed. Like, while leveling up to 80, like, it was technically worth it, but no, it will not be worth it for 80 to 90 leveling. I mean, so to be clear, by the way, if you are leveling as Devourer from 80 to 90, you are like a masochist. Don't do that. Devourer is bad. Devourer is like genuinely one of the worst leveling specs they've ever added. It's really, really bad. It has nothing to do with tuning. Its kit just does not work for leveling. Do not level as Devourer. So, level as Havoc, right? As for whether or not the Fel meta or the Infinite meta will work, it might. Should you do it? I don't think so. But better yet, just don't level as Devourer. Don't do it. It's not worth it. What do I think about Earthen? They are a race that exists. I don't know, like... I want to throw I'm shaking with anger in a League of Legends chat to see what happens. How can you talk about different utopias, basically opinions, and still be stupid enough to try and debate that your opinion doesn't matter as much as his and that you should stay out of his way? Well, like, that's the thing. Credit where it's due. At the end of the conversation, we basically reached the point where we're just like, agree to disagree. And I basically said, you know, okay, you clearly want this stuff to stay secret for like a self-centered reason. I even said, my exact words were, we may have different utopias, but you have to admit your utopia, and I put in parens, is a very self-centered one. And I think you understand that if you were to like try and make an argument, because one thing that I did repeatedly tell him is I said, respond to my forum post, because he's mad that I made the forum post talking about it. So I'm like, oh, you think I'm wrong? Write on that forum post. Provide a counterpoint publicly as to why you think that Blizzard shouldn't nerf this. Oh, the reason why is because you want to take advantage of it and other people don't have that option? Oh, okay. Well, that's very self-centered. And that is the reason. And I said, like, you can acknowledge, like, that you are being self-centered and that you prefer this. And I guess you can say that, like, we have differing points of views, but, like, my point of view is I want the information to be shared with everybody. Yours is that you want to save it for yourself. But, like, are you seriously going to not acknowledge the fact that that's just not really a good outlook to have? Like, and at the very least, at the end of the conversation, he did say, yes, I am being selfish. I want to win. And I guess we're just going to have to agree to disagree that I dislike that you're sharing it. So, like, I mean, like, he was at least consistent. That's something. It's better than nothing. But, you know, still don't agree with what he said. You just want to beat the other people in your guild to 90? Yeah, fair enough. Isn't the stipulation that they aren't selling the add-on, they're just selling the profile? Yeah, that's against terms of service, right? That is 100% against terms of use. So that is the justification that they give to uninformed people to explain why they are allowed to do it. Except there is literally a clause in the Blizzard terms of use that premium versions of add-ons are not allowed to be sold. And you can lawyer speak your way into saying that technically speaking, information that you plug into an add-on isn't a premium version. You're just missing most of the important part of the add-on. But I mean, it's just one of those things where anybody who is just like has a functioning frontal lobe can understand that that is a premium version of an add-on in practice. Even if you are not downloading, you know, Voldemort add-on plus, and that is the version that comes with it, it's not a premium version, but you are effectively paying for a premium version. So it could very easily be argued. Like, obviously, terms of use aren't like a court of law or whatever. Like, nobody's going to take them to court for doing this. Blizzard could enforce that and use that as justification if they really wanted to. And I'm pretty sure if their add-on got taken down and they tried to sue Blizzard or something like that, that would absolutely hold up in a court of law as like, no, this is by any stretch of the imagination a premium version. It's just not allowed. So there is no universe where you are allowed to sell information in an add-on. It's just not. Unless you are using that as a willful misinterpretation of the TOS, which is what they do, because obviously advertising, hey, we're selling you something that we're not allowed to sell you is bad. So they use that clause of like, oh, this is something that we are allowed to do. We're not actually selling a different add-on. They use that and then ignore the part of the TOS where basically anybody who gives it a tiny bit of scrutiny knows, oh wait, no, this is actually still not allowed. It's just not allowed. Nobody is arguing that, at least nobody who is informed about what the TOS states is arguing that it is allowed. Everybody agrees it is not allowed. The only reason that they get away with selling paid add-ons... Oh. Hold on. There's my alarm. Yeah, the only reason they get away with selling paid add-ons is because Blizzard likes them. That's it. Well, at least I caught up on Twitch chat. I think I caught up on most of YouTube chat. Is Havoc's new class, I'm reading literally the most recent messages. Class talent that gives extra glide range, give a speed bonus. I mean, whether or not that matters or not, I don't know. It really just depends on what you're sacrificing for it. Like, you glide a decent amount while leveling as a demon hunter, especially if you do a vengeful retreat into a glide, you carry your momentum, right? So vengeful glide is a very common way to move around quickly as Havoc. And if the glide speed affects that, then yeah, it's probably good. Is it worth sacrificing a talent point for? That entirely depends on what it's competing with. So, best bear form? Are you asking what I think the best bear form is, or are you saying this is the best bear form? Because I can tell you that it's definitely not this one. I'm just using this because, like, I don't have my cool bear forms on beta. In fact, let's go change that. Do I have any of them unlocked? No. Yeah, I have Fellbear. Fuck it. We'll do this. It's better than, like, the shitty Cataclysm bear form. Or whenever they added that one. Good luck in your test selling Mythic Queen mounts for the next 2 hours. People still buy those? Bellbear, yes. Am I making a leveling add-on, or are we talking about others that already exist? Both. I am making a free, unconditional, no strings attached, free leveling add-on, but I was also previously speaking about others that already exist. But okay, yeah, we're gonna start now. Like I said, 30-minute timer, and then we get going. And yeah, I will say I don't love the Fellbear. It's not my favorite appearance, but yeah, fuck it. I have it. I may as well. It's not the one that I normally use on live. But you're asking what's the best bear form? Honestly, yeah. So I like a lot of them. I don't necessarily know if it's the best bear form, but the one that I like to use the most is just the default Claws of Ursoc bear form. I really like the one that is in my YouTube thumbnail. That's just the bear form that I like to use. And I use like different colorations of that depending on the druid I play, but I prefer that. I've had people, like, whenever I play bear, I've had like friends of mine say like, why are you using like the default bear form? Go switch to werebear or something. It's like, I have it unlocked. I just like the default ones. I don't want to look like some, beefcake bear with like, gigantic claws and stuff. I just want to be a bear. And the Claws of Ursoc bear is just like bear, but cool. This is like fucking bear monstrosity. It's just not the same. Like the disco bear and stuff is pretty cool. The like the nature bear forms are pretty cool. But I personally, do I like them? Yeah. They look cool, but I don't want to use them myself. I like just using the regular default bear forms. You like looking at bear cake? Jesus Christ. Oh boy. Yeah, so here's something interesting, right? When I logged out to what's it called? I logged out to switch characters, and the Trader's Gilded Brutosaur is now unusable. So, from what I've found, the way to make this usable is if you create like a copy account data, create a character, log into that character, log out, copy account data again, and then log back into the exact same character, it'll add Trader's Brutosaur to your collection. Which is annoying, because, like, I am going to have to do this to test the intro eventually. Because you can't use Caddy Stamp Whistle and Molly in the Sunwell intro for some reason. I don't know why. It's really dumb. So the only way to access the mailbox in the Sunwell intro to get more Cracked Radnax control gems is by using the Gilded Brutosaur. And there are moments in the campaign where you can do this. The problem is, it's like limited, and obviously if this bug happens on the beta and I can't access my Brutosaur, then I can't test this. Now, I already knew this was going to be a problem, and I don't want to like bother setting this up right now, but I will have to do this for like future tests, where I'm going to probably have to copy account data, copy my character, mail a bunch of Radnax gems over, log into my character, log out, copy account data, log back into the character, and then do the run with the Radnaxes mailed over and the Brutosaur enabled. That way I can actually simulate it. Warbank, maybe? Though actually, I don't think I have the spell unlocked. Oh, I actually do on beta. Okay, I guess that does copy over. The thing is, your Warbank, I don't think copies. I could be wrong in that. I guess I'll check. Okay. I guess it does copy your Warbank now. That's nice. It didn't used to do that on beta, so that's good. Yeah. Okay, that's good to know. And I mean, I do have one in my Warbank that like I could use. Yeah, I'm not going to do that for this test. Right now, I'm just going to use the one Radanax, and I will just have to ration my charges. One of those charges will need to be saved for the beach area, but I'll just have to make sure. I'm trying to think of where I want to use my other two charges if I don't have infinite ones. I think the best place to use the Radanax charges, honestly, would be the We'll see. You definitely want to use one in the area where you have to like fight all of the like the 3 named mobs, because that's just a really long area. There's a lot of travel time there. So I will probably use at least one charge to save time. And we'll see. I can get away with using my
Shadowflame rockets in some places. No, none of the portable mailboxes work. Somebody did specifically ask about the Falcon Perch, and I tested it. Does not work. You want Volpera Druid? That would be cool. It's like you with Twilight Drake. It's one of your favorite looking mounts. Yeah. Do you happen to know what the best Warlock leveling spec is right now? Honestly, I have no idea. Historically, Affliction has been pretty good, but I don't know. I've heard mixed things about Affliction. I really couldn't tell you. I can, like, that's what, like I said before, I will try, and, like, I don't think I have time to make, like, a fully detailed, like, these are the best leveling builds for each class before launch. If I have time, with everything else done, I will try to, like, talk to my guildies who play, like, different specs, or, like, friends in other guilds. Like, if nobody in my guild is planning on playing something, I don't know, I'll try to find somebody to talk about, like, what build they plan on leveling with for something. Obviously, like, I can comment on Druid on my own, and there's some other specs where I'm pretty sure I know the best one. Like, for Warrior, I actually did my test run as Prot Warrior. Prot Warrior is not bad, it's just not that fast. Prot has always been solid for leveling, but it doesn't really have the oomph. The biggest problem with Prot is it has no great way to round up distant mobs, and Furi doesn't have, like, amazing ways either, but Fury's also just generally better at killing things, so, and Fury's also very tanky. So from what I can tell, Furi is just kind of like the clear no-brainer pick for Warrior. Also for, like, Demon Hunter, like I said, Havoc is just the clear no-brainer pick that I don't even need to talk to people to tell you. Like, I know enough about the specs to say. And, like, for Evoker, Devastation is also very clearly the best pick. Like, stuff like that. As for, like, what talents do you run as Devastation? I don't know exactly. I don't know what build they're running now. What build do you run as Fury? I don't know exactly, but I believe it's Mountain Thane, because I did look into it a little bit. And for Havoc, I don't know. For Havoc, I think, do they still have? I think Havoc didn't lose anything, right? So Havoc is still Aldrachi and Felsguard. And historically, I have personally preferred Aldrachi for leveling, but I don't, like, some people really like Felsguard. Honestly, I could see it both ways. So what I will probably do, I'm probably going to do a Havoc test run at some point. I will do an Aldrachi test because I'm just very comfortable playing Havoc Aldrachi, and I think it's really, really nice. It's what I did for, like, all of my Demon Hunter test runs in Legion Remix, and it worked out really well. But if Aldrachi is just, like, really bad right now for some reason, then maybe I'll play Felsguard. I don't know. But I can say with absolute certainty that Havoc is better than Devourer. That's not even close. Yeah, that's another thing. Aldrachi for the Double Vengeful is just really, 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 really good. And actually, I don't necessarily think that you want to go that way, but technically, it's funny that you should say that because, yeah, with Havoc Demon Hunter, you technically can cross that gap. Tank Warlock leveling in Sod? Oh, man, don't remind me. I love Tank Warlock. That, like, my favorite times I've ever leveled in Classic was Sod Tank Warlock. God, that was a blast. And I show talents, sure. Yeah, as I finish yapping, this is, like, run-relevant yapping, though, because we're talking about, like, Sunwell intro builds, etc. Bear Furry confirmed. Oh, boy. You're most geared as your Shadow Priest. It's blessed out of Remind with 31% speed. Normally you go Ret first, but you're going Shadow Priest just because Shadow Word Pain trucks mobs. Yeah. Have we figured out what causes the vehicle DC? No. It's interesting because, like, I have definitely run into that. I've talked to a bunch of people who run into it, but I've also had a lot of runs where it never happens. So, I don't know. It's inconsistent. Sometimes it just doesn't happen at all. I guess we'll see if it happens to me here. But, okay, so I'm going to try to go, like, decently fast through the Sunwell intro. Like I said, by the time that launch happens, I'm going to try and make sure that I have everything down to a science, and I've, like, perfectly calculated every last bit of the leveling process. But Sunwell intro especially, I have a general idea of the route that I want to take. Obviously, I can't see the map. Why can't I even see the Sunwell at all? Like, I've partially explored this, according to the game, but I copied this character over. It's weird. I hope this... I wonder, like, is this automatically explored?
It would be weird if like this caused you to not get exploration XP. Not that that really matters much, but technically that is a slight XP loss if you're not getting like credit for exploring a Talamon, unless this is automatically granted to everybody on their map. Something interesting, by the way, for delves. Repeatedly, delves keep breaking on the beta, and they will default to their A variants. So if you don't know what I'm talking about for variants, then don't worry. But this is the A variant. If you aren't familiar with delve variants, basically, it's not rotating. They're supposed to rotate every day. They are stuck on the same set for all delves every single time. You have that lit up on live right now. Okay, maybe it's just auto-explored for everybody then. Yeah, there's nothing in Voidstorm and Harrandar for me, at least. Now, the A variant delves, as we will see, because I'll probably run through some of them, most of them are actually not that bad. What's interesting here is this is not shown on any of the other ones. It might be bugged on the servers, and they might be rotating on a weekly basis. I don't know, but it's supposed to be daily. On the endgame server, they correctly rotate every single day, so I've been able to test all the delve variants. But the A variants, by and large, are good. Yeah, Sunkiller Sanctum, this one's good. The interesting thing, though, is there are some delves where only, like, one variant is really good. So, a good example, like, Gulf of Memory, thankfully, this is the worst Gulf of Memory variant. The problem is, this is also the forced campaign variant. You have to do Gulf of Memory as a forced delve during the campaign. And it is always this one. It's kind of like Earthcrawl Mines, you had to do that. So, they're not supposed to rotate on a weekly basis, just to be clear. It might be bugged on the beta for that to happen. It might just be bugged and they're just not rotating, period. I don't know. Either way, that is a bug. It's not intended. You want to see the start of the speedrun before you die. I'm trying. I'm really trying, but this is also relevant information. The delves are set to a specific variant for your first character. As soon as you turn in the final campaign quest, you'll see the delve switch. Really? Really now? That is interesting. That is really interesting if that's the case. Because I have not turned in the final campaign quest because I don't want to, like, brick myself, right? That would fuck me over. I'm going to test that on one of my alt accounts at some point. Not today, obviously. We're still going to leave the final quest unturned in. But that is interesting. And actually, if that's the case, that makes sense. Because the forced variant for Gulf of Memory is the A variant. The forced variant for Shadow Enclave is the A variant. That is actually really interesting, though, because if that is true, and, like, I'll believe you, right? So if we're assuming that's true, that would mean that you can always, during the campaign, access the A variants of delves. So, like, an example, I mean, Parhelion Plaza I just don't like in general, but the other two variants of Parhelion Plaza are actually garbage. I don't really think you should do this one, period, but if you're going to do it, this is the variant to do. It's at least okay. And, like, a good example is Sunkiller Sanctum. All of them are pretty good. This one is solid for Grudge Pit, so you can maybe justify doing that. That's interesting. Oh, man. Yeah, like, Invasive Glow, this is one of the two better Collegiate Calamity variants. So, if that's true, then you could do these on A variant before turning in the final quest. And then if one of the A variants is, like, not very good, like, I'd say the best example would be, like, Shadowguard Point. Shadowguard Point, the A and C variants are, like, kind of eh. But Shadowguard Point's B variant is really, really, really good. So if you don't want, or if B variant is active that day, and you don't want to do the A variant, you could turn in the final chapter of the campaign, then get your delves to update, and then do Shadowguard Point. That's a really interesting quirk, because that was not a thing in War Within. Interesting. Alright, well, I'll have to test that eventually. No matter what, for the purposes of this run, we're going to have to do all of them on A regardless, because I'm not going to be turning in the final quest. But also, a lot of the A variants are actually decent. It's not all of the best ones. Like, personally, I think that the B variant of Collegiate Calamity is better than this one, but they're very close. They're both very good. The only thing is, like, you get more mob kill XP from the B variant, and they take about the same time to complete, so I think that one's stronger. Same thing with a Talamon. This one is okay. But I think the there's one where you get to like there's like frog statues that let you jump really far. That one's really fun. I think it's slightly faster. Yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. That is interesting though. Anyways. Yeah, so for the Sunwell intro, I am going to, I'll zoom in real quick. I'm going to talk through my strategy real quick because I don't want to be like narrating it nonstop as I go through. I'm going to try to be efficient about it, and I'm going to try to focus on just like getting a decent time through it so you can see like what it should look like. So we're going to talk to Leatrix. We're going to be teleported here. We have to run up, talk to Leatrix, and to my knowledge, there's no way to speed her up. She runs at a fixed speed over here, and then when she reaches this point, she offers you the next quest. So even though there is like a travel time component to get here, there's no point in getting there faster than her. What I need to test is some NPCs, like the ones in like the WoD intro, will run slightly faster if you're much further ahead of them. That much I haven't tested yet to see if like if I pop dash or something and run really far ahead of her, does it slightly increase her walking speed? What I have seen anecdotally is that it doesn't at least speed it up by a noticeable amount. So I'm probably going to pop dash just because. Also, I don't really think I'll need it that much throughout the next quest or so. It doesn't, she's just slow? Okay, yeah, I figured. But yeah, so you run over here. Definitely you don't want to use like gun shoes or rad next because there's no point optimizing that. And then you pick up these quests. Obviously the map is obscured. I'm still using Leatrix Plus. Yes, actually, I do have automate quests enabled. Do I have automate gossip? Yes, and that's the alt key. Okay. There is I saw some people in my Discord were talking about like doing something to change the gossip setting. The thing is, it's interesting changing the idea of like the gossip completion in Leatrix Plus. What I could also just do is like when I make my add-on, I could just build that code into my add-on and just make it so you can do the gossip automation there. Now that's more of like a stretch goal, but obviously that would be helpful for people who want it. Just to be clear, nobody is forcing you to watch the stream. The VOD will be up. If you don't like that I'm taking my time to explain my stuff, then tough shit, you don't need to watch me. Especially when I gave a disclaimer at the very start, right? Like, if you were expecting the run to start early, I don't know what to tell you. Mersey, it would not be worth porting back. No. Interesting idea, but that would not be worth it. You love all the explanations? Yeah, I mean, that's what people are here for, right? Like, people who just want to watch the full speedrun, they can do that later on. The entire point of doing a stream, right? Like, if I wasn't streaming, I would just upload the raw video of the run, and I probably will still do that later on, closer to launch. The entire point of streaming it is to answer your guys' questions and to make sure that anything that you aren't that you're unsure about or want tested or whatever, I can get that information and try and test it. Some people don't get that. Some people just want me to be a dancing monkey. It's like, fucking whatever. Let me check something real quick. I want to get everything sorted before I start. All right. You can dance? Well, I could do a bear dance. I am technically a dancing bear. All jokes aside, this is literally the first speedrun. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. You can't please everybody. I'm not going to be too hung up on it, but I hope people understand that, like, that's how this stuff goes, right? Okay, let me buff up. The problem is without like the map filled in, it's hard to explain. I'll just like exactly like I said before, this is the first run, so I was trying to like explain my Sunwell intro thing. I'm still going to try to go about it quickly, but frankly, if I need to stop a little bit and explain what I'm doing, then honestly that probably saves, or that's probably more useful than anything, so we'll just do all that. You move from Leatrix to enhance quality of life. Not familiar with that one. But another thing, by the way, you have Oddly Shaped Horn, which is technically a second charge of Radinax. Now, based on my testing, I have found that I never need more than 2 Radinax control gems for the Sunwell intro. If you are doing everything like really optimally, that's all you should need. But even just 1 Radinax with an Oddly Shaped Horn is probably enough. There's just times where maybe you'll have to use Gunshoes and you could have used a Radinax or something like that. And Radinax is faster. So. But yeah, I mean, we're ready to go, right? Unfortunately for that guy, you know, he had to crash out in chat and get banned right before the run started. Shucks. But all that was important information, I think. Yeah. Like, and that's the thing, like, I get it. People want to watch the run, but like I said, the entire point is I'm trying to, like, give information to you guys, you know, and I'm not, like, sitting here wasting time. At least I don't think it's wasting time. Somebody else might disagree. But I consider this to be valuable information that, like, if you're here, it's because you're trying to learn more about Midnight Leveling. And I want to answer those questions. And I'm assuming that most of the questions I answer are probably giving you increased info. The pan speed was impressive, yeah. I'm just used to it, man. The moment, like, you can tell, I can glance at a message and just, like, whenever you get, like, the big paragraph, right? The giant ranty paragraph, like, and you just pick out, like, certain keywords, I just immediately know, oh, this is a crash out, right? And then I quickly skim the rest and I'm like, yeah, this is a crash out. Faster than a gold penguin, man. Alright. Ethereal Augment Rune is still bugged. Yeah, I wouldn't hold your breath on them fixing that in time. It's spell effects the boats give off. People are discussing the Dragonflight disconnect, or the Dragonhawk disconnect. We'll see. I mean, we'll get to that question in a little bit. All right, but we're basically good to go. I think I've gotten everything set up. Just gonna do one last little skim through. I always need to get into the muscle memory of planting my banner. I always forget to do this, so I'm gonna try to remember to do this. Trying to, like, I'm trying to, like, force myself to remember right now. Like, mentally I'm repeating, use your banner, use your banner, use your banner, use your banner, because I always forget until, like, 10 minutes into my run that, like, oh, this is a thing, and then I drop it. I'm like, fuck. I haven't been dropping it. By the time that Midnight comes out, I will have done so many speedruns that it will be second nature, but it is always so hard to remember. You put banners on abilities. The problem with that is there are specific times when you want to drop a banner, and sometimes if you're killing one mob, you don't want to waste a banner use. Like, I have my banner bound to a very easy-to-access keybind. It's literally on middle mouse button. So it's very easy to press, and, like, it's the macro, right? So it drops all banners, like, whichever one is the strongest. But we'll see. All right. I think we're good, though. Last question I'll answer. Did they move the start point? No, it is in Dornegal, Orgrimmar, or Stormwind. So personally, I'm logging out in Stormwind because I figured there's going to be the most amount of people in Dornegal, especially since it's 2 factions there. So I think Dornegal is probably the worst place to log out at, but who knows? Yes, the Augment Rune is actually +2. It is bugged. My Augment Rune right now, it's 6. These Augment Runes are working correctly. The Infinite Augment Rune is bugged. That one is not giving correct stats. All right. Let's see. I'm going to start the timer, and we're going. So this is the item, by the way. You could briefly see it. After you turn in that first quest, you get an item that teleports you to the Sunwell, and you just automatically get the teleport by talking to Leatrix. But there are some ways to activate it. So I'm going to dash, and I'm going to talk to Leatrix. And this you will want to do ASAP, right? Because this, you have to start early. Yeah, and Leatrix's just slow as shit. It's so annoying that, like, all of the other guys sprint off, and here she is, just like, la-di-da. The Sunwell's under attack, but I'm gonna lightly jog. Alright, Leatrix. Alright, I'm gonna turn this in. Get the Terralion quest, and he has 2 quests, so sometimes I run off a little bit early. Gunshoes here. Oh shit. I tapped that a little bit too quickly. Okay, I got Mithraxian. Little bit of a mess up there. I just double tapped my slowdown keybinds. I talk to Farron. And then... So, this is the order that I personally think is probably the best way to do this. Because the most efficient way to kill all these mobs is to go down here. Now, it's a little bit problematic, and for some reason all these mobs are dead. I think somebody just came through here. There's usually like a big cluster waiting down below. Which, I mean, that's going to be a concern on launch, right? Somebody maybe beat you to it. I'm going to try to drag some over from here. Okay, there's a lot here. If those leash, that's fine. Here. Okay, the Voidborn Reserves, actually, I just realized these guys don't get credit. Drop my trinket here. I'm going to drop a banner here, because I will be here for some time. Okay, this definitely is not worthwhile. We'll try something else. Yeah, getting mob kill percent here is going to be a fucking nightmare. That, honestly, this is one of the main things that I still need to figure out. How the fuck do you optimize this? I have not figured out what the most efficient mobs to kill are. There's usually a cluster of those Voidwalkers at the bottom. But like I said, I think somebody just came through here because there were not many Voidwalkers. But if there's no Voidwalkers there and it's just the mobs that don't give credit, then yeah, that was not very efficient. But either way, I think what you'll probably want to do, and I'll lose a little bit of time to explain this, go over here, talk to Leatrix. Somebody said that as a Demon Hunter, you can double jump, like backflip over here and reach Leatrix there. But otherwise, there's no easy way to get to him. You want to go here first. But then once you're here, well, you're going to have to go all the way over here to talk to Farron. Then you have to go all the way over here to talk to Alontis Fowl and Arator. So... yeah, so Swift Strider, unironically, I am probably going to try and, like, talk some guildies into doing this first part of the intro with me. Because you're not wrong. The only way to really optimize this part of the campaign is to have a group of people. And to have them split up and kill multiple mobs at once. There's really no other way around it. So, that's a little bit of a bummer. But, from what I can tell, really the best way to do it is some order like that. Now, whether or not you want to go Leatrix, Arator, drop down, head over there to Farron, that's hard to say. I also haven't tested this with another person, so, I mean, you guys who have done group runs, you can let me know. Is it possible? That actually gives a decent chunk of progress. I've never tested that bolt before. Is it possible for somebody to talk to, like, Arator and give credit to the entire group? Or does every single person need to talk with the NPCs? That I don't know yet. I will test it at some point. Also, by the way, War Mode is on for the Sunwell intro. So, potentially problematic. Do these mobs? No, those mobs don't give credit. Yes. All you said is yes. You get credit for the team. Okay, then basically you're going to have to do this in a group then. And in that case, there's going to be an optimal solo method, and there's going to be an optimal group method. And the optimal group method is going to be one person goes every single direction. Now, the question is, because this has been a case before, if you are over by Arator, will you get credit for somebody talking to Farron? Because sometimes there is a fall-off, at which point you won't get credit. You will be too far out of range. But if it extends the entire way across, then you'll just have at least a group of 3. One person goes down each way, and then they just kill as many mobs as they can, and then they meet up at the end here. And I guess that technically is the fastest way to do it. But that's the problem, right? Like, there's no easy way to optimize that. It's just kind of a really poorly designed quest And it's right at the start. So do you see why I say the Sunwell intro is a problem? Because although that does sound like a really nice way to optimize it, that requires a group. That's not good. Also, so for this quest, you're definitely going to want to immediately jump down here and fight this mob. I meant to swap trinkets. Technically not that big of a deal because I will have it up for when I need it. And this trinket isn't bad, per se. But this is the first named mob. This is the first major bottleneck. So the reason why you need to get that quest done first is, or fast, I can't talk right now. The reason you need to get out of there fast is to access this. Now, what's interesting here is you might think, oh, well, we have to rescue all these civilians on the way down here. Well, not really, because there's actually a lot of civilians after this point up here. And what I found interesting is a lot of the civilians down here give you multiple credit. 3, 4, 5. There's groups of civilians, and if you rescue one, you get credit for all of them. So I actually think that the most efficient way to do this quest will be to drop down there, kill the mob immediately, and then backtrack here and collect all of these civilian groups. Now, unfortunately, like, yeah, rounding up all these mobs is going to be tricky, and I need to do this so that I'm not in combat. But I should have just one-shot this one and then gotten the others. We're gonna find the other civilians. If I recall correctly, I might need to rescue one civilian on the ramp, so technically you want to, like, land with your goblin glider, rescue them. Oh, and actually, no, it's perfect. Yeah, you have exactly 20. So it lines up really well. And then here, we're going to do our rockets. Now, I need to be very careful to not hit any mobs. This is why I made sure to clear out everything. Perfect. That is, by far, the best situation to use the that item in the intro, by the way. These mobs you have to heal or click on, and it doesn't count group-wide. Ooh, that's good to know. That being said, I mean, you wouldn't necessarily want to heal them, right? Technically, the ones on the ground you could, but the best, like, most efficient way to rescue those civilians, by far, is to do it, like, the way I just showed. The, what's it called? I'm not using the speed boosters. It's to talk to, like, the clusters of 5 civilians or so. You can dismount, it teleports you back. Still gotta skip the cutscene. Now, this one is interesting. So, I'm gonna be honest. I do not know if this is what you should do. But I think, like right here, you can either Radanex. This is either a Radanex. You can't use this item here, the Shadow Flame Rockets, because it's too long of a distance. We need to go all the way over here. Most people I've seen do Radanex, because it lasts long enough to quickly get you here. But you could also just Falling Flame. And that was close. And then Glider. And I've timed it. It is marginally faster. Now, is that a good use of Falling Flame? I don't know. But it's kind of sick. Oh, shit. Let's kill these mobs. This quest is also another major bottleneck, which also is one of the reasons why getting even a few seconds time save in the intro is going to be really, really, really important. How do you stop in the air? So, the way that I'm doing it, and this is another thing, right? I am not wasting a gun shoes charge. That's like doing a flip during a 100-yard dash. Pretty much. I keep forgetting to swap to Perfidious Projector. It's fine, though, because I need to kill a bunch of elites right now anyway. So it actually works out quite well. Give me, like, a little bit, and then I will explain it. Perfidious Projector. This is a Radanex moment. I want to... Where's my cancel or macro? There it is. I want to go here, and I want to get in combat with this guy ASAP, because there is a chance, right? The reason I'm bypassing this is I'm simulating launch. There's a chance that people will beeline to this mob first. And I want to make sure I get here as quickly as possible to get this tag, potentially, and snipe it. before somebody else gets here. Now I'm going to do this. And this is where I said that having a second charge of Radinax will help here. I'm going to use my Oddly Shaped Horn, or I could. I'm going to use Gun Shoes just in case. It's close enough anyway. You should get a weak aura to remind you to swap trinkets, yeah. And then, once this mob is dead... actually, the other mob leashed. Okay, I'm just going to kill this guy then, in Radinax. I was preparing to, what's it called? I was preparing to Shadow Meld, which is something that I can do to drop combat if needed. But... I should also swap off Perfidious Projector now, switch back to Chaotic Nethergate. And then here we can oddly shape... Oh, are you fucking kidding me? That random fucking circle put me in combat? Okay, whatever. It's literally right here. Doesn't matter. I missed the Sentinel. Fuck, where was the Sentinel? Ah, okay, we're gonna Shadow Melt here. Right, that I forgot. That is just... I should have grabbed that after killing that mob, and I just forgot. It's like right around here, right? It's fine. Does the sled work? What sled? Yeah, I need to get my add-ons set up to auto accept those rewards. Now, another thing here, by the way, you're going to want to... I'm just going to use my last Oddly Shaped Horn, because, like, why not? You're going to want to beeline for this guy, because, again, it's another named mob. So it's going to be very, 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 very important that you get to him as soon as you possibly can. You do not want to be stuck here fighting over this mob. So that's kind of the problem with some of the routing on this. Like, we can argue about, like, what would theoretically be the fastest point, the fastest way to get, like, from point A to point B, etc., to get all this stuff done. But in practice, assuming launch day behavior, you're going to want to do it like that. And then, assuming I didn't fuck it up, yep, perfect. You can do this in combat, by the way, and then just quickly use all these items. It's pretty fun. And I'm going to hop down here. Whoop! Going to grab this relic. I gotta say, I love this quest. This is really, really, really fun to do. To grab all the weapons and then quickly switch through them all. Where is it? Yeah, this one. And then I need to kill 2 Shadow Guard. There's 2 here, so that works out. I don't need you. Shadow Meld if needed. Alright, Shadow Melds. And then Radinax. This is the part where Radinax really, really, really matters. You need to have Radinax, at least one, for this quest. This is a very, very, very big time save. Gun Shoes, not only are just slower than Radinax in general, Gun Shoes are affected by the slow that you get by, like, going down the beach. Now, this is where I would use, like, another Radinax. I technically have Gun Shoes, right? But you would use another Radinax gem here if I had one. This is why, like I said, having 2 Radinaxes, I think, is, like, the perfect amount. Magical Snow Sled. Interesting. I remember that. I actually haven't tested that. I will try. So here, you have to wait for Leadrin to run inside, so there's no advantage to going really quickly. theoretically, you could go faster and start rounding up mobs, but, like, also, just in cat form, like, I beat Leatrix here, so it's... whatever. Waiting for Leatrix to run is, like, actually just such a massive pain. Now, this quest is really, really, really annoying. Here's the problem with this quest. You need to kill this guy, Imperatus, at the end of this quest. But I cannot get credit for him until I have done the rest of the objectives of killing all these different mobs. So what somebody could theoretically do is before they even get to this point, or get to the point where they can kill Imperatus, they could just snipe the kill. And, like, what can I do about it? I still need to do this stuff before I get it. But what people might also do is they might try to, like, go ahead and get the tag or whatever, and... I don't know. So, like, here, I guess it's probably correct to just tag Imperatus ahead of time. And just make sure that I have credit. And then I need to make sure that I don't kill him, because I won't get credit right now, while killing enough mobs around him to fill up the progress bar. And then I kill Imperatus. Then do this, do that, do that, do that, do Video's projector. Look at his health! Look at his health! Oh, I love Guardian Druid. Holy shit, Feral Frenzy is so fucked. Oh my god, it shreds. Blizzard, please don't nerf us. Please don't nerf us, please. I really want to play this. So yeah, like, I would say sub 20 minutes is, like, good. So that was, what, 17 minutes? And I spent, like, at least a few minutes, taking detours to explain. That's a good time. If you get out of the Sunwell intro that fast, you're probably ahead of most people. The real good times are going to be, like, closer to, like, under 15 minutes, stuff like that. Now, so, obviously, a lot just happened there. Like I said, I am going to make a video breaking down every single part of that intro in detail. And one of the things that is interesting about Falling Flame specifically, so I want to take a moment to touch upon it, is right here, the quest turn-in point is here. It is that center area in Silvermoon. What Falling Flame is amazing at is straightaway travel distance across a long area. Now, you have dragon riding at this point, or sky riding. You can just fly there. But I've tested it. Falling Flame is slightly faster, and it's really easy. You basically get the full value. So that saves, like, a few seconds there, and it's much easier to set up. It's, like, basically impossible to fuck it up, and it's just slightly faster than dragon riding. And you're going to have to fly around the city a lot, like, so it saves a little bit of vigor. That's less of a concern, right? But that is something to keep in mind when we're talking about, like, overall travel time. But because, like, you can still fly here, and by this time, you're out of the Sunwell intro, like, this is the most, like, the Sunwell intro is the most important part. Getting to those mobs early is critical. I think that even if this does save, like, 1 or 2 more seconds, in theory, than that Falling Flame use, I honestly think that Falling Flame use is better. And the final thing that I want to point out for the Falling Flame use is, if you remember the way that we did it in Dragonflight, when you use Cracked Radnax Control Gem, it immediately kills your Falling Flame momentum, and it drops you down to the ground. So you'll notice that the way I did it there in the intro, because I didn't want to waste my Radnax gems, is I did a Druid Wild Charge, and then I did a glider right before I hit the ground. But Druid Wild Charge kills my momentum and puts me sideways, so it takes me, like, a little bit to start falling. And then, what's it called? The Goblin Glider is also kind of slow, and I have to time it so that I don't die of fall damage. So, in theory, if you were to use Falling Flame there, you would use it with a Cracked Radnax Control Gem. You would Falling Flame over that area, and then right as you're about to pass, like, the central area where Lothraxion is in that first quest, so, like, here, whenever you're about to pass the edge of that, you would hit Cracked Radnax Control Gem, it would take you out of the Falling Flame, and it would just drop you like a rock directly on top of Turalyon. And then you take no fall damage in Radnax. I am 99% sure that is the fastest way to do that travel time bit. Is that worth doing on launch day? That's a tough call, but it is fast. Is it worth farming the Falling Flame just for that? Because, like, Radnax is still very fast there. Like, if you just use Radnax and go along the entire area, it's fast, but it is not faster than Falling Flame. Falling Flame is just, it moves you faster, just numerically, and it takes a more direct route. You're just directly getting to the turn-in point. Now, unless I find a better use for Falling Flame, I am insane enough that I'm probably going to try to make that work on launch day. But it's going to be risky. It's not going to be an easy trick to pull off, so... Is it possible to do the intro and then just play the game? You have to do the campaign on your first character, if that's the question. If you're unfamiliar. That has been the case for basically every single expansion, though. So that is nothing new. Epic upgrade at the only time when it does not matter at all. You know what? I probably should use Glider there, because, like, it doesn't matter, and it saves a tiny bit of travel time. Like, a second, but, you know, may as well. Use Falling Flame to Zul'jin. Well, keep in mind, right? In my route, I'm doing Zul'jin last. I know you said something about that, but, like... So, if you are doing Zul'jin first, and you're going all the way over there, then maybe. But the way that I've structured my route, that won't even be necessary, right? Like, you're doing Zul'jin last, and you're doing it from here, right? I mean, I'm going to do that throughout this campaign, so I will show you my idea, and then if you think that looks good and you want to try it yourself, then you can let me know if it, like, feels better or worse. But personally, I think that the order that I have is the faster way to do it. I have not tested it extensively. I could be wrong. But regardless, if you are doing Zul'jin later, which one thing that I do think is kind of, like, inarguable, most people I've spoken to kind of agree, is Arator makes sense as the very first one. If you don't want to do Arator first, like, you don't have to, but if you're trying to optimize your speed, that seems to be generally agreed upon that, like, yeah, it's better to do Arator first. So, no matter what, like, Falling Flame has multiple uses. You ideally would want to use it as many possible times as you can. Like, even in Dragonflight, the main reason to get it was for the boat skip. But in Dragonflight, we tried to find areas where using Falling Flame was helpful, because if you already have it, well, you may as well try to include it in the route as much as possible. But it is a very, very, very particular item. Like, you have to have the right setup to make it fast, especially with Skyriding. If you can't get the full value out of Falling Flame, it oftentimes is just slower than Skyriding. Because it moves faster. It's ever so slightly faster than, like, a full-speed Skyriding mount. But obviously, when you land, then you're going to have to mount up if you still have travel to go. So, to make Falling Flame work, you basically need to get the full maximum distance where, you know, you're not doing any extra travel. You are going from point A to point B, and then there's, like, no further stuff. So in the case of, like, the Silvermoon example I just gave, no matter what, you're ending at that central area. Click the cat, and then click that, right? Not using the Farstride Village quest Hearthstone? What is that, owner? I think you found a bug. You get rep level for quests you've already completed. It's not a bug. I reset my account data. Before starting the run, I did copy account data again, which obviously resets the game's ability to see if I've gotten credit for all this stuff. That's just a beta thing. Sorry, I was trying to read chat. What? Strange plants, and then which citizen did I... Oh, yeah, the guy you bandage in front of me. It was in your prep video. No, that's not Fair Breeze. That's Light's Hope. That's not right now. I have it in my bags. Right here. Gidwin's Hearthstone. Light's Hope Chapel. That's part of the Arator questline. Yeah. Oh, right. We're this quest. Okay, you can just fly there directly. Also, out of curiosity, does this give XP? does. I mean, it gives barely any XP, but that's funny that it gives any at all. Now you're good. You're good. Don't worry about it. It's an understandable thing to be confused about. Oh my... Yeah, like, okay. Alright. Yeah, so when I say Perfidious Projector's nuts, I was gonna shift into cat form and do Heart of the Wild. I didn't even get a chance! Just fucking erased it. This trinket is so busted. It just overkills things. It's that good. Where's the turn in? Or is there... Yeah, okay, RP in. It gives, like, no XP. I got, like, 3k XP. A regular quest gives, like, 12k. It's not worth getting that. I wanted to see, like, does it give anything at all, just out of curiosity. But that would not be worth going out of your way for. Big run. Yeah, like, even Chaotic Nethergate. Like, obviously, most of the mobs were already dead, but I didn't even get a chance, like, after I dropped it to do much with it. This stuff just shreds. I'm gonna switch to one of my passive trinkets while I wait on the others to come back off cooldown. Your DH is lacking on trinkets? Well, it's really easy to get those trinkets, though, for yourself. Right? Because all you need to do is run the raid on normal difficulty, farm your dinars, and you're good to go. Shit, where's these? Shit, I'm accidentally pulling things. This, by the way, Druid Flight Form, as always, a very nice thing. There's still plenty of quests where this is a thing. Where you can just inspect and then immediately fly off. Oh, what the hell? I don't know if that picked up, but I just heard like a doo-doo, doo-doo noise. So something... I hope that's not playing on stream. If it is, I apologize. I hope it's not like my mic that's coming unplugged and plugged back in. Oh. This computer is kind of crappy. The good thing is I just got a new one. Just haven't set it up yet. But this should hopefully be the last stream I have to do with this computer. Don't forget to Moonfire spam. Oh, I mean, believe me. I am. The nice thing is you honestly don't need to Moonfire spam half the time. If you're rounding up mobs, obviously. No, you don't need to tell me twice to Moonfire spam to round up mobs. But when you're in combat with stuff, you really don't need to Moonfire that much because you get so much... also... Okay, there we go. I must have been stuck in combat with something, that's why I didn't get my guaranteed Ravage. Yeah, so one thing I want to point out that I think a lot of people who maybe aren't as familiar with Druid of the Claw don't understand for Bear. This talent... yeah, Killing Strikes. This talent is absolutely fucking busted. The reason why I think most people don't realize how insane Druid of the Claw is for leveling is because they're not used to this. Because for endgame, you almost always run Ruthless Aggression. Because this only has value when you start combat. But did you notice what happened there? I started combat, hit Mangle, got a guaranteed Ravage. I pressed Ravage, it instantly killed the mobs because Ravage hits like a truck, dropped combat right before the other mob spawned, hit it, new combat, Mangle, guaranteed Ravage. So Killing Strikes gives you so many guaranteed Ravage procs over the course of leveling, especially if you know how to play around it. A lot of times it's actually better as Druid of the Claw to not do like one gigantic 20 mob pull. You do like a bunch of smaller 5 mob pulls. 5 mob pull, guaranteed Ravage, they're dead. 5 mob pull, guaranteed Ravage, they're dead. So you get more damage, it's more efficient that way, as long as you're doing like decent AoE pulls. That's the stay a while and listen. It's really, really, really strong. It does crazy damage. But a lot of people don't realize that, because it's not a talent that you really ever run at endgame. It's like niche in Mythic Plus. I actually think nowadays that you run Druid of the Claw in Mythic Plus, it might actually be a better talent, because it also, another thing it does, it gives you survivability, right? Ravage increases your agility and the armor granted by Iron Fur. So this actually does, in addition to the guaranteed Ravage, which is much more relevant for Raid, or for M Plus than it is for Raid, it also gives you more survivability than just increased auto attack speed. So for M Plus testing, I've been running this. But most people don't realize because for 99% of the War Within, you only ran Alun's Chosen, which is now a dead talent tree, unfortunately. So actually, I wonder, Dan, if you were saying, don't forget to Moonfire spam, a lot of the reason why people think you just spam Moonfire whenever is because Moonfire for Elun's Chosen, even if it's not doing a lot of upfront damage, it gives you CDR on your Lunar Beam, which is a decent source of your damage. And what's it called? Now we go south. And I think a lot of people are familiar with that as like a way to get good AoE, but that's just not how you play Bear now. So in cases like this, you'll notice I didn't get my guaranteed Ravage because the mob spawned like as the other ones were dying. So it wasn't fast enough, but yeah, for the person who said their character's lacking trinkets, shit. Just get Dinar. It's honestly not too hard at this point. What even killed that? Was that just like a double Ravage proc? And it just one-shot that mob? That's crazy. Ravage is so busted. I fucking love this ability. You're out. Good luck with the run. Awesome. Sleep well, owner, and I hope you enjoy watching the VOD. This person. I don't know if I got credit for that. I might have flown away too quickly. It's fine. Will I stream launch day? Yes. So, I always stream launch day. Now, griefers are a possibility, but they're actually rarer than you'd think. Now, like, if I was a streamer the size of, like, Asmongold or something, right? Like, obviously, yes, that might be, like, an actual big concern, but I'm not, right? So it's not that big of a concern. Have I had people try to grief me before? Yes. Not necessarily on launch day. Like, I think War Within was smooth sailing. The thing that you also need to remember is that, like, unless people literally go out of their way to hunt you, which is kind of hard because they have to get onto your server, which isn't always easy if you're on, like, a roleplay server and stuff. You're going to be so far ahead of the average person that it's going to be tricky for them to even try and grief you. Like, random people won't grief you. So, like, the only real concern then would be a dedicated effort by people to kill me. And look, if that happens, like, there's nothing I can do about that. Technically, could I avoid it by not streaming? Sure. But is that going to stop me from streaming just to, like, potentially avoid that from happening? No. If it happens, it happens. And if I'm literally getting corpse camped and I can't do anything, I just turn off war mode. I have to loot the guy. Okay. Now, this one, there's, like, a fixed number of, or fixed amount. If I recall, it's, like, every other. Or no. I always forget. It's this one? Yeah, and then it's every other, I think. I always forget which one you start with. Yes, okay, so it's this one and then every other. Right. You spent all your last dinars before pre-patch? Yeah. That's understandable. Yeah, I spent some dinars, like, on stuff that I regret, I guess. Well, I don't know. Do I regret it? None of them were spent on my Guardian Druid, so I was able to get all the stuff I wanted. Actually, that's not true. I did spend 1 dinar that I might have regretted on my Guardian Druid, but thankfully I got a lot of the stuff I needed from Raid, so it didn't end up mattering. But I did specifically save 2 dinar just in case I needed it for leveling stuff, which, in theory, I might have needed 3. Okay, you don't need to loot anything here. Thankfully, it didn't make a difference in the end. I'm trying to remember. I think here... I know at one point you have to go to the inn. I think. But I think that's after you have to kill the person in the tower. So it's better to wrap around this way and do this first, because I have to do that regardless. To rescue civilians. Next text pack, you'll be better prepared. Yeah, I mean, you could still... There's plenty of time to prepare everything, right? And if you're missing, like, one trinket or something, it's not that big of a deal. Like, that level of prep doesn't matter that much in the grand scheme of things. I wouldn't be too concerned about it. Honestly, it might be worth killing mobs compared to running around doing that. Like, it's easy to do that as a druid compared to other specs. But... Okay, so, right. I couldn't remember the order. If it was in first, and then you go to, the tower. No, it looks like it is, so yeah. So I should have done the quests in a way that wraps back around. Max is out. I understand that reference. Back in the days when Hearthstone was still a fun game. No offense to people who like Hearthstone, right? I'm sure that there's a decent amount of people who still really enjoy playing Hearthstone. I'm sure it's still a fun game to the right audience. But I have not personally enjoyed that game in many years, unfortunately. But back in those days, oh man, the golden age. This quest is going to be nice for druids, because there's a few of these ones that are surrounded by mobs. Technically speaking, yeah, they also, like, you're put in combat when you interact with these. This is, like, such a druid quest. Holy hell. Speaking of Hearthstone, is there a preferred Hearth location for presetting for those who don't have the Gidwin thing? Yes, there is. And now that you... Well, no, there's not. There's not. Because you want to set your Hearthstone to Silvermoon. Now, you may notice I forgot to do that. So you're supposed to set your Hearthstone to Silvermoon to save time. And I have not done that. I forgot. You do it during the intro. You visit the innkeeper, and I forgot. So... there's no reason to set it to Lights Out. What's it called? If you don't have Gidwin's Hearthstone, then you set it to Lights Out. If you don't have Gidwin's Hearthstone, but you have the Strathholm Pet Battle teleport, like, I don't know. It's probably equivalent whether you choose to set it to Silvermoon or set it to Lights Hope. I don't really think it matters. But... if you have Gidwin's Hearthstone, then you don't need to bother presetting it anywhere because you should be setting it to Silvermoon, like I forgot. Harldan. That's good. I like that. That's good. Oh, boy. Speaking of which, remember how I said, like, whenever I do my runs, I forget to use my banners until, like, midway through the process? Yeah. I did drop, like, one banner earlier. I'm going to do this on Tier 1, so because I've unlocked this on my... like other characters, I have Tier 3 unlocked, but normally you would only have Tier 1 unlocked. So I'm gonna do that. I'm also not gonna like set any spec on Valera or anything like that, because I shouldn't have it. Okay, don't interrupt me. Come on. Now, if you want to... Okay, that's fine. I'll also say, by the way, guys, if you're asking questions about, like, stuff in the questline, the good news is we're doing the entire campaign today. So, if you're like, how does this work when you get to this particular quest? Just watch it, you'll see. Also, I technically could stealth past some of these mobs, but it's mob kill XP. And I do need to purge X amount of cultists. So... Oh! Wait, that was sick! Okay, I don't know if you guys saw what just happened, but one of the things that, like, this delve has... So, there's, like, a bunch of these little fungal folly-esque things that will pop up. They're, like, little eyeballs. And it's like those little eyeballs. You can barely see it. It fires off, like, a cone attack. It fired a cone attack at me. And I activated this ritualist as the explosion was going off. And she took damage. So I could do it here. Also, that's crazy that Valera died somehow. I don't even have her set to tank. I guess... Like, my Valera is obviously very low level, so... Where's the... Okay, this is the mob I need to kill. I would have liked to have Perfidious Projector here, but it honestly doesn't matter that much. There's also a lot of other mobs, so I still get value. Okay, Moonfire's not proccing, so I'm just going to manually do it. I whiffed that kick. I ended up clearing this faster than I expected, so I don't have my Feral Frenzy back up, but... I mean, that's a good problem to have, right? So now, here's the thing. Technically, I could exit the delve right now. So if you remember back in War Within, you had to kill, or you had to, like, loot the delve as quest credit. However... there is a quest that you get. So you get this. This does give credit. There's also... yeah, I think... Okay, this is the quest, right? Yeah, you get two. So you get, like, this, and you get this. So it is worth taking the extra few seconds to wait for this to open, because at least the very first time that you do this, you're going to get that intro quest, and that is extra experience, even though it is technically not mandatory for the campaign. Leave it to brain-dead Harldan to forget something so simple. It's Lightforged all over again. Oh god, don't remind me. I know you've talked about Amani Zar. Is that still good later? Yes. So another reason that you'll want to do it, like Zul'jin last, is I think though honestly, even if you do Zul'jin first, in theory your Hearthstone should be back up for Amani Zar. But yeah, there is a very clear point. Like there is a section in the campaign where like you go to Amani Zar first, and then later on you're all the way up here, and then you have to go back to Amani Zar. That's just like a no-brainer. Set Hearthstone and then use it later type of spot. As for whether or not there is another place to maybe use it at some point later to save a bit of time, I didn't find any obvious ones. And like technically speaking, Tranquillian Hearth here might save like a second or two, but in order to do that, you wouldn't be able to set your Silverman Hearth, which you would need to still do in advance, and that would save more time later. So there's no point in doing Tranquillian Hearth. I guess... Also, I'm just going to rebuff. May as well. I also, by the way, I got the best curio. Mandate of Sacred Death, this thing is bonkers strong. So this would have been, like, absolute best in slot on launch day. Honestly, fuck it, I'll use it, right? May as well. If I get Mandate, I'll use it, because, like, why not? I literally looted it on this character. But for future runs, I won't be able, or I'll limit myself. I'm not going to automatically use Mandate every time. I'll play Valera with, like, without any of the bonuses to simulate what it would be like if, you know, I hadn't gotten lucky. Yay, copper key shards. Not that it matters. This is a quest also that I still need to optimize this one. Because whenever you have quests like this, there's always like a most efficient path to take for rescuing the civilians. Kind of like that one in the Sunwell intro. So I'm sure there's going to be like some best civilian rescue route. And I'll have to study this one a little bit more. I'm not going to do this right now, but I'll do like another run of the campaign where like specifically on this quest I stop and I look for every possible civilian. It's annoying because like even if you free this one, did I get credit? I might have gotten credit even though they're bugged out. That's strange. All delve related currency for War Within will be deleted. Yes, if that's the question. You get gear till day of launch. Is there some sort of cutoff? No cutoff per se. There was a cutoff for me because anybody trying to get the Darkmoon Fair buff, which I already got like 90% of the gear that I needed. So the way I saw it is like, I already have most things. I may as well finish all my gearing process so that I can get... I've also never noticed this. There's just a dude painting up here. Huh. And I... That's interesting. Okay, I need 2 survivors. By the way, when I said that sometimes small pulls, like look at that, right? I could have pulled those mobs together, but instead I just pulled one, Mangle, Ravage. Pull another, Mangle, Ravage. That's way more efficient than trying to like round them up and hit them with a single Ravage. But yeah, like in theory, there you should be able to just gear all the way up until launch. There shouldn't be any like delay. This video is going to have insane replayability for you. I'm glad to hear it. I hate that they stun you. It's so annoying. Like, look at this. Fucking chain stuns, man. From a questing hub. It's so fucking annoying. Oh. I'm just going to drop this and hope that they get kited into it. Does this... It expired. That could have been better, but that's fine. Pretty sure the Gnawing Void of Curiosity won't be there on day of launch. That quest is weekly. Maybe that one isn't. I can guarantee you, though, the Ancient Curiosity utility one will be there. So even if you don't get the other quest, it is still worth doing the thing to pick up your guaranteed curio and the quest associated with the curio. That was a thing in War Within as well, so we know that that is, like, intended. Like to... This, and then which is... Yeah, it's this. And then... Shit. Let's do a Ravage. Also swapped a Perfidious Projector, I remember. Whereas... Oh, it's the... Yeah, the logs. The yeah, this quest. Oh, this fucking one. Right. Not running the delve twice for the second quest. You're right that I actually didn't get the Delver's Call from that. I actually never really... That never occurred to me. It might be worth it, but I wonder. That being said, though, I don't know if it would be worth doing it back-to-back. It might be just because you're already there, but you'll probably want to do your delves at the end of the campaign. Tough to say. But that's a good call. I actually didn't realize that I didn't get the Delver's Call quest. To be clear, I mean, it might not be worth it to do it right now. Because I'm already planning on doing delves at the end, but you're right that if you're already there, yeah, by that point you're probably ahead enough of the pack before it really matters. Alright, Arator. Ah. Well, one of them leashed. I thought I swapped the Perfidious Projector. I must have been in combat. Okay, that's fine. I'll just do it now. Gossip thing is working. Alright, I think I remember this. Hell yes, W memory. Right, and then need to fuck. I maneuvered that wrong. I wonder if it would be worth it pulling those spirits into combat and killing them with the cleave of the Perfidious Projector just so that they don't interrupt this. Probably worth it. I feel like you could definitely, if you perfectly wiggle around them, you could probably make it work, but also, it might just be easier to kill the two mobs. It's like extra mob kill XP anyway, so who fucking cares? Or I just, like, run past them and then use it, but, like, that's less fun. Okay. Yamani are friends, not food. There we go. Oop. I have to go down here. Okay, so this is where you would use the Silverman Heartstone. Now, I forgot. I think it's probably still faster. I'm actually going to dollar on Hearth. That would be faster. Probably faster still for me to dollar on Hearth and go back, but you can obviously see why the Hearthstone would save time there. That's like probably like 30 seconds of travel time saved at least. Stormwind Cloak? I mean, you could equip it ahead of time, sure. Like, if I had the Stormwind Cloak, which I don't, because there really isn't a good use case for it, since normally I would have remembered to set my Hearthstone there, then yes, I could have used the Stormwind Cloak. But it is still faster to just set your Hearthstone there. Like, I guess, obviously, if you're in a situation where you need to set your Hearthstone to Lightsoak Chapel because you don't have Gidwins, and you want to use Stormwind Cloak there, and instead of setting your Hearthstone here, then maybe. I mean, that's still fast enough. Obviously, you're supposed to just remember to set your Hearthstone. I forgot. That's just talent points. Good call. Yes. Fluid form. This is actually interesting. This roleplay is unskippable, so this is like the perfect time to do rebuffing. So I rebuffed earlier, but in theory, I should have waited. And like this is, may as well do it again, right? I haven't tested it yet. Some of these quests, like if you fly away and fly back, then like you can complete it. It's hit or miss whether it works like that for some of these. Entirely possible. I just don't know. The Cloak on use actually doesn't go on 30-second CD? I didn't actually know that. That is good to know.
Do Erator's Journey. Probably could have glided there again. Log out, log in skips the RP. Ooh. That's a good point. Doing Collegiate Calamity during the RP. Honestly, not a bad idea. Yeah. I mean, the problem that I foresee, right, and this is kind of why, like, so I'm saying it's tricky to know, like, when you're really ahead of the pack, right? Because we've already established that Blackrock Mountain is going to be a bottleneck. You want to get there as fast as possible. So every bit of time save counts. So every time you're doing something, and honestly, I would argue, I don't know if Collegiate Calamity is that much faster. Because that isn't, you're not doing that in the time that it takes you to wait for the RP. You're basically skipping the RP and then taking like a minute 30 detour or something to do Collegiate Calamity. And it's just the time that the RP would have taken is, you know, discounted effectively. So that is good, but then you're still like a minute or so behind. Now, is that minute really going to add up? Really hard to say, but it could be nasty if you make it to like Blackrock Mountain ever so slightly slower. Now we're definitely getting into more like, hard to say how much it matters territory. Like at that point, you're already usually far enough ahead or behind. If you feel you're behind, then definitely try to get there as quickly as possible. You're spam using them because your hearth is currently in the Mindseeker Seed of Knowledge. Ah, interesting. Also, I can't fly because the zone is taking a while to load in. So we just coast. Any speed leveler is already going to save a ton of speed getting to EPL anyway. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. But you're not competing with the general players, you're competing with other speed levelers. And you never know when they're going to be on your shard as well. Oh, that puts me at a cat farm. Takes maybe 3 to 5 minutes to do Calamity, yeah. Now, I mean, don't get me wrong, Collegiate Calamity is very good. It's one of the delves that, worst case scenario, I was planning on doing after the fact. And obviously, in this case, I will do it after the fact, right? Because we're going to do delves at the end. I'm not doing crafting or anything like that in this run. So I agree. Collegiate Calamity is a very good delve. The only question is whether it's worth doing there. I would actually say it's even faster than 3 to 5 minutes. That one you could probably consistently do in like 2.5. Ballpark. You can channel on those mobs while moving. Ah, good to know. I never even tried. Now, interestingly, this is a potential use case for the bracers, but I literally gave an example in my video where you're going to want to use it within 5 minutes, so you don't use it here. Ready to go to Light's Hope, and now, Gidwin's Hearthstone, finally! This is the moment that you've all been waiting for. While I'm on a loading screen, you can use the Darkmoon Ring toy to kill your forward momentum and just fall down. Really? That is something I'm not familiar with. I will have to look into that. I'm quickly reading Twitch chat because I've been ignoring it. Jailer's Cage toy snaps you to the ground. Okay. Well, to be clear, though, a lot of toys are not working in the Sunwell intro, so we will have to check to see whether or not that actually works, but I was not familiar with that, so that is good tech. I will test that. Thank you for the information. But it is entirely possible, very, very, very possible, that that just doesn't work. I don't know how many I need. This is probably enough.
can tell if I was out of combat or not. Is Guardian the best for leveling? For Druid, absolutely. Yeah. For Druid, it's not even really close. Guardian is by far the best option. I guess you technically could use the housing teleport. Keep in mind, I don't think I have a house on the beta. Oh, did it? I think what it did, actually, it randomly copied my houses over in a random neighborhood. So technically I do. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't even think it would work. So there you go. Apparently I do technically have a house. Yeah, I'm gonna just go to a straightaway. And we're gonna do this. I haven't had any backfires yet, so that's nice. And then I need to not fuck this up. Oh, that was clean! Alright. Now, there is no good way to get to the Scarlet Monastery, unfortunately. So what I am planning to do on launch is I have alt accounts. I am going to post up a team of warlocks on my alt accounts, because remember, I have a new computer. So I'll be leveling on my main computer, and then the laptop that I'm currently playing on will be on a desk to my right, and I'll have my warlocks running over there. And the moment I get here, I will summon myself over to Scarlet Monastery. That is my solution. If you have the challenge mode teleport, you can use that. Unfortunately, I regret it. Dude, my friends were gonna do all the CMs. They did. And I wasn't really feeling well that day, back like towards the end of MOP when we were finally going to get our times, so I skipped out on it. And I've been regretting it ever since. Years and years later. It was the first time they ever did dungeon portals, so I'm like, no. It's just a bunch of MOP dungeons, when am I ever going to need to visit those? Little did I know what the future had in store for me. And now I aggressively collect every single dungeon portal I can ever get. There's a great way to get to Scarlet Monastery, actually. I mean, feel free to share if it's not the challenge mode portal. You can't just alt-tab. I mean, I could alt-tab, right? Like, that is also something I could do. But I'm going to have them running on my second computer. Like, if I didn't have that, the main issue is I don't want to run, like, multiple instances of WoW because that would slow down my stream. For anybody who wasn't around for when MOP Classic launched, I did a speedrun at the launch of MOP Classic, and I did a similar thing, and I had multiple warlocks ready to go, and my computer overheated and crashed on MOP Classic launch. So that was fun. Now, admittedly, that was this computer, the one that I have, am replacing, so presumably the new one would not. You're streaming with... I don't know what that means. Does it slow stream? I mean, does running 4 instances of WoW slow the stream more than running a single instance of WoW? Yes. That, like, there's no way around that. Yes, it just does. Like, whether or not it would have that much of an impact, I don't know, but I am also telling you that it's not even just a slow stream thing. My computer crashed. Now, I'm, like I said, using a different computer. Do I want to take the chance? Fuck no. I don't want to take that chance. My computer didn't crash in the Legion Remix speedrun, during it, at least. But yes, when we were doing the preparation for it, my computer did overheat and crash. And then thankfully it didn't have any problems for the rest of it. But yeah, that was not great. And I was very worried for the next, like, 2 hours that it was going to crash and completely fuck me over. Yeah, there's a pet battle teleport to Strathholm. So the pet battle teleport to Stratholme would save you time getting to Light's Hope Chapel. The pet battle teleport to Stratholme would not save you time getting to Scarlet Monastery. At that point, it's just faster to fly. Actually, too fast. This is not off cooldown. It is weird that, like, they give you portals to the other zones, but not to Light's Hope. I don't like that. Also, Red Poncho, was the thing you were talking about for getting to Scarlet Monastery the challenge mode teleport? Because you didn't elaborate on that. Like, I'm guessing that you sent that before I mentioned the challenge mode teleport, but if there is another way, like, I'm all ears. Okay, you were... Oh, yeah. I figured, but I just wanted to be sure. That is just unfortunate. The reality is, though, and that's the kind of thing where, like, Gidwin's Hearthstone is something I can recommend, but, like, in a guide, I can't be like, hey, go and, like, invent a time machine and then get your challenge mode teleport. Like, it's the kind of thing you either have it or you don't. And, yeah. I am, unfortunately, someone who doesn't. You're still thinking about that last run? True. I guess it's probably worth noting. I've kind of, like... I've decided this on my own. And I don't really think at this point anybody would really care. But I will say, Goose, the current plan is for like, as a 50k subscriber goal, right? Like, I don't really do subscriber goals that much. It's not something that I usually like. I like to upload things whenever I feel like uploading it. For 50k subscribers, I'll do two things. One, I honestly can't remember whatever I said I was going to do the Mechanome speedrun for, so we'll just say that's 50k. Fuck it, right? May as well. Especially because, like, I mean, I'd hope by then I'm still, like, actively doing testing for leveling, and I could just include that as, like, one of my test runs. So we'll see. But that's part of the plan. And then I'm also going to do, like, another special video around that time. And you probably know what I'm talking about. But I feel like that works, right? That feels like a fitting thing to do. Nothing too crazy, it's just like a, you know, here's a cool thing. Horde can port to Orgrimmar and Undercity? Yeah, I guess true. Horde probably. Actually, ooh, that's a good call. So, I'm Alliance, right? So this doesn't apply to me. If you don't have anything special to optimize getting to Scarlet Monastery, something that you absolutely could do... oh yeah, this did copy over. Something that you definitely could do, if you really wanted to optimize getting to Scarlet Monastery as Horde, is set your Hearthstone to Brill. So earlier we were talking about, like, oh, is there any good Hearth that you can set in advance? Brill is a fantastic option for that. That will save you time. Obviously, that's Horde only. Alliance players can't benefit from that. But that is definitely a thing. And if you do that, then I guess, yeah, if you set your Hearthstone to Brill, then you would need some way to optimize getting back to Silvermoon at the end there. So then you would probably want to have something prepped. Did that not... How did that not hit the bear? Hello? Blizzard? Okay. Alright. Sure, dude. Also for this, I'm even gonna remember to drop a guild banner here. Just gonna do our chaotic nethergate. Projector. Are you fucking kidding me? The rest of these mobs I can pull with this dude. I don't know how many I need, so I'm just moonfiring everything in sight. And Perfidious Projector, go! No second win for you, or at least I hope. Jesus Christ, alright, Projector failed me there. It's 1% off, whatever. I didn't think I needed to use my Feral Frenzy there. I probably should have. I guess there's not much else I'll need to kill. What am I in combat with, man? There we go. Shadow Meld is actually just so nuts for leveling. You never realize how nice it is to have just like an drop the combat bug thing until you have it. And then it's invaluable. Okay, so when everybody's talking about like the Blackrock Mountain bottleneck, this is what they were referring to, by the way, for all the people who were asking earlier. And yeah, this one's a little bit annoying to optimize. So, what's it called? I'm gonna just do a big pull here because I can. I've also found, like, this extra action button is so shit. Like, I tried using this, and I gave up. It's such a pain in the ass to lure mobs into it. I did not want to bother. Where's the mob that we need? I think the mob patrols around the ring, right? No, okay, no, it doesn't. It is here. So I guess, yeah, you'd want to beeline towards him, probably. And then just do a big pull on top of him. Surely there's got to be some quest racks or weapon racks that I can get. At this point, this will just be faster as a druid. Come on. Are you fucking... Give up. I give up. Die. I need 6 out of 8 anyway. I gotta do at least one big pull. There's enough mobs here. Thank you, Perfidious Projector. Hearth to Ord and take the Undercity portal, use the Silvermoon portal when you need it. Yeah, I mean, you could. Like, there are obviously many travel options, right? Like, just to be clear, I have never claimed that, like, the methods that I mentioned are the only ways to quickly travel from point A to point B. But we're looking for the fastest method. Missing one Dark Horde troop. That doesn't count as a troop? It has to be one of these fuckers? Okay. Sure. By the way, if you want to know how Guardian Druid works, this is my damage breakdown. Heart of the Wild, 35% of my overall. And that's pure single target, by the way. Guardian Druid absolutely fucks. Okay, then we go back to Silverman. This is the quest, the Dark Horde Sergeants. It looks like they're scaled properly, so they aren't level 40s that get one shot, so this one is fixed. Oh, okay. I see. So I guess in that case, at least one of the Blackrock Mountain bottlenecks that you mentioned were fixed. That's good to know. Hold on. Let me just respond to something on my Discord. Just put it again. Okay. What was fixed? Apparently something was broken with, what's it called? Something was broken with the Blackrock Mountain quest. And I guess it has been fixed, because I guess it's working fine for me. Step into the vat and jump to squish the mixture around. Got distracted for a second. Oh, I was also... Shit, I'm trying to read Twitch chat. Leia Wolfie said, you can do it. Thank you. Right, this is our Cantina key, right? Yes, this is our Cantina. Okay. The first 2 months of beta, all those enemies were still level 40. Interesting. Alright, so... This is the route that I think is the best. We'll see. I'm going to test it. You'll get to see my thoughts on it. Also, I need to build the habit of using glider there. I think it is just faster. There's nowhere else you're going to use it. Okay, so something weird that I'm going to do here, and I do think there is a way to potentially optimize it. Where is Orwenya? Oh, over here. Right. So I'm going to talk to Orwenya. I'm going to start this. Then we're going to fly back to Silvermoon. Now, there might be a faster way to do this. Like, there is a side quest. What's it called? Here. That, like, technically you could fly up, do this, and then fly here, and it kind of lessens the impact of the downtime. But when you turn in the first quest in one of those chains, you can pick up the breadcrumb for this one. Now that is important. I also forgot to use Goblin Glider again. I'm probably going to forget to use it again. We have 2 weeks to build the muscle memory. There's still time. But the reason why that's important, and the reason why it'll save time, is because it allows us to go directly from the final quest in the Harrandar questline straight into Zul'jin, without having to then go all the way back to Silvermoon, turn in Harrandar, and then go to Zul'jin. And it looks like, okay, so This I hadn't tested yet. Is Orwenya somewhere here? No, the quest just bugs if you try to start it. Which is fine, I can just pick it up again. But that was something I wanted to test, right? Like, if you tell her to start the portal and leave, does the portal autocomplete? Now we know it doesn't, so you do need to be here for it. But I still think that is worth it. After all these years, you're surprised I never turn off music. I mean, I hear that a lot, but at the same time, like, I also don't understand why people play without music. Like, there are times where if I really want to just, like, focus on a grind and listen to my own music, like, yeah, sure. But that's, like, the exception rather than the rule. I think that if the game is good, you shouldn't turn off the music. A good game will have good music, and it'll have music that you want to listen to. Case in point, Undertale. Case in point, Zenless Zone Zero. I mean, like, Undertale still has one of my favorite soundtracks of all time. Now, do I think the midnight music is particularly good? Not really. But does that mean I want to turn it off? No. I haven't played Final Fantasy VII, so I can't speak to that, but I'll take a word for it. But I mean, like, so if a game is well designed, it should have music that adds to the ambiance, that makes you want to keep it on. I guess maybe that's a sign that WoW's music generally isn't good enough. Where do I... Oh, is it down here? How is the mob not showing? But I don't hate it enough to turn it off. Play with zero sound and just music from YouTube? See, that's crazy to me. I don't know. I don't get that. I mean, sound, that one... I mean, at least for me... Okay, so you can just fly there yourself. Like, obviously for raiding, sound cues are important. For Mythic Plus, sound cues are important. I mean, a lot of times I use boss voice lines as, like, an indicator for me of, like, when is this ability going out? Okay, no. This is optional. I'm trying to remember where this quest is turned in. I've only ever done Harrandar and Voidstorm once, I should note. I've tested the other ones multiple times. Right, you start down here. Okay. So my muscle memory on these is, like, really bad. Like, so a good example, just something that, like, immediately pops into my mind. When I'm listening for, like, in Floodgate, when to do the Tank Buster thing, like, obviously, yes, you can look at, like, your reminders and DBM and stuff like that, but whenever I hear time to tangle, like, I immediately know, okay, defensive as a tank. And I'm not looking, like, there's other shit to pay attention to. I'm not looking at my timers. I hear time to, and defensive. And, like, the timing works. Sound cues can be very helpful. So, I mean, personally, I don't understand how you can even really play without them. I know some people do, but, like, I guess I should say I could not play without sound cues. It would fuck my brain. Wait, oh, Freya's a hostile mob. Yeah, okay, those guys don't have true sight. Playing games with no sound is psychotic. Alright, vehicle quest. Yeah, so this is just like kill mobs, right? So it's interrupted? Or did I just move accidentally or something? Interesting. My damage proc trinkets are still working in the vehicle. So in theory, I should switch out my on-use trinket to just a second damage proc for this quest. Because that would buff my damage. That's silly that it works like that. Okay, it is interrupted by damage. And it does, like, no fucking damage, so why would you ever even use that? Okay. I leave the vehicle? Guess not. Alright. I'm sure there's probably some script you can run to, like, force yourself out of the vehicle. There's no, like, leave vehicle button here. This quest sucks if there's one or two other people here. Alright, good quest design. Amazing quest design. I just mashed one, and it died. Okay. I love vehicle quests. There can be, like, I've seen fun vehicle quests, but then there's just ones like that, which are just turbo dog shit. That is not good. Okay, so the Delver's Call quest is active here. Alright, that's good to know. Freya hits like a truck. Ooh. 83 and 85 minutes seems decent. I mean, I guess, yeah. It feels decent. I should probably... I'm going to put a banner here. That way, as I clear out this area, I should still be in range of the banner, I think. It's this, right? Yeah, so I'm still in range. I'm also going to switch to Nethergate here, actually, because I want to do... Okay, does this give XP? No, okay. Still in range of my banner. Darkness, Okay, the darkness only increases my damage taken. Doesn't reduce my damage done. So it's not a concern. I need to get unusual treasures. Which... an unusual treasure. Are there two... Yeah, there's things I can loot here that give unusual treasures. I'll just do that instead. Sure, there's a faster way to do that. This is definitely a slow delve, though. There's no real way around that. Kidding me, Valera? I did not want you to do that. That dude, did barely any damage. Okay, that wasn't worth it. I wanted to see, just in case, if that did good damage. It's doing good damage to the Nerubian Lord, but I guess the rare just doesn't hit hard enough. No. Then, did I miss a Heron here, or is one... No, one's up there. Okay, cool. Can you glider here? No. Didn't think so. Worth checking.
Pretty good damage. Probably should have done that before, I just forgot. I've been, I think, generally pretty good about swapping trinkets, though. It's always hard to, like, rebuild that muscle memory, because it's not really relevant outside of specifically launch day speed leveling. So, it's something I've had to do before, but then every single expansion I forget, and then I have to rebuild that habit. I think this actually will just die before it's relevant. Just gonna do this, save like a few seconds. See, I got a quest for turning in a curio. And that will... I think I forget exactly how to complete it. I think next time I enter a delve, it'll autocomplete, which should happen later. Whatever. The way you land slamming into the ground, I'd be DC'd 100 times. I mean, that happens to me a lot on live servers. I haven't really been having that problem on beta. I can only use outside. This is awkward, isn't it? I guess you just need to run up this ramp. I mean, I'm not... Obviously not having any issues with that here. Imagine landing and getting DC'd and going into 4K Q pop. Don't even say that. I've not had many issues with that. I guess it would probably be faster to go through that doorway, probably. Maybe you're slamming yourself too hard on the ground? Maybe. Possibly. This is another one of those quests where I'm sure there's going to be, like, a fastest way to complete this. Whenever you have these, like, fill the percentage bar things, there's always going to be something. But like I said, this is my second time doing Harrandar, so... Most of my time has been spent testing, obviously, the Sunwell intro, the Eversong questline, and then I've done Arator a few times now. Do these mobs give percent? Yeah, okay, so it's not worth actually killing them. Just need... The flowers seem pretty good. Alright, this is another one of those, like, named mob ones. Now, here's the thing. By this point in the questline, right, there's really not a whole lot that you can do about stuff like this. You're either ahead enough to where... Well, actually, no, even if you get ahead, yeah, because if you choose this as your first zone, then technically speaking, you won't need to compete with people for this. So maybe that's, like, a decision that you can make. If you're like, oh, well, I want to choose Harrandar first if I'm ahead. That way I won't need to compete with others, or something like that. But you're going to need to risk competition in the other zones no matter what. That's just a fact of life. So if other people were here, I would just carefully be monitoring the spawns of all this other stuff, and if I see one of the named mobs that I need up, I'd run over real quick, and I'd go to kill him. Okay, I'm not getting a Ravage proc, so we'll just do a raise. Need bitter blooms. Hard to really see those.
Eliminating as much risk for Erator makes sense, yeah. It, like, they all technically have some level of risk, but Erator has, like, a clear risk in place, so you know for a fact that you are avoiding some bottlenecks with it, and it just flows better. Like, there is no way around it. Doing the Erator questline up until you get Arcantina Key as the first one is just faster. Like, I have not seen anybody make a case for Erator not being the fastest first zone. It just flows better. You could maybe make an argument for, like, Zul'jin versus Harrandar. I think this lines up better, but it's a much more marginal time save than Erator, which just kind of obvious, right? Like, you get a Silver Moon Hearthstone as part of the quest, and oh right, this one you go upstairs. You get a free Silver Moon Hearthstone as part of the quest, and you also are, when you receive it, directly next to the point to pick up the next chapter. So you can just grab that quest and then immediately go and get the thing you need. Should she drop something on the ground? Okay. Where do you use your oddly shaped horn? It's just replacement Radanex. So you use it in the Sunbowl intro. Oh, I have to give it to Haldura? Basically, oddly shaped horn just means you have 3 more uses of it before you have to grab a Radanex out of your mailbox. I'm also going to take this moment to just clear out my bags a little bit. I'm not going to vendor my greens, because technically speaking, you'll want to disenchant them, right? In theory. That's actually something that you could do. During that roleplay, right, where you're waiting for Lorthamar at the end, you can go and learn your professions. I've seen some people recommend doing that at, like, as soon as you arrive in Silvermoon, which that is not the play, by the way. That is still way too early. You will still get stuck in Eversong Bottlenecks if you immediately out of the Sunbowl intro decide to go. Also, this is a potential Hearthstone spot. I didn't think about this before, but you visit here, there is chance to set your Hearthstone here, and this would save time. And in theory, when would the last time we used this Hearthstone be? This would have been... Yeah, no, this just works. This is actually a good Hearthstone spot, too. Right there. That would save time. Where is the Innkeeper here, though? That I don't know. Do I have it on my tracker? You could probably use that up to 3 times. True, yeah. Oh, that's Delver's called Gulf of Memory. Okay, cool. Where is... Ah, there you are. So I didn't set my Hearthstone to Silvermoon, so I'll just set it here. Yeah, this is... You definitely could justify setting it there. That's like a very small detour. The amount of time that you would need to go to take that detour would be saved with that Hearthstone here. And I don't remember the exact flow of the Harrandar questline, because like I said, only done it once. Oh. Well, actually, there is literally a quest to set your Hearthstone here. Now, that being said, in theory, you would want to do this earlier. So, because you would want to use it there. But there might be spots later on. Oh, and this also has you directly go to... Oh, no, this is... I remember this one. This one tripped me up the first time I did this, and I could not find the turn-in point, and it's actually in the cave. The Flight Master is here. Right. Oh! Whoa. Minor lag spike. My thing didn't activate. We're good, though. Yeah, admittedly, Harrandar and Voidstorm, like I said, I need way more practice with them. But that's why we're doing this run, and like I said, there's going to be more runs. The thing is, like I said, the add-on I want to get working. Making the add-on, obviously I'm going to have to crawl through the campaign step by step and get it all working properly. A lot of these campaign quests, especially the ideas to help beginners, right? The entire point is just to make it, like, easily explained. And as I do that, I will probably gather more information about... I do need to be fighting these guys, right? Yes. The last pickup where it's talk to this guy, talk to the other guy, yeah. Loving bright purple Zinker Marsh, yeah. I do remember there was some, like, quest item that one-shot a bunch of stuff. I can't remember if that was this one or something else. Okay, this is one of the Wounded Defenders, then? Overlooked that. Okay, yeah, we're just killing mobs for that thing. And it looks like, okay, there's a bunch of guys over here, so it would just be easier to fly out here and do it. Maybe I shouldn't have used the projector there. Is that, yeah, it's kind of overkill. Whatever. And now we need to find the Wounded Defenders. Yeah, I'm missing one. Where is this Wounded Defender? It must be, like, this way. Yes. Well, that's good to know, though. So it's 5 fixed positions. A lot of times those quests are either there is exactly this amount, and you need to do all of them, or it is there's, like, a bunch of them, and you can just pick and choose. YouTube is shadow banning all of your comments in the live stream so no one can read it. I don't have any filters, so I don't know. Either you're just genuinely banned in my chat, which I don't know. Did you say something stupid a while ago and it got banned like a year or so ago? Do you recall leaving a nasty comment on one of my videos? If you don't, then sometimes YouTube moderation is just weird. It's like auto-moderated. It could be either one, though. This is just wait for the RP and then turn in, or... Yes, wait for the RP and then turn. Oh, there's a cave? Yes? No? Oh, okay, I'm blind. Alright, this is the one. Right. Right. Okay. So that's what you meant when you said it was the next quest. I see. Probably still worth doing, like, a big pull, and then I can use this on this mob, presumably? No? Invalid target? Okay, so it has to be on one of these guys.
Well, then there's no point in even fighting those big guys if you can't actually target them with this thing. Just one-shot these. The one-shot doesn't work in the elites, gotcha. Yeah, I mean... Noted. Looks like... Oh, okay. So, you don't get credit, but it releases little stompy guys. Okay. That's still worth it, though. I just didn't... I was wondering why I got credit before. It's because I think I auto-stomped them. I was standing on top of it. I also need to find a good time to refresh my food buff. I forgot to swap the projector here. But I have Feral Frenzy, so probably fine. Beyond Dust. Before I forget, I will swap the projector, though. And this is probably a good place. Use this. Doubt there's going to be many other good opportunities for that. None that I can recall, at least. Sure. To troll the people who aren't obsessively trying not to take 14 hours for first character leveling? Yeah. It is interesting, because, like, one of the main reasons that I have always cared so much about optimizing first character leveling, aside from the fact that, like, it's just fun. That's the obvious thing of, like, people always say, oh, you always take the fun out of the game. It's like, well, it is fun for me. I do like optimizing the campaign. I think it's interesting. But one of the other things is, previously, back when reputation actually mattered, there were a lot of quests that would, or world quests that would go away, like, within a few hours of launch. So the faster that you got to max level, the more world quests that you would have access to. Which is also one of the reasons why I've only ever cared about campaign leveling, because if I reach max level but I haven't done the campaign, I don't have the world quests, and the world quests were what I was always after. I wanted to get all the reputation I possibly could, so that I had the best possible chances of reaching Renown 20 before the raids came out. But now, that doesn't matter. So, it's, yeah, it's kind of weird. I guess, like, I mean, there's probably still going to be some good thing to take advantage of. Is this... I don't think this is an actual treasure. This is just one of those, like, you can find them around the zone types of treasures. I'll be real, though, like, especially, I'll still do any of the world quests that are available, but the moment that I hit max level on midnight launch, I suspect I'm going to probably immediately go into, like, fixing add-on issues. Because, look, I trust my ability to make a good add-on in time, but it's, like, I am going to be kind of cutting it a little bit close. And I'm sure that there are going to be, like, bugs that I've overlooked or something like that, or, like, people will be spamming me in chat nonstop, like, why doesn't the add-on do this? You should make it do X and Y, Z. And, like, I guarantee you that by the time that I hit max level, there's going to be, like, a million different suggestions that I've gotten of, like, you should add this, you should add that.
And then I will probably need to do that before people just keep yapping my ear off about, like, why doesn't the add-on do XYZ? So I'm already expecting that I'm probably going to need to immediately, the moment I hit max level, just drop everything and make sure that it's all the important fires are put out. I'm almost certain that that will be a thing. We'll see, though. Right, this one I remember, like, you have to get all these, but this is yet another W Druid quest. Let me... Artifacts recovered is another one, yeah. And there is a bonus objective here to kill mobs. Technically, I could skip that, but I figure it's directly overlapping everything. You may as well do this. This one's kind of free. And it's late enough into the campaign where, like I said, do not do the bonus objectives in the Sunwell intro. Dear God, do not do them. But, yeah, this is like, I really doubt this matters. Do these? Yeah, these guys give percent. 100% somebody's going to say, why isn't it pretty? Yeah, and, like, long term, I like, you know, making stuff look good, right? Like, I don't want something to just be like, oh, it's just functional, and, like, I don't care about UI. Like, no, it is important, for sure. But there's only so much that I can do. Like, I'll be honest, my website doesn't look super pretty. Admittedly, my website I have never really cared enough to put a ton of effort into. That much has always been an afterthought. So I care a lot more about making the add-on look pretty. But is it going to be the top of my priority list of making sure it looks super fancy and super pretty? No. It's going to be functional first, and if I have time, I'm going to try to make it look as good as it possibly can. But whether I have the time to do that, that's very TBD. Yeah, exactly. Definitely better to be basic than complex. Why is it saying that there's an objective here? Okay, there's an artifact in here, I guess. Yeah, this is definitely one of those quests where, like, I can optimize this. But, like, the sapweavers are all over the place. It's hard at, like, a glance to tell which mob is a sapweaver and which mob is not. I don't know why this quest is designed like this. Kill 4 specific mobs. Okay, this one's a sapweaver, right? So... But... once I've done this enough times and I've memorized the locations of every sapweaver, then it's just a case of, like, find the most optimal path to get all the sapweavers and stuff. But right now I'm just kind of wandering blindly looking for objectives. Like, okay, here's another sapweaver. This should also get me completion. And now, all I need to do is find the remaining artifacts and light things. So this is an easy artifact. This is a good light bloom spreader. W Druid. There's an artifact in that tree, but that's nowhere near efficient enough to grab. Come on. Nice. Relic. I see a relic, but it looks like it's in that house. Surely there's another easier one to grab. This is a spreader. Okay, this is our last spreader, and then that'll make it easier for me to tell what's an artifact and what isn't. Okay, there's an artifact on this table. Not having to pirate Voldemort. Nice. My website is legit your fave. It's got the early 2000s website simplicity. I mean, I'm glad you don't mind it. I'm not going to try and pretend I think it is a pretty website. Oh, hey, yeah, there is actually multiple use cases for the Hearthstone. Now, whether or not 15 minutes passed... So, I will have to test this, right? If 15 minutes have passed since the first potential Hearthstone use, then it would be worth using it both times. If you can only pick one, then it would be better to use that Hearthstone, since you already have to visit the Innkeeper. So we'll see. But yeah, I mean, I don't think my website looks good, I'll be honest. Like, I'm not trying to say, like, people are always giving me shit on my website. No, I don't think it looks good. Is it serviceable? Does it convey the information? Yeah, which is exactly why I haven't bothered, like, updating. I think it's fine. The website also just hasn't been a priority, right? Like, it's the same thing with, you know, my thumbnails and stuff like that. Like, my early thumbnails weren't super pretty, but thumbnails are really important, and videos have always been my primary focus. So I did spend a lot of time over the years learning new techniques to make better thumbnails and trying to make sure that my thumbnails were as good as they can possibly be. So, like, if I felt the website was a high priority, I would invest more time into doing that, but the website has been, like, literally my bottom priority for quite a while, and will continue to be, frankly. The add-on will now be the top priority. So, there's that. Do these guys... do I need to kill them? No, so I need to kill 10 of these mobs. Ideally, I would want to pull mobs that are not in combat with anything. By the way, I gotta say, the music isn't all bad. This music actually is kind of good. I really like this music. So, is Midnight's music across the board amazing? No, but this track actually kind of bangs. It's been 20 to 24 minutes since you would have last used it. Yes, but also keep in mind, I will probably, when that is fully optimized, be able to do that significantly faster. Now, that still sounds like I might be able to cut it. Like, it might be possible to sneak it in. But you can't really use this run as a reference. Now, that probably means that for the average person, it is worth binding it immediately. And I do think that, so I said that, like, my speedrun add-on, or, well, my leveling add-on isn't going to have, like, a lot of speedrun tech, right? I would say that setting your Hearthstone to, like, easily teleport to a different location, that is, like, I mean, easy enough to recommend in the guide. That just saves time. It's easy enough for anybody to do. Everybody has a Hearthstone. Now, some people may not want to do that, so I'm not going to say, like, this is mandatory, you have to do this, but I'll at least mention it. What the heck? Is that like an Endeavor thing, and I just happened to complete an Endeavor? Ah. It's whatever. 1 Ravage and they're dead. 2 Ravages and they're dead. But anyways. Okay, so I specifically need to kill this mob? Congrats on my achievement. Thanks. I worked really hard for it. You have no idea. All my life, people said, Harldan, you'll never collect 50 community coupons. I said, just you wait. I'll show you. Where the fuck is this mob? Oh, it's flying. Okay. Can't be forgetting talent points. Okay. 1 Apex talent point Oh my god, my maximum rage increased by 20, holy shit! What a time save! Like, since I remembered to, or I read your comment, and you reminded me to do that, sure. But keep in mind, right, I absolutely can be forgetting to spend talent points. It doesn't matter that much. Constantly worrying about, like, spending talent points. Now, could I eventually have, like, an add-on that reminds me? Like, a lot of people said, oh, have a week aura. But there's a reason why, like, in my low-level speedruns, you won't see me spend talent points for, like, 20 levels at a time. 99% of the time, your talents don't matter. There are sometimes very key talents where I'm like, I need to remember at, like, level 30 to spend my talent points so I get access to X, because this will meaningfully increase my time to kill. But this talent point literally does nothing. This talent point is 3% mastery, and Maul deals slightly more damage over 12 seconds. Does that matter? No. So what I always do is whenever I'm at a point where there's, like, downtime, there's roleplay, and I have a second to be like, okay, what do I need to do? I'm like, refresh buffs, spend talent points, etc. The mental bandwidth it takes to constantly be remembering, like, okay, I gotta spend my talent point the moment I level up, it's not worth it. It really isn't. For some classes, sure, yeah. And that's entirely fair. Like I said, if I know that at X level I have, like, a very, very, very important talent, sure. And there are classes where, like, in the past, when I speed level as them, I distinctly tell myself, like, okay, I need to remember to go spend this talent at this level. And in those cases, I usually remember, because I will reach a point, like, okay, hit level 85, sure, right now I'm thinking about it, right, so I'm going to do this. This gives me 5% move speed in bear form. It doesn't matter. But, like, a good example is, like, if I'm leveling a Fury Warrior, the level when I get Meat Cleaver, or whatever it's called now, I don't know if it's still called Meat Cleaver, but whatever level you get the ability to have all of your abilities splash AoE, you better believe that, yeah, I'm thinking, okay, when do I hit level, whatever it is, 33 is what it used to be, to get Meat Cleaver online so I can do actual AoE damage instead of single targeting down mobs. You better believe the moment I hit 33, I'm like, okay, time to spend my talent points. But if it's just like, your, like, single target ability does, like, 5% more damage, like, who fucking cares? And there's so many times throughout the leveling run. Just use Talent Loadout Manager. I mean, I'll look into that, I guess, but... Obviously, there's a lot of, what's it called? If it's still working, I'll look into it. But it's also, I mean, stuff like that is just not super high on my priority list for obvious reasons. And, like, if you like to make sure that your talents are always spent exactly on time, like, that's fine. I'm not saying that you don't have to do that. The problem is the way that you phrased it. You can't be forgetting to spend your talent points. Like, yeah, I can. Doesn't really matter. It's been updated and it works? Okay, I'll try to remember to take a look at some point. Also, just to reiterate, right? Like, the reason that I even remembered to check my talent points just then is because I saw your message. Because instead of constantly thinking, I need to check my talents, I need to check my talents, I'm streaming. The reason I saw that is because I was reading your message, because I'm trying to read chat and respond to chat messages. That is a much higher priority for me right now. Now, if we want to talk about add-ons and stuff like that, but you can see, obviously, that I'm not using that add-on. So, it is up to me in this particular run to remember to do it. But obviously, out of the things that I'm going to try to remember to do, spending talent points is, like, bottom of the priority list. Reading chat messages and answering questions and helping people learn speed leveling is much higher priority. This is, by the way, the point where you go to Zul'jin, right? This is why we do this. Because Harrandar ends here. And then, well, it technically ends in Silvermoon, but this is, like, the end of the Harrandar questline. So, at this point, you could just head down to Zul'jin, and you're already halfway there. If you went back and did this, if you turn this in, pick this up, you'd have to fly all the way back here. Instead, because we took that little detour to Fairbreeze, we instead did this bit of travel time, And now we don't have to do this bit of travel time. Talent loadout manager is annoying when you have multiple alts of the same class. Maybe. It's going to be nice to be in outdoor zones again. I could see that. Try a Falling Flame to Zul'jin. Fair enough. Yeah. So is this what you were talking about? This spot? I'll go back and I'll try it from there. You appreciate how well you manage mental bandwidth and Kagi load? I mean, you have to be able to if you're mythic rating, right? That's just part of the skill set. It helps in speedruns and stuff like this. But, I mean, nobody's ever going to be perfect at memorizing literally every single thing. Especially, the other thing, like, two things to keep in mind, right? One, I am actively trying to read chat as much as possible, as I just said. When I'm doing, like, launch day speedruns or super serious speedruns, a lot of my serious speedruns, there's a reason I don't stream it. I don't want to have to worry about reading chat or anything like that. I want to be locked the fuck in, only worrying about the speedrun. I didn't really stream any of the Legion Remix stuff. That's one of the reasons. Another thing, for, like, launch day, I usually don't, like, look at chat at all. But another thing is, like, I have not done this a million times. I've said many times, this is my second time doing the Harrandar questline. I know the general flow of it, enough to basically have my route planned out. I don't remember the exact quest objectives. So as I'm going through the quest, I'm trying to remind myself, like, okay, where do I go here? I know that I have to kill, like, named mobs, but I don't remember their locations, and I'm thinking about the different quest objectives. By the time launch happens, that's all muscle memory. I don't need to worry about that at all. And that takes one less thing out, then I can be focused only on completing the run as quickly as possible. But, you know, that does take some time. That is an additional level of mental load that I won't need to worry about on launch, but I do right now. That's just a fact of life. The same reason why, you know, going into a mythic raid boss, you want to watch videos, you want to study guides and stuff like that. So you're not learning the mechanics for the very first time and also trying to do your rotation and all that other stuff. You want to at least have a general idea of how it all plays out. You want a system that says you're a balanced druid, you want to use this loadout. Instead, with my 20 druid alts, you end up with 20 entries in the talent loadouts side menu. Phew. I mean, I can't imagine it's going to be that complicated for leveling. The only reason you'd really want to swap talents for 80 to 90 is to swap Lycara for Oakskin Fluid Form. Exactly, and I did that, right? I remembered to do that because that, you're right, that is actually a pretty important thing. Going back to check a little bit more diligently, it was 18 minutes between where you would want a Hearth. No chance with optimization you would have the Hearth in the second time. Gotcha. Do I think the leveling race will just be Earthens flying around? Almost certainly not, no. There's no way that only Earthen exploration will be enough. I mean, the people who are going for World First might play an Earthen as, like, a bonus source of experience in between whatever else they're doing, but no. No. World First will not be a dude just getting Earthen exploration. Like, Earthen exploration is fast because the amount of travel time that you have to spend for, like, a solo player doing all that stuff, like, obviously it's a lot, but you still need to travel. It's just turning travel time into experience, which is fast. So do I think Earthen exploration will be fast or not? I don't know. Can I say definitively that it will not be the exclusive method used for World First? Yeah. Yeah, there's no way that is the fastest method of leveling. At least not in conjunction with something else. But the World First is not going to be some Earthen dude flying around getting exploration XP, because if that is such a good method of leveling, there's going to be a team of like 25 people with some Earthen dude flying around and then getting instant summons across the world for like other big chunks of experience, like pre-quest turn-ins and stuff like that. And like, I don't know. And like, again, the person who gets World First might be Earthen for that experience bonus, but that is not the solo thing that they're going to do. And definitely not a solo player, to be clear. Okay. I think I caught up. Did I ever hear the boss music for Lumathar and Manaforge? Yeah. I think it was pretty good. Watching you since Dragonflight, never knew about your website. I mention it, like, in every guide. I guess you just haven't watched the updated guides, which is understandable. If you're already familiar with the route, you probably don't need the guides. Ugh. Am I dropping guild banners? I mean, so right now, I'm forgetting to drop guild banners. In theory, you should just be dropping them, like, on cooldown. I'm just forgetting, really. That's just, like I said at the start, I need to build the muscle memory for that. I'm going to have plenty of time over the next 2 weeks to build that muscle memory. It's just, it's not something that I'm remembering to do. But that needs to be second nature, and I will try to make sure it is second nature. Have I ever been into collecting a WoW? Also, while I answer that, I'm going to... So we're going to do this, and then we're going to Falling Flame. Almost hit that tree branch. That would have been bad. Like, okay. So I'm trying to line this up. You would have to cancel Glider here, and then you don't take fall damage. I could also just cancel it with Flight Form. I guess that probably saves time. If there's no better spot to use it, then probably. Well, I guess I'm a druid, so I don't even need to use a toy, right? I was just trying to see if, could I line it up? Because theoretically, you wouldn't even need to use a toy, right? I know it can drop you to the floor, but if you perfectly line it up, you also can just cancel Glider and then... Bloop. But yeah, I guess you could also use the toy. That would work. We'll have to test that at some point. I could see that, I guess. You don't get the full value out of it, but because you can cancel it easily enough and it is a straight shot, yeah. May as well, I guess. Doesn't hurt. Forgot about this mob. I should have swapped to Perfidious Projector, but it doesn't even matter with Feral Frenzy. Is this when you get the buff? Nice. Damn, Smack, that is crazy. I don't know if you're still watching, but I just saw Smack post that he got a Warbound hero track with speed Perfidious Projector. That is... Whew, that is spicy. Okay, so for this quest, and the Myth one, yeah, true. I guess what you could do is use the Myth one, I would say. Probably worth doing, especially because the speed on your trinket swaps is not that important. Because, like, you won't always be getting full value out of it. It's still nice to have, obviously. I would say just use the Myth one, but then you can send that to one of your alts, and they'll have a really nice level 1 trinket. I don't think I've ever gotten a Warbound Perfidious Projector, so that is... definitely very nice. If they made it a toy, they'd only let it be usable in Timeless Isle. True. Yeah. I mean, the speed is not insignificant. The only reason the speed doesn't matter that much and definitely isn't worth using over the Myth one is because it is on your on-use. Like, right now, I'm not even using Perfidious Projector. Now I've swapped to it. But there are multiple times throughout the leveling process where, you know, when you trinket swap, you don't get the effect of your trinket. So if it has speed on it, you won't be benefiting from that all the time. Yeah, if you already have 30%, especially, then it doesn't matter. Yeah, my luck was similarly crazy on this character. So my Guardian Druid, I've played it a little bit throughout the raid tier, but it was never my main. Obviously, Guardian was not very good. And it wasn't bad, but it wasn't strong in Mana Forge Omega, so I didn't really get a chance to play it. I started bringing it to some of my guilds, like, you know, alt runs, reclears, etc. but for most of our sale runs, we needed warrior buff. Well, I mained Brewmaster, at least I mained in Manforge Omega Brewmaster. So that's my character with like all the perfect gear, blah blah. And then for our second sale run, we needed a warrior buff. So I was on Prot Warrior for that. So sometimes like, for bosses that we didn't have, like, sales for, if we had somebody on their warrior ult for first 6, I got, like, a lot of clears on my Druid for first 6. So I already had, like, most slots myth trap in advance. My Druid was pretty geared, but I didn't really have any of the good trinkets, and I had not gotten a single Nexus King or Dementius kill. So my guild did 1 run. Actually, well, technically we did 2. But we did 2 runs... like, after pre-patch. And... what's it called? The first run, Screams of a Forgotten Sky dropped off Dementius. And I really wanted it, but here's the thing. It was a run with buyers. And I didn't know if, like, we were, what's it called? Like, if we were allowed to roll in the stuff. A lot of times, buyers will pay for, like, all loot, basically. So, if it drops, shit out of luck, right? So I passed on it. I passed on Screams. And then somebody in my guild, I think it was Newman. So, you know, Newman, if you ever hear this, you know, you're awesome for that. Apparently it wasn't a sale run where they get the loot. They were just buying them out. So they had, like, no right to the trinket. So one of the buyers rolled need on it, which is the only reason I didn't roll. Because, like, I saw him roll need. And I figured, okay, it must be like a he gets all the loot type of run. So I passed. And then Newman just rolled need, beat the buyer for the trinket, and traded it to me. Because he knew that I wanted it. So, unlucky for that buyer, I guess. But apparently he didn't pay for all the loot, so... I get Screams. So, that's how I got that trinket. And then I wasn't really sure what to spend the rest of my dinar on. And there were theoretically, like, multiple items that I was considering buying. And obviously, I ended up buying the Saladar Mace. But that was, like, my lowest priority. I was like, if I don't have the dinar, I want to make sure I spend it on other stuff. And then I opened my vault. I only had 1 vault slot, because on pre-patch, we didn't do a full clear. We only did Nexus King and Dementius sales. So that's all I had in my vault. 1 raid vault slot. And I pulled Perfidious Projector out of that 1 vault slot. Which is kind of fucking crazy, honestly. And that's the entire reason why, like, last week, when I wasn't planning on getting the Darkman Fair buff. I normally don't bother with that. Because it's so min-maxy, it doesn't really matter for, like, just campaign runs 99% of the time. That's the thing that, like, people are going to care about if they're going for World First. But the vast majority of expansions, I don't even bother getting Darkman Fair buff. It's just such a trivial thing, and I'd rather spend more time making sure my character is as min-maxed as it possibly can be. But now I'm in a position where I've gotten insanely lucky. I've gotten basically every single possible item I could want, except for, like, the stuff that now I had enough dinar to buy all of the remaining items that I wanted. So all I needed to do is I had 1 week, or, like, rather half a week, to prepare all of my pre-quests and all of my consumables and all that stuff. And then if I did that, and I got all of my prep done, then I could log out with Darkman Fair buff and have my character ready to go for the expansion, you know, 2.5 weeks out. So that's what I did. And that's why I didn't stream last week, even though I was planning on it, because I just got so fucking lucky from Raid that I'm like, at this point, I should just finish doing all of my prep. Normally, I rush to do all of this, like, last second, before the expansion launches. But I did it now. So, like, this Druid is the character that I'm going to be playing on XPAC launch. And I've already done all of the prep. There's, like, 1 or 2 things that, like, I will probably need to, 5 minutes before launch, like, log in and quickly get that set up. Like, the cancel aura macro, like I said, I forgot to set that up. But that's as easy as, like, I prep the macro in advance, I log in 5 minutes before, copy, paste, boom. We're good to go. W friend, yeah. Absolutely. I was ready to just let that trinket go, give it to the buyer. And then actually, as it so happens, a Perfidious Projector dropped in our next reclear. Obviously, I didn't need it. I already had it from my Great Vault. But somebody in my guild now has the trinket, and by that point, I had already told them that it was really good. So a bunch of them rolled meat on it. I forget who won the trinket. But one of them will now have their Bis leveling trinket. I don't think any of them are even remotely, like, trying to prepare for leveling. Some of them, like, asked me questions about, like, oh, you know, where does, like, the expansion start? Where should I log out with my character and stuff like that? So they're not, like, actively avoiding speed leveling stuff, but I don't think anybody's doing remotely the level of prep that I am, which, I mean, duh. In my guild, specifically. I wonder. I think you have to wait until this. This seems like the type of quest where you have to wait. Oh, yeah, because you have to do this, and then that gives credit. Because there are weird cases like the Dragonhawk quest. You could just dismount and it like skips the end roleplay, but you need to pull for Perfidious in your mount run this week. Yeah. I mean, you still have a few chances, right? So you have this week. Technically, you have 3 more chances because there will be at least a few days on that week to potentially get your trinket. Is it? I can't remember. It is. Is it the 27th or the 26th when early access technically starts? I think it's the 27th. But honestly, I forget. It's... Oh, okay, it's Thursday. All right. So it is exactly 2 weeks from now. So this is another Hearthstone spot. I think, if I recall... Okay, you can skip the meeting. So I wasn't sure if there was, like, unskippable roleplay. So it doesn't matter, you just grab this whenever you can. Thing is, would this be... Trying to see if I can, like... Yeah, I could do this outdoors. So then the moment I take my Hearthstone, I mean, I could always just jump out the window. But normally you want to put your Hearthstone facing the right spot. Here, you can literally just face it out the window. All the consumables are pretty fun. How cool would it be if they were just tied to an heirloom set rather than to consumables? Yeah, I mean, it's tricky, right? Because, like, the consumables, we've already, like, obviously, this conversation's been had a million times, right? The consumables don't save that much time. But you're right. They're fun. That's the main reason I like using stuff like Radnax, Gunshoes, Gliders. It's just fun to use. It does save time, which is why I use it. But the real reason that I care about, like, doing speedruns like that, and why people always ask, like, oh, why don't you do, like, fresh account runs? And it would be so much more interesting, blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, yeah, but fresh account runs are just fucking boring. There's nothing enjoyable about watching them. Like, on Classic, maybe, because it's just a different game. And every single time somebody ever leaves a comment like, oh, I wish you did, like, fresh account runs. It's stupid having all these consumables. And I try to, like, explain why that doesn't make sense. They're like, oh, but in Classic, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, yeah, it's a different fucking game. If fresh account runs in retail just aren't interesting. You do the exact same thing, but it's slower. But people just assume that somehow, like, having all these consumables just drastically changes the route. It's like, no, it's just the same thing, but more fun. That's it. That's all there is to it. I'm gonna try to just force myself to start dropping banners. It's not... Like, I just realized I should have dropped a banner there. But the problem is, if I keep remembering, oh, I should have dropped a banner before, even though technically that's not a good banner, if I just get into the habit of pressing my banner keybind, then eventually I'll remember to do that. It's really the only way I can force the muscle memory.
Going to use your last 3 dinars and cloth TH boots into the catalyst to upgrade into heroic tier boots. Upgrade them to mythic for your warlock to complete the set. Cloth demon hunter boots? I'm not sure I understand. Unless it's just like a typo. Either there's some like crazy tech that I don't know about, or you just meant like leather. Oh, okay. From the demon hunter boss. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Makes sense. My brain is wired to think of them as Reshi Raps boots. So I've never heard them called PH boots. But that's makes sense. The other thing, by the way, is there was, might still be, I don't know, a trick for time walking scaling where if you run a full set of cloth, then you actually get like more favorable scaling in time walking dungeons. So there are, unironically, demon hunters in full sets of cloth because it reduces their primary stat and gives them more damage. So when I read that at first, I'm like, wait, is there some like crazy tech where you get like cloth Reshi Raps boots on a demon hunter and use it for leveling? It doesn't make sense, but I mean, I would never have thought the time walking thing made sense if people didn't explain that to me. So that is why it was not like immediately apparent to me. I have no idea if that's still a thing, but I know it was a thing for most of the War Within. It might have changed with Midnight Prepatch. I have no reason to believe it has, but also I have not looked into it, so maybe it has. Hearthstone remembers your facing. Hearthstone not only remembers your facing, Hearthstone, when you set your Hearthstone, it is set at the exact location and direction and whatever that your character is facing. So, in theory, if you manage to drag an Innkeeper into a spot that it wouldn't normally be able to go, and you set your Hearthstone, the Innkeeper would just set your Hearthstone location at wherever it is that you were standing at that moment in time. So there was like a bug, I don't think it still works, but when Evoker was first introduced, Evoker could rescue Innkeepers, and they could drag Innkeepers to basically any location in the world, and then you could set your Hearthstone to them at any location you wanted, and it would teleport you there. Because that's how Hearthstones work. It doesn't just have like a fixed Innkeeper position. Increases your speed by 15%. Cool. Okay, we're talking Falling Flame, though. If we're talking Falling Flame, I think this is a better Falling Flame. Look at this. You start off high up, and you would 100% get the maximum value of Falling Flame here. Yeah, I think you just use it here. I don't think you use it to get to Zul'jin. This seems like a much better option. Oh, by the way, while I'm here, something I have noticed. So look at this rare, whatever. There are a lot of these little areas throughout the zones that have like max level mobs with rare elites. Now, we had some of those in War Within, but not many. Like the main area that comes to mind is the Hollowfall area. And just let me find it, right? So we had like this area. There technically were some, like Isle of Dorn had some rares here. Trying to think, like this place here had some. But point being, I've noticed a bunch of those. There is still a potential that they reintroduce the rare mob high watermark system drop. It's kind of impossible to test that on beta, and I have no way of knowing. It could just be like War Within rares where they just drop crap loot, but there's a lot of these little pockets that I found throughout the zones. And something to keep in mind. There is a chance that they bring that back from Dragonflight, which was really good for early season gearing. Also, this, if I recall, is going to be a good location for venting fan braces. Not I don't think right now is worth it, but like when you're leaving. Here. You think you're only doing 2 more runs, but you might have one on Wednesday or launch week for a 3rd chance? I mean, honestly, at this point, it's so easy to pug Mana Forge Omega, you may as well. Actually, you know what? I think using the rocket there might have actually saved more time than trying to hold it. For some reason, I had it in my head that, like, it would be faster to use it. We'll see. Actually, maybe I'm right. I remember now why I thought it would be faster, because there's so many mobs down here that you can kill for this quest, and then you have to go all the way to the end, so maybe that would be faster. Pretty cheap to buy a Nexus King kill with Projector reserved. I mean, I guess, yeah, true. I don't know how many guilds would be willing to sell that. Like, I don't even think my guild would bother, right? It's probably not worth the gold, but if you find... Ah, shit. So, okay, you see what I was going for, though. I forgot that it's this doorway. But if I get all the credit here, then I could rocket all the way to the end. That might be faster. That's tough. Do you use it at the very start? Or do you just 100% like clear? Because there's way more guys at the start of the crypts. And then you would have to run all the way over here. Well... honestly, tough to say. I think either way, though, you're going to use the Shadowflame rockets in one of those 2 positions. This is another good spot for it. These, like, Amani crypts are prime real estate for Shadowflame rockets. Falling flame value going up, your sanity at 112 attempts is going down. Oh, man. When you were on the community council, you made a thread where they would add an heirloom trinket that would change depending on what expansion you chose to level in and gave you one of its key powers. That's actually a cool idea. Yeah. I mean, so... I don't want to say too much, because, like, this is all long-term. Like, I don't know how much I want to commit to, right? But I have a lot of cool ideas for, like, how I think... I think maybe even told you, Goose, and Oxara. I think you guys were there. But I have a lot of cool ideas on how they can rework leveling, and I want to experiment with some of them with my add-on. That's one of the main reasons why I've always wanted to make my own add-on, so I can build upon it in the future. I don't want to just, like, make a guide in some existing add-on. I want to build my own thing that I can then add cool stuff to. Like leveling challenges and stuff like that within the add-on itself, I think would be cooler. And I have some cool ideas for that. And that would definitely be, like, a really cool thing to add. Obviously, I can't do that. But I'm saying, like, if they did add, like, little leveling challenges akin to the ideas that I have in mind, then that would definitely be, like, a great addition. Something like that. I think... should be able to just LOS them in here, right? Oh, fuck off! Evade. This guy. Yeah, so, like, that bonus objective... wait. Okay, it just took a second to disappear. Like, that bonus objective is free, pretty much. Technically speaking, you don't need to do it. Like, you can just ignore all the mobs, but it's so easy to do that you may as well do it while you're here. Right? spiders want Dimmy Mount, but you have to kill Nexus King anyway, so you don't see why not. Yeah. It's 10k for an item reserve, but also if you're at that point in 2 weeks, reball with or without. Yeah, fair enough. 10k is actually not a lot just to reserve an item, though. I'm curious how much a Nexus King kill would even sell for. It cannot be that much at this point. Because I think, like, Dementious kills were so low. Like, my guild has been selling Dementious for months. Dementious kills are worth so little now that we just didn't even consider it worth the time to do runs during the week. The cuts just would be terrible. So, for Nexus King, which is even easier, because you could basically ignore every single mechanic on that fight, pretty much. That, I can't even imagine it's much at all. Okay, yeah, this is the one where you kill a bunch of phoenixes and stuff. Before I forget, let me just refresh that. Perfect timing on that nether gate. Came up right when I needed it. Like, so that was a really good value nether gate, yeah. It still does less than Ravage, but look at that! Screams of a Forgotten Sky! Putting it work. I want to repeatedly highlight this, because I know it can be hard to understand why some of these trinkets are really good, and, like, why should I go out of my way to, like, farm all these trinkets that I've never used previously in the season? So whenever we get an ideal situation for these trinkets, I want to draw attention to it so you know, like, okay, yeah, no. It actually just is a very good trinket. Star Rater is 1.25, though. The boost community boost with is nuts. You can probably get a decent deal on Nexus King. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I would imagine there's very few people even buying Nexus King, so I think it's like you said, right? If somebody's already selling Dementious Mount, there's probably like 0 actual Nexus King buyers, so they would just literally get free gold. So as long as you're not, like, really fucking them over, then it's worth it. Where's my Ravage proc? Ah! A little bit too late. I mean, technically it's 10 more seconds. I can't remember if I have to fight a mob. I might? I do. Oh, value has been preserved! By the way, if you ever see me, like, I have enough rage to press, what's it called? I have enough rage to press raise, and I'm hitting Iron Fur instead. Most of the time, this is where we Hearthstone. Most of the time, it's because the damage difference between a Ravage proc and raise is, like, colossal. So, I want to make sure that I'm not overcapping rage. So I'm using Iron Fur, because Iron Fur also gives me a passive mastery buff, so it does slightly boost my damage. But it would just be much better, especially if I have that, like, double cast proc, much better for me to just get, like, 1 or 2 more casts, fish for a Ravage, and then it does, like, I don't know, 3 times the damage, probably more. Ravage hits like a fucking truck. Has anyone had Shadowflame rockets with safety switch backfire? No, but I also have, like, max out skill in all the, like, prevention stuff. So I have not had a backfire in a while, but it's also been since I started, like, since I got the max skill in engineering. Nethergate is surprisingly great. You can see it being in the running Abyss trinkets if it were to scale to myth. Yeah. Nethergate, so Nethergate has been used by a lot of tank players throughout the season in M+. I don't think it is good enough to, like, justify running over other options. Well, I mean, I'm saying, like, historically, I don't think it would have been good enough to justify running, especially not in Raid. Obviously, in Raid, it's bad. In M+, I think there's just better trinkets. Like, stat trinkets usually just give you more value overall. But it did a lot of damage. It did relevant damage in M+. A lot of Brewmasters, especially, I saw running it early in the season. So, it was a good trinket. It's just, the situations where it's good in is specifically that, right? Like, large AoE pulls. And because you don't get as much value, like in Mythic Plus, right? Obviously, it gives you a lot of value, but Mythic Plus also has longer pulls, where the value of stats is going to be much higher. But the value of stats for... what's it called? Value of stats for leveling is really bad. Okay, we're going to try something. Let me cook for a bit. I just want to test to see if this is, like, even remotely a good option. I am going to try and solo this dungeon on normal. I was thinking about doing this off-stream, just in case, like, it horrendously backfires in my face, but at the same time, if it also works, then it would be really cool if it worked on stream. I'm gonna just rebuff. Why not? The healer trinket was massive and still good after the nerf? No. Well, the healer trinket was very good. After the nerf, no, it was dead. The healer trinket was not good. After the nerf. It was very, very strong before the nerf, and only because the values were just not tuned correctly. I know, because the healers in my guild wouldn't shut up about it. They just constantly talked about, you know, how it actually wasn't that good. And oh yeah, I meant to check. So apparently, druids can give, like, a buff here. So I wanted to check. Forgot to swap my trinket. What does this do? Insatiable hunger. Oh, reduces my maximum health. Okay, that's bad. So the tenders I want to kick. Now, normally the plan for this, by the way, is I'm going to try to skip as much trash as possible, because obviously I don't need to clear it. I am specifically killing this because I saw in my last leveling run that druids can activate the shrine, and I just want to see what it does. I don't want to pull that mob. I'm going to try to solo the dungeon. Oh my god. Wow, what a payoff. 1% versatility. Holy shit. Okay, that's like kind of insulting. Well, at least I know. 1% versatility. But this is why, right? Like, I might get interrupted here. But actually I didn't. Okay. But I am, like, literally perfectly suited to try and pull this off. If this is possible. If this is at all possible, I am playing basically the perfect spec to make it possible. Because I can stealth. I also am playing a Night Elf, so I can Shadow Meld. And also Guardian Druid's just very good. So that's why I want to test this. By the way, follower dungeons are really slow. So this is why I'm testing this, right? I am 99.999% sure that the fastest way to do Den of Nalarak on launch is to just queue for it in the random dungeon finder. Because by the time, like, if you do my route, and you do Zul'jin last, by the time that you get here, there will just be other people who have started this first, and there will be enough people, presumably, to just queue for this dungeon. So that will obviously be faster than shit follower dungeons. But I just want to see, can I actually do it? And another thing I wasn't sure about, right? So this is optional. All I need to do to complete this quest is to kill Nalarak. Requires opposable thumbs. What? Okay, that's actually really cool. It actually doesn't let you loot it in bear form. Can I do it in cat form? No, so druid forms don't have opposable thumbs. Okay. That's new. You can do the first part as follow and skip to second boss and skip to third boss. Maybe. And again, like, I will test it, right? Because that is something I consider. The biggest issue that I have, and like, so for Den of Nalarak, right? You can do that. The reason why I'm even considering is it possible to solo normal dungeons is less so Den of Nalarak and more so Magister's Terrace. Because Magister's Terrace is just a fucking nightmare with follower dungeons because they pull so much extra stuff. And you can't, like, avoid it, right? You stay in combat. So that's why I did this in the first place, why I was like, oh my god, I need to consider, like, whether or not I can even solo the dungeons. If I can solo the dungeons, well then, like, maybe I can consider doing follower dungeon for 1, or at least, you know, for my test, I can follower dungeon 1, and then maybe only solo Magister's Terrace? I don't know, but I'm just trying to confirm now, is this even possible? So I don't know if this is going to be faster. That's why we're trying to find out. You can't skip bosses. You can skip to the bosses. So I can skip trash. Now, the thing is, I can still skip the trash with or without the followers. The problem is, when I tried to do that in my first run, doing this as, like, a druid in a follower dungeon, I didn't drop combat. Like, I got to the boss, and then the followers just snapped to me, dragged all the stuff with them, and I got fucked. Now, there might be a way to do the follower dungeon in a way where, like, you get them killed, and then, like, drop combat before the boss, and then they all, like, resurrect or something like that. Maybe? But I couldn't manage to get it work, which is why I wanted to at least test, is it possible to solo it if that is faster? And like I said, for this dungeon, by far the best way is just going to be to do it with other people. I mean, what I am probably going to do, I will, like, message some people in my guild. I'm sure enough of them will be around on launch. I will just ask, like, hey, when I get to this part of the dungeon, like, are there 4 other people who would be willing to queue for, like, the dungeon with me? Because they're not speed leveling, but they'll still be leveling through it. So if I'm just like, hey, do you want to do this for, like, bonus experience or whatever? And then they just, like, speed up my process, they still get XP out of it. Like, it's just a win-win. We'll see. Why is the Hordemonger healing? I just saw his health go up. Okay, we're gonna get a Ravage, and then, because it buffs our bleed damage, we do this. Can you queue the dungeon for people who don't have it unlocked? I think after you do the Sunwell intro, yes. I think you can start spamming normal dungeons. I don't know that for sure, though. Spoiled supplies. Do I need to soak this? It has, like, a soak indicator, so I'm guessing this is like a, if you don't soak it in time, it explodes onto the group. This boss is also passively healing. I don't know what causes that. I'm not familiar with its mechanics. But at least I'm able to outdamage his passive heals. Hardy Bellow. Ignores armor. Obviously, boss fights are going to be the main, like, slowdown point here. But, I mean, I'm still killing him at an okay speed. This is not horrible. Maybe it would be faster to stealthy platform to the bosses and kill them. Well, see, that's the thing. In case you aren't familiar with this dungeon, the reason I couldn't just do that to this boss, because you have to pick up those, like, 6 relic things, which are guarded by certain mobs. Now, there might be some way to, like, I don't know, typhoon them or whatever, and, like, loot it before they get a chance to stop me. I tried to do that in some cases. Maybe I could, like, optimize that further. But that boss you can't just stealth to. The other bosses you can. So this is basically going to be the slowest part of the dungeon. So now, I should just be able to run. Like, these mobs don't have true sight. So, like, yeah, you could just do that. Okay, so this mob puts me in combat. Now I can still just keep running. What I'm going to try to do here, I don't know if this will work. I've never actually ever tried to do this before. It kind of works. I've never actually used that in combat before, but it works. And Shadow Meld. The mob said no, so yeah, that's kind of the problem. Now, it might be that effect popped me out. And that if I just wait for it to expire, that works. But at the very least, I skipped the vast majority of this section. So, I'm glad, like, I've never tried that before, by the way. But I had that idea in my head of, like, what if I just use Shadow Flame Rockets to skip the ice, like, push section? And it works! True. Yeah, I should be dropping banner. Good call. I should have dropped banner for the rest of the dungeon. Insight 2020. I believe that I can... Like, I don't need to actually fight these guys. I think I can just summon the boss by clicking on that thing. Oh, by the way, Senarth Ice Physics here, by the way. So, for anybody who hasn't done this yet, this entire thing is a Senarth Ice Sheet. They are making sure that they get maximum value out of that mechanic that they designed for one gimmick boss one time. like this, I'm just slipping and sliding. Oh, during a boss fight, too. You will have to deal with this. There's no way around it. Oh my god, this is a fucking nightmare. What does Winter Shroud do? Okay, it's just a ramping damage amp. Fucking hell, dude. I'm moving too fast. I wonder if, like, my passive speed actually makes this worse, because I don't remember it being this bad when I did it before. I've never used this Druid, by the way. This is the first time I've done a run with this Druid. I did some testing with, like, a generic Guardian Druid. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Is this like a stand in the snowdrift? This looks like that mechanic. Eternal Winter. Just break the shield? It's dying fast enough. Man, I'm not getting any angle procs. Okay, I think that's just what it is. It's definitely a neat mechanic. The problem is, like, it's the kind of thing that's a little bit hard to tell, but it is really, really, really tricky to control this. I think it's because my Druid just has so much passive move speed. Like, I'm still at 25% passive move speed. I think that is just making me slide further than I should. Because it does not feel, or did not feel this bad when I tried this before. Okay, so the mob isn't healing. I just noticed its health bar bounce back a little bit. It's definitely not healing, per se. I think there's just some weird quirk that's causing its health to, like, rebalance, like the mob's health in general. It might be because I'm soloing it, and the game is just like, what the fuck is going on? Why is there only one person? One of the nice things, by the way, about Screams of the Forgotten Sky is it does ramping damage the longer the fight goes on. So for situations like this, it's very good. I'm actually very curious what my damage breakdown's going to look like. Gotta do not that one. 2 minutes for a boss kill is not that bad. I mean, yeah, expectedly, Ravage did a shitload of damage. But yeah, looks... Feral Frenzy hits really hard for a single button press. Screams was keeping up. All-Devouring Nucleus did pretty good. There's a debate, I guess, and at least when I say debate, I mean, I'm internally debating. Should I have run Perfidious Projector for, like, the one odd cast I would have gotten during that fight? Or was it better to just use a proc trinket? I think that it was better to use a proc trinket because it wasn't off cooldown just yet, but it's really hard to say. Imagine main stack procs causing it to rescale and then it rounds up or down. Could be. You Tigers lusted to the boss and crashed instantly? That's crazy. I've got to say, though, like, so far, I thought soloing it was going to feel a hell of a lot worse. This is fine. Is this fast? Not necessarily. But follower dungeons are also not fast. Follower dungeons kind of suck. Now, if I can manage to get these speed strats working with the followers and I don't have them grief me, maybe I can make this work. The problem is they don't stealth with you, right? So if I wasn't a follower dungeon, they would just be pulling everything on top of me right now. And it would suck ass. But I have Shadow Meld, so theoretically, if I run to the end and then just Shadow Meld and they don't fuck me, but that's the problem, right? If I Shadow Meld and they don't die, they will drag mobs to the top of me and break me out of stealth. So the only way to make that work would be if I somehow got them killed ahead of time. Like, do I even care about these totems? They're not going to kill me, I say. Potentially foreshadowing some really crazy karma. It didn't even break my matted fur absorb shield. Alright. Yeah, Bear's pretty good. It's safe to say. Okay, yeah, I have 1 minute until my next use. I'm just gonna run double proc. It's probably gonna be better. I also, like, this is... I haven't been using my drums, but... probably should. You're back after 3 hours of Queen sales. Sadly, the last one didn't work due to performance issues. Ooh. Queen Ansarek? Is it possible to wipe with Queen Ansarek this late? Like, what was causing wipes? This, I mean, even, like, end of Narubar Palace, most of the mechanics, obviously you couldn't completely ignore mechanics, like, end of Narubar Palace still wasn't as brain dead as, like, Dimensions is right now. But we still ignored all of the really hard parts of the fight on reclears. 2 of your raiders were just being dinguses. Fair enough. I'm trying to think of, like, what could even cause... like, guaranteed unavoidable wipes. The only thing I can really think of is, like, the spiders in the final phase. If you just, How do I help Zul'jin? Like, if you just didn't stand in the right spot and let her eat it, I would imagine that would probably still wipe the boss. The nipple? Oh, the waves. Right. Yeah, I guess that probably still would wipe you if you just didn't time it right. I probably should have used my damage pot here, because I'm not going to be using my, my Shadow Flame rockets anytime soon. So it would have just been free stats. At this point, I've already committed. If people don't do portals, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. Like, the... Yeah, I guess that probably still is an insta-kill, huh? So that does require, like, assignments. So there's at least more to do there. That's fair. Oh, I see. So I soak the bears. And then it prevents them from killing Zul'jara. Ah. Balmung going left side and sacrificing people? Really? That works? You can live that? By the way, this mechanic, this thing that is, like, absolutely shredding my health bar, you're supposed to hide behind her shield. I'm just not, because, like, just Druid things. That's the strat you do? Interesting. I have not done a single Antarek run since the end of Narubar. Oh my god. My computer just stuttered. I have no idea if that picked up on stream or not. It might have just been, like, on my ends. Like, that kind of stuff OBS a lot of times won't pick up. But my entire computer just, like, went and, like, stuttered. I thought it was about to blue screen. My heart stopped for a second. Holy. We're good, though. That would have been bad. Let me make sure it didn't, like, fuck my OBS. Okay, OBS is saying dropped frame 600, so I'm guessing that did affect OBS. So... just let me know, guys, if there was any issue, if there's still any issue. I still see people typing in chat, though, so I'm guessing it's fine. Also, I forgot to answer this earlier, but for the question of have I ever been into collecting in WoW, wait. This is not the Midnight Zone loading screen. Hopefully this actually took me to the correct location. Okay, it did. I guess it just didn't give the Midnight screen. I said nipple pops and the stream killed itself. Insane timing. But yeah, I mean, overall, how long was that? Like, if somebody wants to go back, obviously I can do that later on, but I am curious if somebody wants to go back and check how long the entire process took for that dungeon. Like, considering I soloed it, that's not bad at all. That was very, very, very solid. So, I don't know. It could be a lot worse. Now, do I think that you will need to do that? Probably not. Hopefully not. I don't want to have to do that. But I do think there's a good chance that that will just be the right way to go about it if follower dungeons remain really bad. Well, like I said, for Magister's Terrace, I genuinely think Magister's Terrace, the NPCs are a time loss. Especially because Magister's Terrace doesn't have, like, the roleplay at the start, right? Where you need to do the collecting food item. Killing the bosses is slow, sure. 21 minutes, 27 seconds. Yeah, so, like, that was probably slower than a follower dungeon, almost certainly. But that's not bad. Like, that's really not bad. Especially the first time I did it. I could definitely optimize that. Will I? I don't know. Like I said, though, by far, 100%, one thing I can say is the best way to do that on launch is to just do it with a group. Now, the question of, like, can you queue for it immediately? I think you can, because if I check the Dungeon Finder now, Random Dungeon Midnight is available, and if I look at specific dungeons, like, a bunch of these are here, including, like, Murder Row, Magister's Terrace, etc. In fact, actually... Ooh. Now, okay, here's a question, though. Do I have access to Magister's Terrace because I already did the campaign on my other accounts, or on my other character? Or is this automatic? I can check that easily by going on one of my alt accounts and hopping on the beta there and confirming. I thought you did not have access to it. But if you do have access to it, then that would make it fast. What you don't have access to, notably here, is Nexus Point Zenith, which is the final dungeon of the campaign. So, that one, TBD. If you have access to Magister's Terrace, then, like, you just run it with other people. I am fairly sure, though, that Den of Nalarak everybody has access to. I think they do. I'm pretty sure that, like, you have, historically speaking, 4 dungeons available to spam on random normal the moment you've done, like, the intro thing. That has historically been the case. And I'm, like, fairly sure that I checked it and that it was on there. But also, that was a while ago, and I don't have, like, the evidence in front of me, so I'm not going to, like, confidently say, because I might just be misremembering. But I think that is the case. So I'm pretty sure that you could just have people queue it with you. But even if that doesn't happen, like, even if it isn't available, what you could always just do is, like, have some friends that are, like, not speed leveling, choose Zul'jin as their zone, get up to that point in Zul'jin, and then they go do, like, Harrandar or something like that. And then the moment that you're ready to do Den of Nalarak, you just hit them up like, hey, are you ready to do the dungeon? They will already have it unlocked, and you'll be good to go. So I'm going to try and do that. Like, I have a few guildies who I think might be willing to do that. I don't know if they're playing on launch, that's the only thing. But I'm pretty sure if I asked them, they'd be like, yeah, sure. So I'll have to see. But that's probably what I'll try to do. Now, Magister's Terrace being shown there is interesting because that one I was pretty sure wasn't available. And it might just be because the game hasn't properly wiped my progress. Another thing, I did log into my warrior. So although I copied account data, which should have reset everything, I actually logged onto my warrior, which is the one that's done the entire campaign, minus, like, the last quest, right? So there is a chance that because I logged into that character, it, like, overwrote the fact that I reset account data. This is another one of those quests where it's like, I'm sure there's going to be a fastest way to get through here, and I'll have to find it, right? But I don't know it right now. I mean, you can also just kind of go through. That's not too bad. I'm going to switch to Chaotic Nethergate because there is... I do remember, like, after this quest, there's, like, one big named mob. So I want to save Perfidious Projector for that. Mental debuff from getting tilted at followers versus slightly slower dungeon run. Yeah, what I can say for sure is that that run was actually faster than my first follower dungeon run of Den of Nalarak. But the reason why it was so slow for me when I did it the first time is I was trying to do skips like that, and the follower dungeons were just getting me killed repeatedly. Now, if you just held W with followers, could it maybe be slightly faster than that? Maybe. But in theory, the best possible situation is you find a way to do those skip strats with a follower group. Assuming you can't queue with other people. But if you manage to get followers through there, then they are just extra DPS on the bosses, which is the main, you know, limiting reagent there for time saved. Den of Nalarak is a particularly interesting case, though, because if you think about it, one of the best ways to do that dungeon is just going to be having one person pulling a bunch of mobs away from the collectible items. At least I'm assuming this works. I haven't confirmed. I will at some point. But in theory, somebody could just drag a bunch of mobs away from all the collectibles, and then you just have one person run over and interact with all of them. And that way, you don't need to worry about, like, clearing the trash. Like, maybe you round up all the trash. But what I could do, for instance, is I could, like, round up everything, and, like, me and 3 other people in my dungeon group, like, maybe the 3 DPS, because, you know, healer's a cosmetic role. So the 3 DPS, we kill all the mobs. And then as we're pulling all the mobs and rounding them up, the healer just runs behind us and clicks on all the different objects. And then after we finish killing everything, all the other things are already collected. And then we just go straight to the boss. Now, the tricky part, right, is if you're in a large group of players, it's not going to be like a stealth group. So I can solo that up to the boss, but how are the rest of the players going to get there? The obvious answer would be, like, I guess, you know, death run, right? But they still need to be able to make it to the end. So I can't just, like, stealth past. I would have to, like, go into bear form and round up all the enemies and, like, drag them along. And then we would all need to go to the end. I would shadow meld. I would send a battle res to our healer would res. Like, in theory, that is how you would do it. But that is, like, more technical than, you know, letting the followers die and having them auto-res if you were to do it in a follower dungeon. But in theory, if you have a group of optimized players, that would be faster. So, something to keep in mind. I guess I probably killed too many mobs early on. because I still have to kill these guys. I technically could loot the conduit and leave. But in theory, it might be better to... This, I also missed one here. Yeah, so like this... That would be really hard to interact with on Druid, because like this is... It does break on damage. So that you would have to do... Like, they don't hit you before you take off in flight form. And those ones where they're all standing directly on top of it are really tricky if it has a cast bar like that. So it's just easier to kill the mobs and move on. 4 rogues for cloaks? I mean, actually, cloak, if I manage to convince a rogue... Who in my guild is playing rogue? The other problem is, like, who in my guild is, like, hates themselves enough to level with rogue as their first character? Like, that's the real question. Some of them might be playing rogue for, like, raid. But it's like, rule number 1 of speed leveling, don't play rogue. So, they might be really useful for that one instance. If somebody in my guild's already doing it, I'll probably ask them if they can help. But I don't know how many of them are willing to do that. Oh shit, I need to speak to... I thought the roleplay was just going, and I had to wait. Because everybody in my guild is making, like, different characters for splits. So, they're going to be leveling at least, like, different classes. Presumably, you'd want the first one to be not rogue, anything but rogue. Literally, that's the last possible thing that you want to be doing. But maybe some of them are. Our DH says hi. Well, here's the thing, though. If they're playing Demon Hunter, they could be playing Havoc, and Havoc is actually good. There is no way to make Rogue not bad for leveling. Like, you can make it at least not absolute misery. There are specs that don't play as bad as, like, Devourer DH does, for instance. The worst Rogue specs, historically, have played as bad as Devourer DH does. But I'm pretty sure that at least, like, Subtlety Rogue is not the worst thing ever, but it would still be bad compared to the best spec of every other class. You're planning to play Rogue first. What makes them so bad for leveling? How much time do you have? Also, yeah, this is a free Hearthstone here. Yeah, definitely worse than Priest. Priest is pretty good. Like, so, all joking aside, because I've gone on this rant, obviously, if you're new here, like, I understand. I'm not going to go on, like, the gigantic rant, because this is, like, a recurring topic. I will give you the very TLDR reason why Rogue is not good. Very bad self-sustain. It just can't stay alive in large AoE pulls. Pretty bad AoE in most cases. From levels 80 to 90, your AoE is probably fine. That's more of, like, a low-level problem, usually. How much? Okay, that's like a breadcrumb quest. Really, the biggest issue is survivability and... Honestly, at max level, probably still survivability, but also the kits usually have poor AoE setup. That being said, I will admit, I have not really played Rogue much since the pre-patch. I don't know how the specs play. So their AoE might be fine if you have, like, optimized gear sets and everything set up for, like, a geared out character. So, I should be clear. Leveling as a rogue from 80 to 90 probably won't feel nearly as bad as leveling a rogue from, like, 1 to 80. Rogue 1 to 80 is definitely a very problematic class. It's just not designed well. Once you have your entire kit, if you have really good gear to where your survivability is just higher, because you can just live more damage because you have high item level, then that will mitigate some of the downside. This is, by the way, where we use Arcantina Key. Synda's pretty dope AoE, and Outlaw is very fast naturally. So here's the thing. I can't comment on current playstyle. I'm pretty familiar with the specs as they were in War Within, but I've also heard that they've received a lot of reworks. So the problem with Sin, assuming it still works the way, like, close to how it was before, the Sin that I'm familiar with from War Within is you apply a bunch of bleeds, like you pop out of stealth, you groat, and do all that stuff. And then you do, like, a lot of AoE, your dots shred things, and then, like, the bleed out effect happens when they drop to, like, low health. Now, that's not terrible, but like one problem, stealth is really hard to rely on for leveling. First off, you can't use Vanish. That's one of the issues with Rogue. Vanish is a very important part of your damage, usually, but you can't use it for leveling because it drops combat. Obviously, if you're leveling in a group, that's a different story, but Rogue isn't bad if you're leveling in a group. Rogue's just like, eh. But for leveling in a group, or leveling solo, you can't use stealth. So, okay, so I saw, until midnight, your CDs involve Vanish. So if that has changed, maybe that is no longer a factor, right? And it's entirely possible that maybe Rogue is better now. The problem with Rogue, though, and this is still, like I said, survivability. Rogue survivability is not great. And from everything I've seen, that has not meaningfully changed. Maybe it's not as bad now as it was before. I can't speak to that. But it's definitely, like, I've taken a glance at Rogue. It's not good. So, yeah, I think it will struggle as a result. But if you guys are saying that Vanish is no longer a problem, and if you have optimized gear, you're probably going to be fine leveling anything. But Rogue definitely would struggle more than a lot of stuff. Okay, so that is... That's actually crazy that the Renown is bugged like that. Okay, so... Where do I go for... Arator? What quest was that? The journey ends. So that was the end of the Arator, I think. Did I... Okay, was... I've never tried this in practice, by the way, so I might be messing something up. Less bad stealth reliance and piss poor survivability is still a problem? Yeah. So to be clear, I can't imagine it is still a good spec level, but if what you guys are saying is true, it might be better now than it has historically been. That was the end. Yeah, but where's the end of Zul'jin? Was the end of Zul'jin already completed? Was that like the talking to Leatrix thing? Because I know it all directs you to Silvermoon. Okay, I think that is. I think, yeah, I must have turned in, like, the ending quest of that when I wasn't looking or something. But I think it all worked out according to plan. I'm just trying to make sure I didn't overlook anything. Where is this? Yeah, this one. So now... actually, I'll take a moment to explain this, because in case people try this on their own, I want to make sure that they understand how this quest part works. So, obviously, you have to pick which zone you want to do. You get to choose between, you do Eversong first, then you choose between Arator's Journey, Harrandar, or Zul'jin. Now, as you saw, I just turned in all three of them at once. It is possible to engineer a situation where that happens, and I think that what I just did is the most efficient way to route it all together if you're really trying to optimize it. What's it called? Also, just real quick, since I saw people talking about it, yeah, Shadow is pretty good from everything I've heard. Holy Priest is also a very good leveling spec at lower levels, probably not as good for 80 to 90, but just wanted to address that before I got distracted talking about this. So the way that this questline works, every time you finish one of those 3 chapters, you get a quest like this. This is the first one, Deepening Shadows. So, technically speaking, this is the first part of the Voidstorm questline. And if you do... what's it called? If you do Arator's Journey first, you will get Deepening Shadows. If you do Zul'jin first, you'll get Deepening Shadows. It'll tell you to do this quest. And then after you finish it, nothing will follow up. And the first time I did the campaign, I was confused. Like, okay, that's just a random, like, campaign breadcrumb quest? What? But what happens is every single time you complete a chapter, you are able to obtain the next step in this journey. So if all you do is complete Arator's Journey, you'll get this quest, you'll finish it, and then you're expected to go do Zul'jin or Harrandar. When you finish the next zone, you get the next quest in a 3-quest sequence. But I have not actually tested this yet. What I assume will happen is, now that I've turned in all 3 at once, I'm able to just go through these 3 back to back to back, which will be better, right? Instead of trying to chip away at this, like, 1 quest at a time, you may as well do it this way. Now, you can kill those Doomsayers and get credit for it. The best place for Doomsayers that I found is, like, this area. But you automatically get credit for discouraging a Doomsayer if they're, like, a real person. And they just say, like, yeah, you know, I'm being kind of an asshole, and they walk away. But if they turn into a Twilight Cultist, you have to actually kill them. Now, it is a little bit RNG, of course, but in my opinion, it's just better to do this, right? Just that. And then, if this one is chill, I mean, that's easier. Obviously, as, like, a Druid, I can just quickly flap around. I'm pretty sure anybody can do that mounted, though, so should be fine. Yeah. And I immediately get the next quest in the chain. I forgot to Goblin Glider again. Okay, find Umbric. I need to hold my keybind. Anyone can do the Doomsayers while mounted and fly away. Makes sense. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that'll just be better to do. Doing this all at once makes it flow better? Yeah, I agree. I'm going to be honest. I think it's really dumb that they even structured the questline like this. Yeah, I didn't get the full value, but or at least remembered to do it. Yeah, the fact that this is even a thing that can happen, of you getting it in, like, little pieces, it's just bad. I think the way that I think they wanted this to work is because, like, the idea here is supposed to be, like, as you progress through the zones, like, the Void Storm is overpowering the Sunwell, and, like, you see that, like, tensions are rising over time, and it's supposed to build this, like, uncertainty of, like, we need to resolve this conflict soon. But, like, I don't know. Obviously, I think the WoW story is shit. I think the way they write this is shit. And while that is maybe an interesting quest design thing in a better story, in my opinion, it just kind of falls flat here. And it just ends up feeling really disjointed. This is the kind of thing, by the way, where in my leveling guide, I am actually going to tell people to ignore this quest. That's not even really like a speedrunning thing. I just genuinely think that flows better. So what I'll probably do is just tell people, hey, when you get to this quest, ignore it. Like, just don't worry about it. You'll do it later. And just continue on with, like, the next zone of your choice, either Harrandar or Zul'jin. Maybe I'll put, like, a little note to explain why it works like that. Yeah, it confused me the first time I did it. And if it can confuse me, it can confuse a lot of people. They're going to just feel lost, like, why did the quest chain just end? Especially because what's going to happen, right? People are going to get to that quest, they're going to Google it, they're going to see on Wowhead that it's part of a larger chain, and they're going to be like, why is this guy not offering me the next quest in the chain? Now, I'm sure that there will be, like, a top upvoted Wowhead comment, like, within the first few days, saying, like, this is how the questline works, and then people will understand. But I guarantee you a lot of people will be confused and will search on Wowhead, like, why is this not working for me? I wonder... Could I... This might be a good Falling Flame spot, too. It's off cooldown now, but obviously, like, I kind of fucked around a lot in Zul'jin. There's a chance that it still won't be back off cooldown, and I don't necessarily think this was as good of a Falling Flame spot. The other problem is I think, like, you won't really get the full value because the Sunwell kind of blocks it. By the time that you're starting to fall down, you will hit the Sunwell. It could maybe be worth it if you're, like, gonna, like, you know, on a Druid, basically. I can immediately just Falling Flame and then Travel Form or Flight Form out of it. So maybe? Really depends on if it's back up or not. Alright, we try again to speedrun the dungeon. It's still on normal, right? We shall see. It's been off CD for 15 minutes. Yeah, but I mean, like, what I'm trying to say is I soloed Den of Nalarak, and also, as we saw, I'm pretty sure that using Falling Flame later into Zul'jin is going to be a better choice, whereas I used it basically 15 minutes earlier. Yeah, okay, so yeah, exactly like you said. Perfect. Now this pack I think I need to kill, because there's like a doorway here that doesn't open up until these mobs die. Trying to stack them up. Okay, they're trying to polymorph me, but they can't, because you can't polymorph druids. So that's actually going to be really annoying if you're not a druid, but, druid privilege, W. There's also some mobs in this dungeon, so this dungeon I've run a bunch of times because it's in the Mythic Plus pool. So my guild has done a bunch of M Plus testing, and I fucking hate this place. It's my least favorite dungeon so far that I've tested. I do not like Manchester's Terrace. It's also problematic because I can break this by shifting, but I didn't want to shift as they were casting Polymorph. Oh, interesting. So the moment you kill the golem, it spawns this. I think, yeah, it's the Light Ward healer that does, like, a shitload of annoying healing. You know, makes sense, I guess. This is the path that it's supposed to be. The circles are reduced size on normal. So I wasn't sure. Oh, shit. Oh, she is True Sight. Okay. I was wondering, like, how I accidentally pulled something. I mean, it doesn't really matter, because you have to kill her to open the door anyway. The door opens! Ignition. Just taking damage. But here's the thing, right? Like, I'm pretty sure I can just skip all this trash, right? Okay, that guy is True Sight. But also the boss is right there. And this is one of the other issues. You can technically pull the boss here without having pulled any extra trash, but the followers will always pull everything in this room. And then they will die. So this dungeon is just such a fucking nightmare on followers. This root is really annoying. Okay, I fat-fingered Shadow Meld. Thankfully that didn't reset the boss. That was not what I meant to do. Shit! Okay, that was almost bad. I can let him get some of these, because it just boosts his damage dealt. It doesn't, like, heal him or anything. At least I don't think it does. Does it boost my damage dealt? No. I want it to boost my damage. Okay, he did Repulsing Slam, but I was rooted, so it didn't matter. Whew. This is... I gotta be kind of careful here, though. If needed, I can just stand in the goop, and we'll be fine. Taking a lot of damage here, so I'm gonna pop a defensive. This boss is so shit. Yep, I agree. Honestly, I think this entire dungeon is shit. I really do not like Manchester's Terrace. Every single time I've done it with my guildies, it's just been the most miserable fucking dungeon we've tested. Which is a shame, because I actually think a lot of the other dungeons are pretty good. Like, even I can't believe I'm saying it. Seat of the Triumvirate is actually not bad. It's not, like, amazing, but it's fine. And, like, I actually think Pit of Sauron is pretty fun. Surprisingly. It's, like, with those dungeons, it's always very hit or miss. Do they do, like, the shittiest rework ever conceived? Or do they actually do something pretty cool? I have generally, I think, like, Throne of the Tides is the big one, where I really did not like the Throne of the Tides rework. I've generally enjoyed most of the other ones. And I think Pit of Sauron's pretty good. Nexus Point goes absolutely insane for this trash-ass dungeon to be in rotation. Are you saying that Nexus Point is really good? And so it is a shame that this one is in the same pool? Because, yeah, I also think Nexus Point is pretty good. Or are you saying that Nexus Point is a trash-ass dungeon? Trash-ass dungeon. I don't know. Possible place you would want to drop Fluid Form? Oh, shit. Okay, but here's the thing, though. Can I Shadow Melt? You cannot. Oh, it resets some of them. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, I'm getting fucked. I'm getting absolutely fucked. Oh, I think I'm dead. Yeah, I think with all the healers, this might not be doable. I just need the healers to die. That's it. I just need them to die. Jesus. What is killing me? I think it's just Arcane Blade, but at least one of the healers being dead is nice. Okay. You love Nexus, okay. Makes sense, makes sense. Let me just check. Which one is the True Sight guy? It's Rune Spellbreaker, okay. I'm just gonna kill this, then. Dude, I don't even know what was just fucking me. Like, I've gone from being invincible to, oh my god, I'm dying. Which, to be fair, is how I felt in this dungeon in Mythic Plus. But, wow, that just shredded me. The good thing is, I killed one of the healers. And that is the most annoying mob. So, I could theoretically do that again, and then I should be able to live. Especially because I have Incarn, right? The problem is, this isn't really much better with followers. Like, this dungeon was absolutely miserable when I ran it with followers. They actually just grief the hell out of you in this place. So, like, this seems bad. This is still perfectly fine. Okay, Rune Spellbreaker. Okay, I'm gonna just run through. And then we're gonna run into the corner, and I'm gonna Shadow Melt here. Okay, they all reset, at the very least. I probably should have swapped to Chaotic Nethergate for this, but it's fine. I'm pretty sure you only need to kill the final pack for the boss RP to start, though. I could be wrong. Like, admittedly, if this dungeon does require you to kill all of the trash in this hallway to progress, then yeah, this might be slower. These Spellbreakers are fucking beefy as hell. Okay. So there's... I should be able to fight the boss without any of the other stuff pulling. I want to... Yeah, okay, you only need to kill the final pack. Alright, that's good. I also will say I have these, like, these potions and stuff from Winds of Mysterious Fortune, which unfortunately, like, I could maybe use, like, people suggested, cancel aura macros or something. I might consider doing that for, like, future runs. I mean, I can just immediately run in, right? Yeah. So well-timed Ravage proc. Okay, I got a Ravage to amp the rest of my Feral Frenzy. That's pretty good. Also, I'm deliberately not using my potion now because I actually do think there might be a situation to use the bracers shortly. We'll have to see, though. There's no magic zone. Okay, it's just delayed. I'm also pretty sure when I was fighting that pack before, like when I died, I think I still had the mobs on me from before. This is where I think you use this. Because the void mobs take a little bit to actually run inside. Right, I'm fucking stupid. You have to do the Sinister roleplay first. Okay, you see what I was... If you're familiar with Magister's Terrace, you know what I'm talking about. Every single time I've run this dungeon in M+, I've been like, okay, time to go to the next boss. And then it's like, no, for whatever fucking reason, Blizzard thought it was a good idea to add a forced channel on a random fucking object in the middle of the dungeon. This is... yeah. This one I fucking hate. This also, I think, technically goes faster with more people, so... Whew. Fun stuff. Hate missing my streams. I mean, I'm sure there's some notifications that you could watch. Or watch for, I mean. Rocket will be back up by the end of this run. I mean, it might be. I wanted to use it here, right? So this is what I was thinking. Now, you probably wouldn't get full value, especially, yeah, the Voidlings here. Okay, they come in pretty fast, so maybe you wouldn't use it there after all. And this area, by the way, is fucking misery with followers. They cannot do it correctly. So they pull everything on the side, and there's like so much trash off to the side that you just end up wasting so much time fighting all of this random nonsense. I cannot stand it. What? Okay, well that's really unfortunate. I hit my kick keybinds and it didn't go. We're probably still fine. That actually kind of fucks me, maybe? Okay, at least that's dead. This pack doesn't have another fear caster in it, so that's not that bad. I think we should be fine. I also forgot to swap to an unused trinket before this pull, which wouldn't have been that big of a deal if I hadn't gotten feared into the next pull, but... maybe make do? Probably put a banner down, remember to do that. That's good here. Wait, does that just summon Gemellis? You don't even need to pull that trash? It's only these last two packs? I didn't even know that. Alright, that's good to know. Huh. Okay. Oh. Spell queued my raise. This is really good for Bear, by the way. You get to cleave onto all these little fucking mobs. Now, they might pull trash. I don't know. I have no idea how this works if you haven't cleared the room. Never really bothered to try it. Will they pull the trash? Probably fine if they do, honestly. Doesn't look like they are. I like this boss, I should know. This is the only thing... Last boss is also okay, but I actually do think this is a pretty cool boss fight. It's the only thing I don't hate about Manchester through Stairs. Especially, like, as a bear, getting to Moonfire up all the mobs. I'm too scared to try and Moonfire that copy of it. Because, like, if that spreads onto the other guys, I'm kind of fucked. Okay. Can I just outrun this? Oh my god. Okay. No. At least it doesn't do that much damage to me, but that's... I guess what I should have done is I should have tried to Kaiveza it. Drag Gemellis into a position to where, like, he cancels out the pull. Okay, this is gonna hurt. Very least. Okay, I might be safe here, maybe. It's not that bad. This is also going to really hurt, I think. Not that bad. I didn't want to do Feral Frenzy as that was going out because I'm not running Persistence, so I can take the extra move speed. Alright, that boss actually had hands. Woo! Nice. I'm just gonna kill these just because there's no way to avoid it, and I don't want to waste a shadow mode. I really hope that Magister's Terrace will actually be queuable by other people, but I'm pretty sure that's just because I logged into my warrior. So you might... Like, this doesn't feel particularly fast. I'm just gonna need to find ways to do these skips with the followers in tow. It's just tricky. I mean, like, with all this stuff, my bear honestly might be just strong enough, as long as the followers don't pull extra for me. So, like, that hallway leading up to the second boss, I could just probably pull most stuff. Worst case, like, split it into 2 pulls. I can skip this, right? Fuck. That guy a true sight. Yes? Oh! Easy game! Okay, that one you could just full skip. That's nice. Good change of pace. Love to see it. I don't know if this... I think this does scaling damage, maybe? Doesn't seem so. I'm afflicted by... This is just the thing that causes orbs to spawn. Does failing hot potato do, like, a lot of damage? Not enough for me to care, I think. That's probably, like, group damage, and tanks just don't really care. I'll stoke it if I can. Yeah, I like the hot potato boss. I think this is pretty good as well. It's a shame, because, like, Gemellis and this guy, like, they're solid. But the first 2 bosses are... second boss is just boring. But yeah, first boss is... absolutely fucking dog shit. And most of the trash in this dungeon is really, really, really bad. Trying to debate on whether I should just send a Frenzied Regen here, but, like, I'm staying alive. Okay, so Void Destruction is applied when I soak, I think. So if I don't soak... Okay, it's applied no matter what. That's actually not good. Now, is Void Destruction applied when I soak, though? No. So at some point, I will need to soak that. So, like, the next set, I need to make sure that I get all of them. Or my stacks will eventually ramp to a point where it's just unacceptably high. What the fuck is this? Okay, that's the thing. Hot potato! Oh, fuck, it's coming. And then last one. Alright, my stacks are reset. Ah, I fucked up. I didn't shift into cat form. I'm stupid. I'm dumb. I'm actually just an idiot. Okay, that really sucks. Losing my Feral Frenzy. Okay, yeah, I can't run through that. I kind of knew that was a thing, but I just wanted to see. Okay, I did soak it. Wasn't sure if I ran out too early. I'm gonna wait until Dash is back up, so I'm gonna soak the ones on my side. Right? And then when I have Dash and Stamp Roar up, then I'll let it reset. So I let it get up to... would that be, like 6 stacks, and then I reset it? So, like, this time, I still don't reset. I might actually just be able to kill him at this point. Also, you know what I should be doing? On fights like this, I should just be running Brand of Ceaseless Ire, right? Like, it has more than enough time to ramp up. I prepared that trinket to like, potentially do this strategy, and then I just forgot to equip it. But that actually would help. That would do a lot of damage. But, I mean, we got through it. That was definitely harder than Den of Nalarak, but that was, like, it was good. Yeah, I mean, Perfidy's Projector just does so much damage. Holy shit. You hate the mandatory dungeons? I mean, to be clear, it's going to be a lot easier than this. The fact that I can solo it, though, is still pretty crazy. That is... Whew. It's a fun challenge. That's honestly the main reason I wanted to do it, period. I just wanted to see if I could. And now we know I can. I'm going to... Yeah, I'll try it on Nexus Point Zenith, too. Fuck it, why not? 26 minutes? Yeah, that's slow. I definitely did it faster in my follower dungeon before, but, like, also... my follower dungeon didn't feel that fast when I did this one in it. It felt pretty fucking slow. But I feel like just kill speed really adds up for something like that. I'm gonna have to find... Like, so I could probably do the Shadow Meld skip and just have the followers die, or something like that. Like, I run, I let them all die, and then after they're all dead, I Shadow Meld, and then they resurrect at the boss. So, for something like this final skip up to the boss, that's very doable. The skip up to Gemellis is going to be a little bit trickier. I could probably get them killed, but the problem is they're going to be pulling extra stuff as I do that, and they're going to get, like, the AoE fear on me. So that's going to be really tricky. No, well, I'm not actually going to solo Nalarak, to be clear. Like I said, I wanted to see if I could, but that one almost certainly you're going to queue with other people. This one, though, I will check to see if you can queue Magister's Terrace. Also interesting that Hearthstone here would be nice. This is, okay, you turn it in here. The last time that you use Hearthstone in Zul'jin, there's easily 15 minutes. Even if you do, like, a really fast dungeon clear, easily 15 minutes. So there's almost certainly time to reset your Hearthstone to Silvermoon, especially because you're flying around doing the Umbric quests. So you probably do that. We could also, just for fun, boom. After you nerf this guy, they found it to be much better, but Custos and the entire first two bosses of trash exist. Yeah, agreed. Now you know Harldan is cat IRL, just throw the ball of yarn to get his attention. Pretty much. Rip Displacer Beast, true. Does Feral still have the Vanish type ability? What do you mean Vanish type ability? If it has a Vanish ability, I'm not aware of it. Okay, so what is the... While we're up here, let's test that toy that people are talking about. Jailer's Cage. Okay, well, nothing happens. So that one doesn't work. That one works. Okay, so Ring Flinger works at the very least. And the only reason I was falling slowly to the ground is because I still had Goblin Glider. Yeah, but somebody else mentioned Jailer's Cage, and that said it didn't work. It also, I wonder, maybe Jailer's Cage works, but because I was phasing into Eversong still, it just didn't fire, and it, like, went on cooldown. But we know Ring Flinger works. So that is good tech. Confirmed tech. So yeah, you could do that. Wish you had the Dark and Fair toy? Yeah. I wish I knew. That, if I had known, obviously would have gone on my prep guide, but I just found out about it today, so. Might have to click off Glider? Yeah, no. Well, the reason why I was falling slowly to the ground, even with the ring flinger, is because of glider. So I mean, it is possible that Jailer's Cage breaks because of glider. Either way, though, yeah, I'll test it again at some point. I wanted to see while we're here, does it work? But I will definitely test this thoroughly to see exactly how we can integrate it into the Sunwell intro. That's good tech, though, and that makes it way more viable for including in Sunwell intro. I had not been aware of that, so good shit. But yeah, Dosakuba, I'm not sure what feral ability you're talking about, but I mean, either way, I have Shadow Melt, right? To be clear, though, I want to say something. All right? 99% of people do not do what I just did. Just do the follower dungeon. I'm like playing the perfect spec to make that work. Do not try. Like, even as rogue, you would probably just die to the boss damage. I'm playing like one of the tankiest specs in the game, with stealth, with perfectly optimized gear, and like, I mean, at least, you know, I know what I'm doing, right? You know, don't try this at home, kids, basically. Do not actually do that. Whether or not I decide to do it, that's a separate story. And I'm not even sure that was fast. That felt like fucking crazy to me. Shadow Meld Pot. Ooh. True. I forgot that was a thing. Yeah, Shadow Meld Pot is interesting. I don't know. I've never tested it. But that is a good call out. Umbrella Sentia. I don't know if I have any on me, on any of my characters. But I'll mental bookmark that. Let me actually jot down a note. I'm just real quick. Write down notes. Umbrella Sentia. Jailer's Cage. Dark Moon. Ring Flinger. Alright, yeah, so I'll remember to test that. If there's anything else that, like, you want me to test, let me know, and I'll try to remember to do it at some point. Is the run over? Nope, we are still in Voidstorm. It's the last zone, but then also, once I get done with Voidstorm, we still have to hit level 90. Right? The campaign is only part of it. I also just realized I, for whatever reason, didn't manage to pick up the quest to kill mobs. I don't know why it, like, took much longer to pick up than normal. Should log into beta and look? Yeah, I mean, can't hurt. Just gonna round up a bunch of these guys. Could probably do this all, just need one pull. Cool. It's kind of cool. I gotta say, by the way, Voidstorm, one of my favorite zones that they've made in a while. It's just a really cool zone. I really, really like Voidstorm. Banner abandoned again. Ah. You're right. Down now. Here's what it is. You have to wait 20 seconds before he offers the quest? Really? That's dumb? I didn't know that. At least I know that I didn't just miss it or something. I guess you could go fly and do, like, one objective and then fly back and grab it. Basically exactly what I did. I just thought I was being inefficient that I, like, forgot to click it. So, one thing I do want to point out, though, I said I like Voidstorm as a zone in terms of, like, the visuals and stuff like that. It's a cool zone. The story in this zone is maybe one of, like, the worst pieces of garbage story I've ever seen. It's so bad. I mean, the WoW writing in general has just obviously gone off a cliff, but I actually did, while I was playing through it, Like, I paid attention to the story. I watched the cutscenes, so I at least had, like, some idea of what was going on. And, yeah, it's really bad. He's just kind of an embarrassing character assassination of Lothraxian, Illyria, and Arator. Less extent Arator. But Illyria and Lothraxian, I, like, genuinely... Holy shit, the writers just have no fucking idea what to do with these characters. It's so fucking embarrassing. I maintain that I do not understand how they still have jobs. Like, there cannot be a single person out there genuinely enjoying this slop. Yep, wrong button. You hate all 3 of the characters in the expansion so far, but you like the Dominar guy? Yeah, the Dominar guy was the only one who made any sense. But it was also, like, I mean, it was so transparent what was going on. But then, of course, Illyria and Lothraxian are both, like, the most two-dimensional garbage characters ever written. So it's just hard to actually care. I don't know. This has just been a recurring problem with WoW storytelling. They, like... trot around these characters that have been established in the lore for a long time, and then they just, like, force whatever story they want to tell onto these characters. And just completely warp their personalities for the sake of, like, forcing their story. Which is just fucking trash writing. But, I mean, at this point, it's been like that for a while. Like, I'm still annoyed by it, because I used to really like the WoW lore. At this point, I'm still gonna bitch and moan about it, but I'm done even trying to care about the story. At this point, I consider WoW's story a completely lost cause. I'm just not going to have any emotional attachment to it whatsoever. It's so funny, by the way, that they have done, like, interviews saying, we're gonna kill off some big names in the World Still Saga. I'm just like, alright, cool, bro. Like, that totally makes me care about the story more. Oh no, these characters that you've already completely killed are now going to actually die in the writing. Like, I actually like it when they kill off characters. They killed off Arthas. They at least didn't really have a chance to kill off Arthas' character. Everybody else in the Shadowlands got completely character assassinated. Waiting for them to Night Warrior Illyria, strip away Lura, and kill her off. Have you looked at the dungeon journal? I mean, I don't want to, like, spoil things in case you haven't seen it, but it's also, like, in the dungeon journal. If it's there, I feel like that's not really a spoiler. That's just Blizzard spoiling it themselves. Oh, I don't think she's going to die in Raid, but I meant more the part about Lura. Like, to be clear, there's also a chance that she does just for pure shock value, but I agree. I don't think they're going to kill her off. Frankly, at this point, I don't really care if they do or not. I'm over it, man. Waiting for WoW to pull a Xenoblade and remake Azeroth into a giant mech that we live on. I haven't played Xenoblade, but that sounds like an interesting plot development. They're continually fumbling the fuck out of... oh. Huh. Well, that's what I get for reading chat and not paying attention. Is that the portal out of Voidstorm? Did I accidentally just fly into it? I mean, I'm assuming if I just click this, it gets taken back. They're continually fumbling the fuck out of Arator and Illyria, and it feels like they remembered Lothraxian existed 3 weeks before Alma released. Pretty much. Ripwow story, true. Garrosh says hi. Yeah, I liked what they did with Garrosh. They killed him off before they had a chance to sabotage his character anymore. Honestly, pretty nice. Isn't there another quest that I have to pick up here? Or is this just it? No. Warning from Europe. Guess the chat goes from here. Yeah, I guess the chat history might not be showing for you. But welcome to the stream. And then what else? Swift Strider said, are you doing the campaign and then delves? Yeah. So I'm going to do the campaign and then all of the delves that I can. I'm not going to turn in the final campaign quest, because I don't want to have to worry about, like, possibly missing out on, like, XP or what, you know what I mean? Like, on reattempts, I don't want to have to worry about, like, that fucking me over. Okay, yeah, you get another quest from looting it. Let's see. That's why I remember there being 3. It's my banner's still working. I want to make sure I stay close by while I have it up. That, like, level 86 felt like it took forever, I'm gonna be real. It also doesn't help that I did 2 follower dungeons, well, not follower, but normal dungeons, basically back-to-back. So, it kind of did take forever. Alright, we do this, we do this. So, if I remember, sabotaging the pipes is pretty good. So, what was that, like 8%? Swap the projector again. You don't care to play through Xal'atath being scuffed Silver Surfer? Yeah. It's one of my... Okay, so, like, I don't know. This is, like, I don't think an unpopular opinion. I'm pretty sure that the reason so many people say they like Xal'atath is because, like, feet. And they think she looks hot. Which, like, I mean, kinda. But I don't think Xal'atath is, like, a good character. I'm pretty sure most people agree with that. I don't think most people actually think Xal'atath is an interesting or well-written villain. I think they just are like, Xal'atath hot, and I guess. But as far as, like, the character writing of, like, Xal'atath as an interesting villain, I think she's bland as shit. It's one of the worst, most... Well, Jailer was still worse. Just want to make that clear. But Xal'atath is just so fucking boring, man. It's also just so annoying. Like, one of the worst cardinal sins of, like, storytelling, right, is, you know, show, don't tell. I am so fucking tired of being told that, like, Xal'atath is this, like, super genius 5,000 IQ villain, and she spends half of her on-screen time just, like, floating around characters monologuing about, oh, great warrior of the light, oh, you think that you can surpass me? Oh, I have power beyond your understanding. Like, I hate it so fucking much. Like, any really actual, like, oh, super 4D chess villain wouldn't just, like, float right within her enemy's view. And then, of course, they do the thing where they swing their sword at her and she goes, like, poof, into a cloud of smoke. They're like, oh, you can't hit me that easily. Dude, it's so fucking boring. I hate it so much. It's the worst kind of writing. If the jailer was handsome Squidward, who would SpongeBob and Xal'atath? Crazy question. I don't know. Oh my goodness. Calling the jailer handsome Squidward kind of fits, though. Like, I see it, honestly. Zal tells us shit and shows nothing? Exactly. But, like, the all according to plan villains just drive me up the fucking wall, man. It's annoying. It, like... Admittedly, it's like a common trope. So, if that was the only thing that Blizzard did, then I would kind of understand. Like, so I've mentioned before that I'm currently playing Zenless Zone Zero, which, you know, gotcha game, whatever. But it does have an interesting story. I actually do really like that game. But there is, like, one villain in particular, as I play through the story now, and it gives me gigantic Xal'atath vibes of, like, there'll be, like, a new storyline in this, like, patch or whatever. I'm still catching up. I'm assuming that she dies at some point. But there's, like, so many times where this character comes on screen and is like, I have this, like, super-duper evil plan, and I'm going to, like, detonate a bomb or something, and you stop her. And then off-screen, you'll see her, like, monologuing to her, like, associates, like, you know, the heroes think they've stopped us, but really, we've, like, made one more step towards the creator's plan. And I'm just like, alright, fucking how many times can your plan be to actually... No, my plan was to fail, because it's all gonna set up to this one big thing. And I'm sure it's going to be like you finally, like their full super duper final evil scheme for real this time is going to be revealed. And then in that case, they're going to say, it's all led to this. And then when you defeat them, then they're like, no, how is it possible? And yeah, that character I do not like. The rest of the Zenless Zone Zero story I actually think is pretty good. But that one character is just pissing me off. But that's the thing. It's kind of a trope. It's like a thing that a lot of stories do, and I just don't think it's really interesting at all. But the thing with WoW is, like, you know, they've been doing the same exact bad story for, like, the same exact reasons for so long that at some point, surely they, like, listen to feedback and understand that nobody likes this shit. Nobody wants to hear this story again. But they don't. They do it over and over again. I think you fly up here? Yeah, okay. Beat is the base meme reason. If she had any characterization, maybe she could be good, but Jailer had under 300 words. Yeah. I mean, Jailer was a bad villain for, like, a lot of other reasons. I actually think that in some ways, I still think Jailer is, like, a worse villain overall. In some ways, Xal'atath actually annoys me more than the Jailer, because it is kind of like you said, the Jailer had such little screen time. So every time the Jailer showed up on screen, he just said something vague about, like, rewriting reality and blah, 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 blah. And, like, was it an interesting character? No. But at least he didn't play, like, a very big role in the story. But Xal'atath, like, I mean, even shit like this, right? You're doing this stuff, and as you plant these explosives to blow up, like, presumably her nexus point, she sits here monologuing about, like, oh, Saladar, oh, look at that, Illyria's trying to fuck you over. Aren't you gonna stop him? Aren't you gonna stop the hero from blowing up your shit? And she's just, like, sitting here teasing, and, like, presumably she's all-powerful, or whatever, so wouldn't she be able to stop us? So why is her plan to, like, cause Saladar to, like, fuck himself over? Wouldn't this, like, help her? Wouldn't a corrupted Naru be exactly what she wants? But no, she needs to, like, lose this battle to win the war because fucking reasons. It just makes no sense. It absolutely makes no sense if you just think about the story even logically for a second. And the issue that I have with Xal'atath is this is just her entire writing. This has been the only thing that she has done since being introduced into the story for, like, the entire fucking game. Like, is fucking, since the start of the War Within, throughout all of Koresh, and now, like, every single leg of the way in the Midnight Campaign, that is the only way they know how to characterize her. It's just so old. I'm gonna keep on Projector. And your entire villain is just recontextualizing something that had no story previously. It's just tedious, at least with the retcon. You can tell they thought they made a mistake and want to correct it. Yeah. Is there a cave? I guess there's a cave. Oh shit, I missed one mob. Oops. Shit, I'm here actually. Do we already know how long 80 to 90 is going to take in general terms? For most people, 6 to 8 hours. Like, this run is probably going to take me about 6-ish hours, which is the standard time that most people I know who have, like, actually tried to optimize their testing time have gotten. It's all part of the 5th dimension of the 12D chess game. You just wouldn't get it yet? Yeah. Eight. It's interesting. Illyria already has just a gigantic pack of mobs pulled on top of her. I don't know if these guys actually give credit. Some of them do. Okay, but I need to kill the Dark Splinter specifically, so I shouldn't be worrying about those. Pretty good Nethergate damage. Last few expansions have been the same 9,000 IQ masterminds, puppeteer controlling everything, yeah. I mean, at least, like, Dragonflight, I will give it some credit. The villains in Dragonflight, while bad, were not as bad. Like, I didn't think Razageth was a good villain. I didn't think Farak was a good villain. Aridikron, I mean, TBD on what they fucking do with him. But, like, they just didn't really do much with him. The problem with Aridikron is I'm pretty sure Aridikron is going to be their next, like, 5,000 IQ master plan villain of, like, oh, I engineered everything, I manipulated Xalatath, and now I'm going to, like, destroy the world or whatever. Guarantee you he plays some role in, like, the end of the World Soul Saga in, like, the most annoying way possible. So, yeah, and, like, so Farak, the fact that all he wanted to do was set stuff on fire, I would agree if it wasn't for the fact that, like, I already went on this rant, like, literally a stream ago or something, but the whole, like, Farak wants to remake the world in flame thing, I could not fucking stand. It's just dumb. Really, 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 really dumb. Like, if he just wants to attack the tree and, like, burn down the tree because he's pissed off, like, that would have already been enough motivation. They ruined Farak with his whole, like, he actually has the super big master plan to, like, remake the world in flame, whatever the fuck that means. That's just, like, it's just nonsense writing. Razageth I have a soft spot for, just because Razageth, I just love the, you think the Titans brought order to this world? No! They shackled it. What they could not control, they imprisoned. Just like the Aspects did to us! And I love that voice line, so, you know. Razageth has a special place in my heart because of that. But that really isn't anything to do with her writing. That's more of, like, her voice actor being cool. Razagath is literally Maleficent from Disney. Pretty much. I'm trying to, like... War Within... I mean, like, War Within is weird, right? Because, like, technically speaking, Xal'atath is, like, the big villain, and I already complained about Xal'atath. I think the problem with War Within was having Xal'atath be, like, this constant villain in the shadows when we know that she's not actually going to be the final boss. And, like, I liked Dementius as a boss, but also Dementius, like, using him in this way, I actually think was a huge waste. I wouldn't have minded Dementius as much if it wasn't for the writing that came along with him. Like, I thought the idea of Dementius as a fight was cool, and then they said in an interview that Dementius was the last Void Lord. Wait, what? What the fuck? What do you mean he's the last Void Lord? He's the first Void Lord we fought! Hello? We're writing Void Lords out of the story. Okay, so these, like, gigantic evil eldritch beings that lurk in deep space that have been, like, flinging old gods nilly-willy throughout the cosmos to try and, like, corrupt planets. This super evil force that has been built up in the lore. Oh, no, actually, it's not that big of a deal. Dementius is the last one. Excuse me? Hello? So, yeah, that kind of pissed me off. The Void Lords were basically the one part of the story I was still kind of remotely excited for. And then it turns out that, no, Void Lords, they're actually, like, not a threat at all. Xal'atath, you know, the fucking self-insert, presumably, waifu, who we've just been shoving down everybody's throats for, like, the last 5 expansions, ever since Legion, for no reason, just because people liked Naifu as a meme. Okay, now we're just going to make her the entire focus. It's so disappointing, dude. I'm gonna set my Hearthstone here. I have no idea if it's actually worth it, but I can't remember the campaign well enough to know if it is or not. It ruined Sargeras as a character. I didn't even think of that, but yeah, true. Sargeras was going around destroying all these planets when, like, they're already dead? It actually, that is a good point. It actually does completely recontextualize Sargeras' crusade. Why the fuck was he on a crusade? What was there to crusade against? They're all dead! Man, it's actually even worse than I first thought about. Good point. God. Yeah, I genuinely have no fucking clue what they were thinking when they said that. It is still, like, I mean, they've done a lot of dumb shit with the lore. I feel like that is one of those lore bombs that a lot of people probably were just like, you know, this might as well happen. You know, they've already torched the lore so much. But that one really surprised me because, like I said, the Void Lords were one of the last things that I was genuinely excited about. And they wrote the Void Lords out of the story in a fucking interview! In an interview, they in passing mentioned that Dementius was the last Void Lord. Oh, sorry, there goes that gigantic super duper villain that we've been building up all this time. Tough shit. It's just insane, dude. They genuinely can't write to save their fucking lives. Or Sargeras crusaded too late and didn't even know it. Yeah. Yeah, and the problem is, like, it's where does the story even go, right? Like, people keep saying WoW 2, and, look, at the end of the day, I don't really care if after the last Titan, we get, like, you know, Joe Schmo from down the street is actually, like, some super-duper eldritch being that's even stronger than Xal'atath, and for real this time, guys, he's gonna destroy Azeroth. Like, they could do whatever the fuck they want. If Joe Schmo is a really fun raid boss fight, I'll still play this game. I still like raiding. That's the only reason I still fucking play this game. But, like, man, it's still just such a shame. Demi was kind of built up to be WoW's final baddie behind Sargeras? Yeah, exactly. I thought the Void Lords were going to be the end. I mean, like, when they announced War Within... So, what I thought was going to happen, and, I mean, I still think that Like, you got to work with what you have. The story that I thought they were going to try and tell, and I'm operating under, like, Blizzard's going to tell a Blizzard story. I thought that at the end of the War Within, Xal'atath dies. Like, her whole thing is that she's, like, manipulating all of us to summon in the Void Lords or whatever, and that Midnight is going to not be about Xal'atath trying to destroy the world, it's the Void Lord invasion. It's basically Void Legion, which makes sense, right? So wouldn't the big evil cosmic force be the one leading that? And, like, I mean, technically it is, except now it's just Xal'atath. Xal'atath is just the one doing all the cool shit. Everybody just worships Xal'atath now. She's the super duper big evil bad, and she's like the one person doing all of these crazy schemes to outsmart all of the other Void powers, including the Void Lords, supposedly, in the lore, the main bad guys. So, I mean, I initially had assumed it was going to be like, we defend Quel'Thalas, but then kind of like how, you know, Illidan's like, the hand of fate must be forced, and we go to Argus and, like, defeat the Legion. I thought it was gonna be something like, we go deep into space. There's even, I mean, this has probably been retconned to shit, right? There's, like, an old comic or something from Legion of, like, Anduin leading, like, some crusade, like, on a spaceship or whatever. So I thought the entire thing was going to be that, like, we have, like, the Xanadar, or whatever the Naru spaceship's called, like, soar out into, like, deep outer space, and we, like, launch an invasion at, like, the heart of the Void's power, whatever, and it would be some zone like Voidstorm as, like, the final place, or whatever, and then we fight the Void Lords, and that's, like, the arc of the expansion. And then the Void Lords are dead, and, like, maybe the Titans help us, and then, of course, the last Titan, right? Hey, the Void's dead, last Titan, blah, 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 blah. And then it turns out, no, the Titans are just basically part of this power struggle, which is probably still what they're going to do, to be clear. Like, the Titans are the big bad guys all along, and then in the last Titan, we'll have to kill the Pantheon, because, like, now they're trying to use, like, this power vacuum to, like, re-originate Azeroth for good. And we don't like that because, you know, cold logic deemed our world not worth saving, but cold logic does not account for the power of free will. You know, fucking Algalon story again. So, it'll probably be something like that, and, like, I mean, they might still tell a somewhat interesting story in The Last Titan, but what it will be completely unacceptable, to be clear, to me, I mean, I kind of already have zero faith in their storytelling abilities, but if Xal'atath is the final boss of the entire World Soul Saga, what the fuck are we doing here, man? Like, Xal'atath, in my opinion, has already overstayed her welcome. She should have died at the end of the War Within. She should have died at the end of this patch, but they don't want to kill her. She's probably not going to die next patch, so right now we have two options. They're either going to kill her off at the end of Midnight, which, I mean, I wish it happened earlier, but at least that's okay. Or they're going to make her quite literally the final boss, in which case, Jesus fucking Christ, I do not need another full expansion of Xal'atath bullshit. And have her, for whatever reason, be the final boss of a Titan expansion. But there's actually a non-zero chance at this point, in my mind at least, that that's what they do. And I'm just like, so fucking over it. Probably want projector here. Okay, yeah, so these are not kill mobs. I will need to kill the slavering Ultradons. She'll be end of Midnight for sure. I mean, I could have sworn she was going to be end of War Within. I don't know, man. I hope she's end of Midnight, but the problem is Blizzard clearly just is obsessed with Xal'atath as a villain at this point. They've already made 2 entire expansions based around here. Because I think they assume that people actually like her as a villain. And, like, I guess if she's popular, regardless of whether she's well-written or not, if she is popular because feet, then, like, alright, maybe that's just what they're doing right now. Like, maybe they have just decided that, you know, feet justifies having a bad villain because people like feet. I don't know. Apparently, that's a thing that people like now. So, like, I you know, side tangent, but I don't know. I don't get the feet thing. Like, I understand that at this point a lot of people just joke about it as, like, a meme, but there's no way that, like, such a large portion of just, like, because it's not even just a WoW thing. Like, This has to be like an actual fetish, apparently. I don't know, man. You know, people are into some crazy shit. But like at first I thought the whole feet thing, like a while ago, was just like ironic. Of like, oh, you know, ah ha ha, you know, this is the thing that I'm attracted to, and it just but at this point, no, clearly there are people who that's like genuinely what they're into, which fucking crazy, but you know, I guess whatever floats your boat. Hey Boomer, good to see you. Zarkin Fruit said, "Hey Harldan, appreciate all the videos. Because of you, I never leave home without gun shoes." Oh shit, I have to loot this mob. But glad to hear it. Glad you like the videos. Yeah, I have to consume this, apparently. And the run is going well. Yeah, overall, this has been... Like, I've lost a little bit of time, technically, to, like, experiment. But that was kind of always the idea, right? This is not meant to be the final test run. We gotta rule stuff out. I want to make sure I don't go too far. I don't want these guys to leash. Would have been cool to have the Void invade Azeroth. Blizzard gets to remaster old zones and players find new things to do in old continents. Yeah, I think that's kind of why they did Arator's Journey, but like, I have to wonder, like, was the original version of Arator's Journey, when they conceptualized it, supposed to be like you're fighting off the Void in multiple zones? Because as it stands, it's like you go to all these old zones and then you just fight, in many cases, scaled up versions of the same mobs? I don't know. I get that it's supposed to be, like, Arator has PTSD and we're trying to, like, help him work through his, like, dilemmas. But it does kind of feel like wasted potential in that regard. But also, on that topic, it is kind of weird, right? That, like, the Legion invaded the entirety of Azeroth, and the Void is just invading the Sunwell only. Presumably. I mean, we don't really hear much about Void invasions. At least, maybe I just really haven't been paying attention. But, like, we go to other zones in Arator's Journey, and we don't see any evidence of Void people attacking. It's just concentrated at the Sunwell. It's clear that they only want the Sunwell. But then also, like, why? This is kind of another thing that I find annoying about, like, a lot of fantasy writing, where, like, the Sunwell has been important in the lore for a while now. But the Sunwell is just, like, a very powerful source of magic. The Sunwell was literally created with drops from the Well of Eternity. So, like, Mount Hyjal is right there. Why are we attacking the Sunwell instead of Mount Hyjal? Presumably, like, aren't Void and Light opposed? So if Xal'atath's whole thing is, like, I mean, I don't know if they ever actually explain what her motivations for attacking the Sunwell are, other than, like, big evil, like, thing wants to extinguish, like, the light thing, because, like, presumably, you know, the whole killing hope motif. That, like, symbolically, I understand why they're choosing for, like, the Void to attack the Sunwell, but from, like, a lore standpoint, why? What is this? What is different about the Sunwell than, like, any other big source of magic? What does the Sunwell have to do with Azeroth itself? Surely there are other ways that you can corrupt the World Soul, which I think is, like, her master plan. Whatever the fuck it is, why is the Sunwell integral in that? I don't know. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. Like, I'm sure that they probably, somewhere in the questline, included, like, a hand-wavy explanation as to why it has to be the Sunwell. It has to be that Xal'atath's attacking. Like, you can't corrupt the literal Well of Eternity, or, well, like, the lake beneath Nordrassil or whatever. Like, you couldn't corrupt that, even though, in theory, it should have just as much, like, magical power as the Sunwell. Like, that won't work for Xal'atath's evil plans, I'm sure, for some hand-wavy reason. But there's, like, so many powerful magic things across the world. Why the Sunwell? I don't know. But yeah, one thing that I wasn't sure about, I'm pretty sure that you just have to DPS Illyria down to, like, a specific health amount. But I couldn't tell when I did this the first time if it was, like, time-based, like you just had to fight Illyria. I'm pretty sure it's just DPS her to a certain threshold, but... Isn't the Sunwell, like, the last bastion that the Void hasn't taken over? No. Like, the rest of the world is fine. The Sunwell, like, the Sunwell itself, in the cinematic, like, when they're attacking Silvermoon itself, they didn't manage to take the Sunwell. They overran all the other defensives, I think. But that's all just, like, concentrated within Silvermoon. Which is the entire reason why, like, Liadrin makes a call, like a plea to the light, to summon you from Stormwind, Orgrimmar, Dornogal, etc. into the Sunwell, because that's the place being attacked. Presumably, if the Void was invading literally everywhere, we would say, yeah, that's cool, Liadrin. Good luck. Stormwind's about to be destroyed by Void 2, but it's not. It's only attacking there. Why? Also, look at all of these, like, portals in the sky. Presumably, at least, I don't know if they actually say that, but my assumption is that these are supposed to be the Void Storms. Like, this is the other end of a Void Storm, and we're looking at a bunch of different Void Storms, or, like, at least teleport points going to different worlds. So, presumably, if Xal'atath wanted to, she could summon more than one Void Storm. I don't know. Okay, so it is 30%, and then, yeah, she does the kill shot. This quest would have been such a great time for this fight to have some raid-like mechanics. I didn't even think about that, but you're right. It is kind of strange that it doesn't have anything. It's literally just target dummy. Because, admittedly, a lot of quests are like that, but Illyria is one of the boss fights. So yeah, that actually would have been pretty cool. Now that you say it, I am actually kind of disappointed again. Rexxar is super safe and desolate. That place is forgotten by Blizzard itself. I mean, Rexxar is like touring the world doing, I don't know, a bunch of shit nowadays. Oh. Do I try to solo this? This one I don't think is as bad. And I think I'd probably die. I tried to solo, what was it called? When my guild was doing M+, everybody died on, this boss, I think? Whatever the one is that shoots the laser beams. And I tried to solo, like, the last 20%, and eventually I just couldn't out-heal it. So, I think I probably would die. I might be able to do it, but it would be very slow. So, I'm just going to do a follower dungeon for this. I already tested the first two for science. It's interesting that I can solo those, but I think this will be faster. The other problem is, like, at this point, I'm much later in the quest line. My character is much weaker relative to the content that I'm actually doing. I'm also just going to refresh my food buff. Why not? Algari mana oil, all that stuff. What do I use for quests? Some macro Leatrix? Leatrix, yeah. Presumably, I'll be able to add all of this functionality into my add-on. It'll probably be, like, enabled, like, an option or something like that. But, I mean, auto-accept, auto-turn-in, that kind of stuff, that's just, like, you know, a lot of add-ons can do that. That's nothing too crazy. So I'm sure I can figure out a way to integrate that myself. Like, so here's one of the many problems with follower dungeons. What the fuck is this? Why are they so slow? Why are they not, like, keeping up with me? Follower dungeons honestly just need to be completely overhauled. It's insane that they still work like this. That they still function. Like, I remember Blizzard trying to say that follower dungeons are supposed to be like, oh, actual players. You know, they're supposed to behave like real people. Nobody behaves like this. Nobody just randomly wanders in circles pulling extra shit. I mean, some people do. But those are the players you don't want in your groups. So the fact that they designed the followers around the worst types of people that you can encounter in pugs, and then have not changed it at all since its introduction, is fucking crazy to me. It's so wild that Final Fantasy XIV figured this out years ago. Now, FF14 has its own problems, right? A lot of people will say, like, oh yeah, you know, FF14 is not going great right now, which is unfortunate. But one thing that they absolutely nailed pretty early on is trust dungeons. Literally just copy that. This is the problem with Blizzard. They will try to basically copy a system from another game, but they feel like they need to reinvent the wheel, so they'll do a shittier job in it. Housing is like the one example of, okay, they actually just genuinely did a good job at implementing the system. Everything else that they do is just, it's like a shittier copy of something from another game. And like, notice how I have to pull this dungeon? The reason that I am dragging this into the corner is because if I don't do this, if I take it anywhere near these mobs, one of the followers will wander into that pack and pull it. Guaranteed. They just do that. It's so annoying. Do follower dungeon quests give as much XP as specific normal dungeons? Well, you're not doing this for the dungeon. It's a mandatory campaign quest, to be clear. So, I'm actually not... I think the... I would assume this can be done. Like, so this is an optional quest, right? For the Blinding Veil. This gives 25k XP. The campaign quest I'm doing right now gives 25k XP. I don't know, do I have a Delver's Call quest? A Delver's Call quest gives significantly more. There's basically no reason to do random normal dungeons. And there's definitely no reason to do extra dungeons on, like, a follower dungeon, or whatever. That would just be a massive waste of time. Even saying we can overload that with the leyline array, and they literally can't stop moving long enough to do the mechanic. So they hard-coded in a voice line. You can't see this behind the timer, but like, I mean, you could see the chat window pop up. They hard-coded in voice lines where the NPCs explain how to do the mechanics, but then they get targeted by the mechanic and they don't fucking do it because they're also coded to just randomly run around for some reason. And it's not even like PvP stepping like people do, where they're just like back forth, back forth. I do that sometimes. I have ADHD. But like randomly basically running in like weird patterns around the boss arena, nobody does that. Not even like the shittiest players do that. They're either just like back forth, back forth, back forth, or they just stand still. Nobody does what followers do. It's insane that this is like actually the way that they coded them to behave. And the problem is, so we've come full circle, right? Because remember all the way back at the start of the stream, like hours ago and stuff, when we were talking about like them adding gold to upgrade costs or whatever the fuck. And somebody said in chat, oh, it's not that big of a deal. It's only like 200 gold. And I said that when they objectively make the game worse and add bad things to the game, you need to call it out because it's a slippery slope, right? So for those of you who remember when I was like the only fucking person when they introduced follower dungeons to basically make a video saying, hey, why is this dog shit? And I got like a bunch of backlash and people are like, the system's not for you. It's for people trying to learn the game. Oh, elitist raider criticizing follower dungeons. And, you know, I said, fuck it, whatever. Okay, you know, everybody thinks I'm wrong. All right, sure. Guess what? They made absolutely zero fixes to the system since that point when it was introduced. And now it's mandatory in the campaign. So, you know what? Maybe when I point out this is a terribly designed system, why are we designing it like this when it is in PTR, and talk about the original version, make a video saying, why are follower dungeons so shit, and make a forum post saying, why are follower dungeons so shit, and I get, like, shouted down by fucking random people, and, like, here's the thing, I'm preaching to the choir, I know that, like, you guys in chat, like, you're the ones who agreed with me, like, the people who were obviously giving me shit on, like, the forums and random YouTube comments, like, those aren't the people watching my streams, but, like, this is my frustration, right? Where I try to raise awareness about something that is poorly designed, and people just are like, oh, well, that's not what it's designed for. It's not designed to be you know, something that you actually have to engage with. If you don't like it, don't do it. Okay, so we're accepting bad game design now because you can just choose to not engage with it. But now they have not improved the game design, and they have forced me to engage with it. And it's still just as bad. Maybe if there was more pushback when they initially designed it 2 years ago, it wouldn't have released like this. I don't know. It's still crazy that they haven't fixed it since then, but, like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, exactly. It's for nobody. Thank you. That was my point at the time. Like, even, like, disregarding the fact that now it is mandatory, they are forcing it down everybody's throats. Disregarding that, the reason I complained about it at the time is because I like the trust system in Final Fantasy XIV. The trust system is for me. It is a good system. So it's not as if, this is what I'm talking about, by the way, they pulled some random extra shit. But when a system like that is done well, it actually can be a really fun way to do leveling dungeons. I really like the Final Fantasy XIV trust system. And when they said they were doing this, I thought they were just going to do that. They were just going to copy it. Cool, it's good, just copy it. But they did a shitty version of it. Like a really shitty version of it. It's not even remotely on the same level. Casual elitism on the forums is insane. Yeah. I mean, like, so, by the way, this is literally still something that I have to deal with. I talked about this in my Discord, but I made a forum post about the prey system, because the prey system is really bad. And, like, I'll read it to you. I'll read it. While we sit here and just, like, mindlessly go through here. This. So I titled my forum post, "The Prey Seeker's Journey Needs to be Changed," because I genuinely do think it needs to be changed. It cannot go live like this. If it goes live, it's going to get a lot of backlash, and they will revert it very quickly, which, considering there are bootlickers that respond to my forum posts like this, that's probably what's going to end up happening. But, like, you can read the post if you want, like, on the Midnight Beta Test forums. I'll paraphrase it. I already talked about Prey earlier, but it's just really bad. It's really, 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 really bad. And as it stands, you are able to get multiple sources of 1k Prey. Can I show you the track in the game? Yeah, it's locked, but basically, imagine it like the Delver's Journey. It's basically like this, but for Prey, and you get 1k progress in a few weekly chunks. And then after you've gotten your weekly chunks of 1k progress, you get 50 progress per hunt. The reward goes down from 1k to 50 as a repeatable source. It still takes just as long to farm all of the hunts to get that progress. It just now takes 1/20th the time. Or rather, you get like 1/20th the value. Whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? It is, like, laughably, embarrassingly, insultingly bad that they think that this is an acceptable grind to try and force players to do. And the problem with it is, unlike the Delver's Journey, which, like, the Delver's Journey, you get some, like, nice quality of life stuff as you go up, but locked behind Renown 4, it's either 3 or 4, but whichever one it is, you can't easily get early on. Locked behind that is something called Nightmare Mode, which Nightmare Mode is basically Tier 8 Delves. So this system is completely worthless. Not Delves, but the equivalent version, the Prey track, is completely worthless until you get Nightmare Mode, which you can't unlock until you get to that part of the track. But in order to get to that part of the track, you either need to wait multiple weeks and get the 1k chunks, or you need to grind out the hunts 50 progress at a time. It is absolutely dog shit. And so I wrote a forum post. Was I a bit critical of it? Yes, because it deserves being critical of. But I'd like to think that I did a pretty good job of outlining all of the problems with how this system works. And all that to say, the first response I got was, "There are significant power rewards locked behind the Delver's Journey. They don't seem to want people at the rewards cap week 1, and the timing seems to line up across content. Prey will unlock Nightmare Mode, Delves will unlock Myth Crest drops, and the final raid will release all about the same time." Whatever, okay. And see, at first I thought, okay, this guy's just trying to argue in good faith. He doesn't understand the system. Maybe I didn't do a good job at explaining it. So I respond to him. I think he misunderstands. He thinks that I'm saying that it's time gated, right? Because the way that the Delver's Journey works is you progress up into a point and then it stops. If you try to progress the Delver's Journey, you'll eventually reach a point where you don't get any more progress. That's fine. I mean, say what you will about time gating. I don't generally like it, but I understand why they do it, and I think the way that it's done on the Delver's Journey is, at this point in time, fine. The only time I had a problem with it is last season when they put the Delver's Bounty behind the journey. They aren't doing that again. Presumably they learned their lesson, because a lot of people, myself included, gave them shit about it. But this time, the Delver's Journey is back to only giving, like, quality of life catch-up stuff, and that's fine. I think that's okay. And if they want to make it so you only get certain progress, and then later in the season, you get, like, the full rewards, that's fine. That is a totally understandable design. You may not love it, but I think it works. But the way that it works now is, in theory, you could just keep grinding Prey. So if they want Prey to work like this guy seems to think and actually be fully time-gated, well, then they should just add a cap and not make it so your rewards just randomly get nuked. You get 20 times less for every single hunt that you clear. That makes no sense. Why do it that way? Just add a cap. And I even said that in the thing. I was like, either decouple it or, like, change it so there's, like, a hard cap or something like that, or what's it called? Make it so, like, the progress obviously isn't fucked and you can just farm it if you want to. That just makes logical sense to me, right? Especially because there is no power locked behind the Prey journey. The only thing locked behind the Prey journey is Nightmare Mode. The ability to gain power is locked behind the Prey journey track. Whereas with Delves, the moment that Delves unlock, you will be able to unlock up to tier 8 immediately, like you always have. And then the Delve journey does give you some power, but that's time-gated, understandably, because it's meant as a catch-up mechanic. And the, Oh, he immediately got into combat. I didn't even have time to swap trinkets. What's it called? The, I'm blanking. I just got, like, jump-scared by Lothraxian. So I think the way it's done with Delver's Journey is fine, because with Delves, you can access all parts of the system immediately. There's no time gating on, like, how you get the rewards from your coffer keys and stuff. It's just, you farm the keys, you unlock the tier that you want to do, which is 8 to 11, like before. You get your Delver's Journey. That's not time gated anymore. You can now do that immediately, like before. And then you get your rewards. And the only thing that is time gated is the catch-up mechanics. But you literally cannot get champion gear off Prey until you reach the necessary renown level to make it be accessible. You cannot get Nightmare Mode until you unlock that. That's just bad design. Like, nobody can actually, in good faith, argue that it's bad design. And so my response to this guy was, fixed time gates would be one thing, but the system is currently infinitely grindable. If they want to limit player progress, they should make it function like the Delver's Journey and add an invisible progress cap after you reach a certain unlock tier. Right now, it would theoretically be possible to reach Nightmare Mode on day 1, it would just require an obscene amount of grinding. That is a design flaw. Where am I wrong? And see, I initially thought, he just doesn't understand. And then he gapes his asshole and says, it's a fine design that they've applied to several grinds. They give large chunks of progress up front so that people who play a small amount each week will finish in a reasonable time, while also giving the people that love awful grinds a way to trim off a little time. Well, there are certainly people who will claim, and complain, that they're forced to grind out the whole thing week 1. Such people are generally pathetic and should be ignored. There's no point expending time, resources trying to protect such fundamentally weak people from themselves. This is an actual thing that a real human typed in response to my post, trying to draw attention to a clearly broken system. This person is the biggest fucking bootlicker I have ever fucking seen in my life. But there's so many of them, right? Like, these people live on the WoW forums. They live to give the dumbest fucking contrarian takes you've ever heard of. And because of people like this, shit like this doesn't get seen. And Blizzard probably won't fix it in time. So when everybody realizes on launch day that, oh, this system's garbage, you can thank dipshit Althalos and people like him for shouting down any legitimate feedback about the game. This is the shit that I have to deal with. It's... Ooh. Prey is THD content. Prey is nobody content. Prey is so fucking shit. No single person can do Prey and tell me that they find it enjoyable. I will call you a liar. It is such nonsense trash content. Like, Delves, I am not the biggest fan of Delves, but I get it, right? Like, I understand why people enjoy Delves, and because sometimes I also enjoy Delves. Now, I may not enjoy it as much as a lot of other people do, but, like, when I first tried Delves, I was like, this isn't for me, but I understand the target audience that it is for. And clearly there are a lot of people who really enjoy it, and that's great. And I have still found some joy doing delves. I mean, I've made, like, I'm pretty sure my delve guides are, like, the biggest delve guides. Correct me if I'm wrong. But generally speaking, like, out of the people who make videos at the start of a season talking about, like, all the different things in delves, mine are generally the ones that get some of the most views, right? Like, I do a shitload of testing. Definitely, like, in Undermine, I was literally the person who made everybody aware of wave scramblers. Nobody was talking about it. I made a Reddit post that got, like, over 1,000 upvotes because nobody knew it was a thing until launch. So I've generally been one of the main people testing delves and providing that information. Is it, like, my main type of content? No, but I get it. But Prey is just, it's for nobody. It is a trash system, but that wasn't even what my post was about. I did say in my post that it has a lot of problems and that I don't think it's fun and I don't understand how anybody will enjoy it. The last sentence of my original post was, for something that is being advertised as a core feature of Midnight, the Prey system is pretty awful, but it would at least be nice if it could function as a decent early gearing method to pair with delves. Right now, it feels absolutely miserable to interact with any part of the system, and I genuinely think that's true. I do not think that a single person can actually find joy in Prey. It's just bad. Also, I'm pretty sure I can turn in this quest, right? I'm like 99% sure I can turn in this one, and then it's this one that I don't want to turn in. Yeah, this is World Quest and Adventure Mode. So as long as I don't hand in this quest, we're good. Oh, okay. Anyways, so, had to get that out of my system. You want them to fix props before launch? Yeah. A lot is broken. Certain mats don't give skill. I actually didn't know that. Yeah, that's bad. I mean, by the way, this expansion, it's not ready, right? Like, it's very clearly not ready. Everybody could tell you that. It's not really a secret. So, they should delay it. They won't. Crazy thing is they actually delayed Shadowlands. In hindsight, I cannot believe they delayed Shadowlands. Even with the delay, the expansion was still a disaster. But I'm really surprised, given the fact that they haven't delayed anything since, that they just didn't let it rip and deal with the consequences. It must just be like Corona really, really, really set them back, and they knew there was no way they could get it done. Okay, so we're doing basically no side quests. We're pretty much level 88. Pretty much. Wasn't the raid not ready? I mean... Like, it might not have been, but so much was not ready going into Shadowlands, let's be fair. Okay, so... Stolen Mana. I'll do Shadowguard Point. I don't think this is, like, the worst variant ever. It's definitely not great. The only really good variant for Shadowguard Point, I think, is B. This one is A, so... It's fine. But it's delve time, so the campaign is over, by the way. I don't know if I made that clear, like, just in case you're unfamiliar with how this stuff works. When I say that, like, this is the last quest, we don't want to turn this in, this unlocks Adventure Mode, this is the end of the campaign. So, you do that dungeon, you go back to talk to Lord Thamar, and then we're done. And effectively, that is literally just one quest, go there, turn it, and boom. So, this is effectively the entire campaign. And now we run delves. Also, like, look, I'm not trying to do, like, get the fastest time possible. I'm just trying to test this. So I am going to take, like, at least a minute, because chat moved a little bit fast there, understandably. Your favorite is when the NPC tank just walks out of the boss arena and resets the fight. I didn't even know that could happen. I've never done it without being the tank myself, but that is fucking crazy. Figured this would be faster on specific dungeon finder, so... Arik Soa, if I'm saying that right. Yes, but problem is, although we have Nexus Point Xenos now in the random dungeon finder, it's not going to be available until you get there in the campaign. So if you are not playing on launch, right? Let's say you're playing on the official release, quote unquote official release, the delayed release. If you're playing on the delayed release, or if you're like hours late, you're working until after the servers go up and you're going through the campaign and it's taking you a while, by the time that you get to these dungeons, you should queue for them on normal. Yes. The problem is, it is literally impossible for other people to queue for instance, Nexus Point Xenos, until they get there as well. So if I am in a situation where I am like literally one of the first people in the world, which ideally I would be, to get to Nexus Point Zetus, there will be no other people in the world to queue with. So follower dungeons will be my only option. So yeah, you would want to do it on normal because the follower dungeons suck, but not really much of a choice. You've done all of your testing as Boomy. It happens a lot. God damn. Yeah, that does not sound fun. It works like a rogue vanish because it drops aggro. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that, Chori. If you want to like link the spell or something in Discord, I can take a look after. The problem is if you're doing follower dungeons, it's kind of a moot point anyway because like they will still stay in combat. They won't drop combat even if you do. Blizzard deletes drops from mobs in Midnight Follower dungeons. No more spam for cloth farming. Oh, was that a thing people were doing? I didn't even know. Dungeons take 4 to 5 times longer than delves while also having a quarter of the XP reward. Yeah. There is basically... I really do not see a world in which random dungeon spamming is worthwhile. Like, yes, technically. So we actually have a Delver's Call quest now. Oh, it's even more. So this is how much you get from a Delver's Call quest. This is how much the random dungeon bonus gives for a random dungeon. So a dungeon, which gives basically about the same. I think Delves might even give more mob kill XP in most cases because you're able to kill more mobs quickly and they still give good mob kill XP. So I would say Delves probably give better mob kill XP in most cases. They are significantly faster to complete. And dungeons like don't even give you that large of a random experience bonus. And dungeons are assuming that you actually have a group that is doing it quickly. Follower dungeons obviously are extremely slow, but even the average random pug group is not going to be fast. It'll be better than followers, but it's not going to be that good. Especially the problem is, when you're in a situation where dungeons are not good, most people who know what they're doing, most good players, are not doing normal dungeons. So when we have situations like the start of the War Within, where dungeons are known to be extremely powerful, well then a lot of people are randomly queuing for them and blitzing through them, and those people know what they're doing because it is a good method. But if it's not a good method, then the people who know what they're doing are not even doing that method, so the people that you're going to be playing with are all generally subpar players. Not like, you know what I mean. Was it 5 hours for the full campaign? Yes. Well, to be clear, by the way, I fucked around a lot, but I do think that 4 to 5 hours for the full campaign is probably reasonable. The entire leveling process for the average player is probably going to be like 6 hours on the fast end. And then, I mean, on launch day, it could be as slow as 12 hours, honestly. Like, sometimes you just get stuck in a million bottlenecks. That's just how it goes. Oh, interesting. So, Feral Incarn, Prowl can be used once while in combat. I see what you mean. I did not know that. That's interesting. You think Reddit would be better, but it's just as bad? I've had better experiences sometimes on Reddit, but it usually is pretty bad. I will say that. But there are like rare occasions when I make like a post on Reddit and it actually gets enough like attention from people who are not brain dead. And then I think once it reaches like the front page, usually then it's fine. The problem with Reddit is that sometimes you can just get your post buried by random idiots who for some reason are browsing new and will just look for reasons to like comment dumb shit on every single post they find, which like those are the people who sort by new, really. But once it gets past that, if it makes it to the front page and gets enough traction, usually you will have enough people engaging with it if it is like a good point to where like you can actually get some notice on it. But that's a coin toss. Puritus said, morning from Europe. Looking forward to your midnight, guys. Good morning to you. Glad you were able to stop by the stream. The new 2 to 5 affix to teach you dungeons would be great if you were also able to deplete under 5s, because out of 6 you just lose the guide affix. And then it can also deplete, so what was the point? That's interesting, I didn't know that. I think the fact that the guide affix exists is good. I think that's a step in the right direction. But I feel like there's a lot of inherent problems with Mythic Plus as like a beginner system. I don't know, like, I can't really comment on Mythic Plus as, like, an end game, you know, score pushing thing. That's not really my jam. Hasn't really ever been. Just not something I enjoy. I think Mythic Plus works fine for people like me who just use it as a gear farm for raiding. Then it's okay. It doesn't really need much changing there. But Mythic Plus right now really fails the new players. And although I think that the guide keystone thing is good, kind of exactly what you said is really the biggest problem. I've said for a while, keystone depletion as a mechanic just really needs to not exist. There's really no good argument for why keystone depletion is still a thing, other than, like, we want to make it take longer to progress the system so rewards aren't as easy to get. But the problem with that is that, again, this is like, it goes back to what I was saying before with, like, the whole gear upgrades costing gold thing. That is a design philosophy that disproportionately punishes newer players. Because people like me, I am not depleting keys. I am doing keys with my guildies. On, like, the first week of the season, we might deplete, like, a random 10 or 12 because, like, something catastrophic happened. But by and large, we're pushing up to 10 and 12, and then we are repeatedly farming those keys over and over and over to gear out our characters and get crests. And there's really no risk of depletion because we're a coordinated group. This has been the case for basically anybody in a dedicated raiding guild for, like, I don't know how long, a while. So the keystone depletion system, it works one way at, like, the high end. So, like, obviously now there's, like, resilient keys, which kind of negates the entire depletion mechanic for people actually pushing, and it just changes the way that people push. So now, like, you just get your resilient keys and then you push up one level higher instead of just, like, pushing one key really far until it, like, and hoping it hits the right dungeons, from what I've heard. But the keystone depletion system basically now only really exists to fuck over new players who are trying to get into Mythic Plus, but they can't push their own key because if they get a bad pug, they're fucked. And they are never able to get up to plus 10. If people could at least keep trying and keep, like, you know, another problem, right? People always talk about how difficult it is to get invited to Mythic Plus dungeons. Everybody would be a lot more willing to invite random people and give them a chance if it wasn't possible for a random person to just deplete your key. But when inviting one wrong person who can super turbo grief you means that your key is now fucked, and it can mean the difference between having a 10 or having a 9, which is a massive world of difference, when that is still a thing that exists, I mean, people are still going to be picky about who they invite. If you remove keystone depletion, the system just becomes better. There's really no other way to look at it. You have to go to sleep, you're going to miss out on the part you wanted to see, well, just running delves. I mean, this part, to me, I don't think is very interesting. I'm only doing this as, like, a formality, just because, like, I want to show you guys that, yes, delves are fast, but I already know that delves are fast. Imagine if Shadowlands wasn't delayed and we actually got good roguelike Torghast from early beta. Well, that's the thing. They had it, and they actually actively made Torghast worse, so kind of weird. Shadowlands didn't kill the game, so ever since Shadowlands, so every expansion is Shadowlands. We're getting 3 raid tiers per expansion ever since. Oh yeah, that's another good example. I mean, admittedly, we're still, so the whole raid tiers thing, we're still getting frequent raids, which is kind of all I really care about, but I do think that from a, like, consumer value standpoint, yes, the value of a World of Warcraft expansion has gone down since Shadowlands. That is just true, right? Whether or not you care, like, the actual content in the game, that's a different story. When I say the value of an expansion, I mean the amount of money that you have to pay for an expansion and the amount of content that you get related to that purchase is now lower than it used to be. But the overall content is still the same, I think, I would argue. I'm not going to be too harsh on them on that, but you definitely have to buy more frequent expansions, which just costs you more money. There's really no gain to you as a player. If anything, the more frequent expansions are a negative to most people, because, well, it just means that the game is kind of shittier across the board. I'd rather we had longer gaps in between expansions, and the content was just more polished. At the beginning of Midnight, we won't have flights. We will. You can't fly in the Sunwell intro, which is why all of those items are important. But you'll be able to fly the moment you exit the Sunwell intro. Follower dungeons would be more bearable if they followed your pings. That would actually be interesting. Bring back the vault rewards up to 18. I don't like that. I'm going to be honest. I disagree. I did not like that change. I think adding some vault rewards beyond plus 12, or what I think right now it actually caps at 10. I think adding vault rewards beyond what it currently is, that's fine. But in my opinion, it went up a little bit too high. I don't mind having to push a little bit further every single week to get my best rewards. But 18 was a little bit excessive. I understand that, like, yes, you technically didn't need to do that, but it still would have felt bad. And at least I would have felt compelled to do it. And I don't really think it was good design. I do think the unfortunate problem is they went way over the top with it. I feel like they should have kind of dipped their toes into it and added like 1 more, 2 more vault rewards beyond what we had. Instead, they just fully sent it, and obviously it got a bit of backlash, and I agree. I don't think it was a good change. But that's not to say that I don't think more vault rewards at all is a good change. I just don't think with the way that they had planned it, it was a good change. Yeah, so this delve, I'm not, like, the biggest fan of. It's not terrible. Especially because, like, the part after this, I remember, was, like, decent. But this delve is just very long. There's a lot of running. And admittedly, as a druid, I'm, you know, well-suited for this. The extra action button also does, like, basically 0 damage, but that's to be expected after, you know, End of War Within. Our extra action buttons were doing crazy damage, so I would imagine they tried to make sure that wasn't a thing again. Purely a selfish take, you like pushing keys, but you know most people hated it. And, like, that's the thing. It's not even necessarily about pushing keys. It's, like, forcing people to feel like they need to push keys if they want to get the best rewards for raid. Which, I have always said, I am all for having Mythic Plusers getting more ways to get gear if they just want to push M+. There's, like, many good ways to do that. But Blizzard clearly wants to force M+ers into raid. And that's why I think that solution, like the Great Vault thing, was just a bad solution. Because the solution to balance out raiding and Mythic Plusing isn't to force raiders into M+ more. It's to just let people play whatever the fuck they want to play. Instead of forcing anybody into any other thing. Now, I understand there's, like, some overlap, right? But the way it was designed was a little bit excessive. Like, I'd consider myself, like, a pretty hardcore player. Like, not a Race to World First player, but, like, I'm definitely more hardcore than, like, 99% of the player base. And even I felt like going up to plus 18 or whatever it was, like, that's a bit much. I don't do plus 18 keys. And I know a lot of people who do. And I know a lot of those people were very excited about the change. And if they had kept that change, I probably would have said, fuck it, I guess I'm pushing keys this season, and I would have figured it out. And, like, maybe you could argue that would be a good thing? I don't know. But if I push M+, I want it to be because I want to push M+, not because I feel obligated to do it because it gives the best rewards. Would I absolutely hate if that was a thing that I had to do? No. And actually, I kind of like this season. I kind of think that, aside from Magister's Terrace, most of the dungeons look pretty cool. And I don't hate Magister's Terrace as much as I've hated some of, like, my least favorite dungeons of all time. I dislike Magister's Terrace, but it's It's, like, not my favorite dungeon. It's only really miserable to do with follower dungeons, or with followers, I mean. It's, like, it's an annoying dungeon in a vacuum, but it's like, whatever. I was looking for the Zorthus poll. Resilient keys and depletion prevention are really controversial at plus 20, but it's because of lower investment in caring about completing the key if it won't deplete. But we have Abandon, which is infinitely more toxic. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, at the way that people at, like, plus 20s interact with the whole resilient, you know, depletion system and stuff, that's, like, completely different than how new players interact with it. So they can do one thing for, like, high pushing keys, I have maintained that at the very least, up until like a +10, depletion just needs to go. Like, it needs to be gone. It is, like I've said before, I talk to a lot of new players who, like, message me and ask me, like, hey, I'm brand new, I watched one of your guides, like, I'm really confused about this, could you, like, answer this question for me? I get messages like that a lot. And one thing that I repeatedly hear from people is that Mythic Plus is just really hard for them. And that is one of the biggest reasons. They don't really feel like pushing their key is an option that is just available to them. Like, that's just not a thing. It's something that they hear YouTubers like me and other people say as like, oh, just do this. And they're just like, I can't. Like, I can't. Every time I try to pug M+, I just get my teeth kicked in, and a random person bricks my key, and then it's depleted, and I just feel like I'm wasting my time. And, like, yes, I have tried. So, like, I did my whole, like, Keystone Hero in every spec. I didn't get it, right? But I've been ongoing trying to get Keystone Hero in every spec. And as I progressed through that challenge, I have had to push my key as a DPS player, and I have had to deal with some of the worst pug tanks and healers I have ever seen in my entire life. And I have had times where my key gets repeatedly depleted. I forget, I think it was my Preservation Evoker. I got up to a +9 multiple times, and it got depleted by, like, a random dogshit tank every single time for, like, 3 runs in a row. It was absolutely miserable. I was really pissed off. And, I mean, I kept at it, right? I eventually got up to a +10, and what do you know? The moment I get my key up to a +10, suddenly it's extremely easy. And suddenly I get into groups of people who actually know what they're doing, and, like, yeah, it's not that hard. My healing was not the problem. Now, admittedly, my healing as Prez was, you know, it wasn't that good. I'd like to think that at least before they gutted Prez with the changes in Midnight, I felt like I learned how to play Prez pretty well. But I struggled for a while when I was learning it. But that also was not the reason that my runs were getting depleted. The reason my runs were getting depleted is because of, like, the most demonic tanks that I've ever fucking seen in my entire life. So, even somebody like me was running into that issue over and over and over. And, like, I suffered through it because I knew that, like, eventually once I get to a +10, it'll be worth it. But other people don't know that, right? Like, a random person who's just getting into the game for the first time is just going to try Mythic Plus, have a really, really horrible experience, and then say, okay, I'm never going to play this game again, because that was just fucking miserable. And Blizzard just doesn't really seem keen on addressing that problem at all. Like, maybe that's not fair because, like, they are adding the new help guide thing. But, like I said, that is a band-aid fix to a systemic problem. And until they remove Keystone depletion entirely, it will remain a major problem for people. Also, why do I have so much haste? Where is all this haste coming from? Oh, Void Binding. Okay. Insane. My inventory is full. That's a problem. I guess, you know what, I'm not going to do any profession stuff. So, I don't need to worry. Normally, I keep my greens. Well, normally, my plan, when I do runs like that, is to keep my greens for disenchanting. But I'm not going to bother with that this time around, so I guess it doesn't really matter. You can just vendor all this stuff. Okay, this is turned in here. Okay, I'd imagine Sunkiller Sanctum is probably turned in at the same spot. So I could just Hearthstone after that. It still baffles you that when they came up with Mythic Plus as a first concept, the depletion was, oh, you brick, there goes your entire key. Was that actually a thing? I forgot about that. It's been so fucking long since Legion. But yeah, that is actually kind of fucking wild. Admittedly, the only thing that I remember from Season 1 of Legion M+, is running +2 mob souls over and over and over. That was how I played M+ back then. And I don't really remember that much else. Legion keys were god-awful. Yeah, but those are the things I need to collect, 4 out of 50. I vaguely remember this delve. I remember really liking this one. I can't remember why. But, oh, this is the one with the flight path. Ah, okay. Yeah, so, this is, I mentioned, I think, did I mention? I might have mentioned somewhere. It was either in my Discord or, like, on stream, that this delve, one of the variants, there was an entire section that I never visited. It was this area. I saw that there was, like, an entire crystal hallway in the back, and I never went here. It's just, it's here. It's, this might be a good way to get this thing, the energized cores. I don't know. It seems solid, at least. Come on, raise proc, man. Zero procs there. That was crazy. Beat me dry. Team Sanguine, yeah. Okay, so I can bypass this door? Okay, there we go. And then... Also, by the way, I read through chat, like, a decent amount. I'm taking glances at chat. I will try to read through every message that I missed at the very end, if I have time. Okay, yeah, so I have, like, a shitload of energized cores already. So I can kind of just leave and get focused on, like, mob kill percent. But yeah, I'm going to try to lock in at least for the rest of this. We took like a 5-minute break to read chat. I'll read everything else at the end. Toldagor in general was a nightmare. I liked the like conceptual design of Toldagor, but yeah, in practice it was miserable because of just pulling things through the floor. That was kind of the main problem. Okay, take projector, teleport right to the final boss. Maybe I should have saved Feral Frenzy for this guy. Might have gotten slightly more value out of it. Not that big of a deal. Ah, it's spell queued. Yeah, we still have Perfidious Projector up. Do I have... I keep getting some buff on me that makes it so I can literally just spam Mangle. Like, I have ridiculous CDR. I'm sure there's a faster way to do that delve, but, like, that's pretty fast, right? I don't know exactly, but that was under 5 minutes for sure. Whether or not that was, like, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, I'm not sure. But that was still pretty fast, and I'm sure I can optimize that more. Oh yeah, so both of these are turned in at the exact same spot. Oh no, is this quest bugged? Oh, Dude, if they fucked another Delver's Call quest... Because they did this with fucking Creedfall's Rest, and it was never fixed for, like, the first entire patch. And that's gonna really suck, because Sunkiller Sanctum is... Like, that variant is pretty good, but the C variant is also pretty good, and the B variant is one of my favorite delves. Yeah, they actually... Oh, dude, fucking Blizzard, man. How did they make this mistake? Why don't you just copy-paste the fucking Delver's Call quests? It gives this the right value when turned in? Okay, I'll check. So I'm going to turn off automate quests. Okay, it did give the right value. Why did that not work? Hello? Okay, I have no idea why... Do I have Quick Quest enabled? I do have Quick Quest enabled. Alright, well there you go. I don't know if Pelib's still watching. But I was using it, turns out, the entire time. So that's why it's been automating. Ah. Oh, W quick quest. Let's go back to Silverman. But yeah, okay, that's good at least. You're right, that it does give the correct XP. Saved, because I really like Sunkiller Sanctum. It's one of my favorite ones. So I'm glad that's working correctly. Collegiate Calamity, this one is good on all 3 variants, so you're always going to do this one at some point. This is one of the better of the 2 variants. Oh shit, I gotta pick up the D-Leader. Unfortunately, these mobs do not give XP. I checked. They give Valera XP, so actually it's a pretty good Valera XP farm, but it is not like smashing Skardan, where you can just like blitz through here and grab everything. Ah! I forgot the Delver's Call quest. Oops. Are you serious? Can't jump there either. Right, whatever. You really like the Delves in Midnight? The War Within Delves were definitely a first iteration. They're good. I think my general opinion of the Midnight Delves is they're much more standard. Which is fine, I guess. Like, I haven't noticed any extreme outliers like Takrathon Pheromones or Smashing Skardan or something like that. I guess you could make the argument that they, like, are much more confident in what they're doing. What the fuck? Was that a sound effect? Did you guys hear that? That, like, blew out my fucking left eardrum. What the fuck? Okay, I'm glad it wasn't just me. What the fuck? Yeah, like, it took me a second, too. Jesus Christ. Sorry about that. I mean, Blatant Blizzard, not me, but holy fuck. What was that? What sound effect caused that? Oh. That is wild. That is like the most crazy, unscaled down sound effect I've heard in a very long time. They do that every now and then. They forget to, like, cause sound effects to be, like, to respect your volume settings, and your eardrums will randomly just get blown out. Okay, also, hello. Game. Valera unfortunately died, so this is the only issue with this delve. It's, if you do really big pulls, they actually can be kinda tricky. Okay, Valera's back. Oh! A few days ago in beta, you're flying... Oh, God! Yes! Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I was actually really worried that they wouldn't fix that in time for me to do my test run, because technically speaking, that bug doesn't prevent me from doing tests, right? Like, it would be silly if I said, sorry guys, I can't do a test run on the beta because of this really annoying audio bug, but it was actually driving me fucking insane. Of just, like, every 2 seconds, whoosh, 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 nonstop. Oh my... I would have had to turn sound off. I could not stand it. So, I'm very glad they fixed that. That was driving me up the fucking wall. We'll do Darkway, too. I'm not a fan of Darkway. I at least like that they reused Suramar, but I don't really like this delve.
I think it's very generic.
I think, yeah, so we were kind of talking about, like, the quality of the delves in Midnight, right? My general take on the quality of the Midnight delves is, I think, on average, we have better delves in Midnight. I think there are still a few delves in Midnight that or when I say delves, I mean variants. The only delve that I just really don't like at all is Parhelion Plaza. I think Parhelion Plaza is complete and utter trash. I fucking hate that place. It has two of my least favorite variants of this entire expansion. It's really bad. The thing is, I'm pretty sure a lot of people don't realize just how bad Parhelion Plaza is, because the only variance that it has that is, like, remotely passable is the one that is available right now on the leveling servers. That one is, like, annoying, but fine. The other two variants for Parhelion Plaza are just complete and utter dog shit. It is so bad. So, yeah. And I would say, I was gonna say that, like, no delve so far this expansion has been, like, as good as my favorite delves. I think a more accurate thing is just, like, there haven't been any super fast delves. I would actually say that, like, Sunkiller Sanctum B is maybe my favorite delve I've ever done. It is really, really, really good. Sunkiller Sanctum B, I think I did on beta, on one, like, the end of one of my streams. I'm pretty sure I got to show it off. Like, 99% sure I did. It's just really cool. There's, like, these floating stars that you, like, grappling hook to, and you basically slingshot around the sky. It's just a really cool delve. Like, it's a really, like, imaginative mechanic. I think they did a great job. It's, yeah, it's just good. And the fact that this, yeah, can't be done in combat. Like, I don't know. I really don't like this variant. I think it's slow. I've had people say that they've done it in, like, 2 to 4 minutes, and I'm just like, fucking how? Excuse me? Unless you're literally, like, vanishing on every single fucking crystal, or doing exactly what I tried to do, like, typhooning all the mobs off every single one, but there's so many of them. Like, there's so many crystals. Well, 6 to be exact, but still, that's a lot of crystals. It's like, okay, I can get that one. Oh, come on. Pretty good value, by the way. Shadow Flame rockets, even in delves. You know, is it going to be worth using throughout endgame just to have it, like, as a skip in delves? Not really. But there are still places here that you can make use of it. You hated most of Mycomancer Caverns and Fungal Folly. I didn't hate Fungal Folly that much, but I agree that Mycomancer was fine. There were some variants of Fungal Folly that I really did not like. In my opinion, Excavation Site 9 was a much worse delve than Fungal Folly. I hated Excavation Site. Monk might be chilling here with Rops, still step going on Crashing Momentum. Yeah, that's fair. Ring of Peace is really good for stuff like this, so I could definitely see that. But, like, here, like, how am I supposed to get this crystal? I can try. Oh, and I get interrupted by the fucking turret. Oh my god. Yeah, I really don't like this one. I don't really think the Dark Way is good. The only one that I've heard, like, maybe, there's one called Ogre Powered, where I think you can just hold W and run to the end. And, like, at least in that one, it's just a matter of how quickly can you kill all the mobs. Jesus. One variant of 9 was super bad, but there was one you could just pull everything at once. Well, while it was bugged, yes, like the one where you chop everything up. But the rest of it was kinda shit. Also, this is bugged. This is bugged. This is chasing the outside of the boundaries that it's supposed to stop at. I don't suppose I can jump up here. That would make too much sense. You did 90% of your delves in tier 1 for the achieve, so you don't have any strong opinions on them? Like, in Midnight? I mean, like, this is not the worst variant ever, but I don't really like this variant. I'll have to time myself doing all of these. I could also just go back and see how long it took me in this run to do it. Like, when I'm checking later on. Okay, Valera is dying to the boss mechanic. That's not a good sign. I would rather Valera not die, because then she'll do less DPS. Oh, in War Within, okay. Fungal Folly is overrated. Yeah, I mean, I don't like Fungal Folly, to be clear. Some people say it's their favorite delve. That thing, I think, is crazy. But I don't mind most of Fungal Folly. Okay, where do I turn this one in? Okay, they're both turned in there. So, okay, let me show you Parhelion Plaza. Like, fuck it, we're already here, may as well. Now, the variant that we're going to do is holding the line. This one is fine. The second variant, the B variant of Parhelion Plaza, is maybe the worst stealth variant ever created. It's called March of the Arcane Brigade, and it's fucking dogshit. It's so bad. Genuinely, I don't know who the fuck, like, what they were thinking when they made it. It's just bad. It's really, really miserable. And then the third variant of Parhelion Plaza is... Basically, the third variant of Parhelion Plaza, I feel bad because it's like... It seems like it should be cool, but they just need to, like, fix the coding. Third variant, basically, you go into, like, these portals. There's basically a big void portal, like, in every single corner of Parhelion Plaza, which is pretty fucking big, mind you, and hard to navigate because it, like, has an upstairs and downstairs area. And you have to go into all those portals and, like, drop a bomb on these, like, void pillars. But the bomb breaks if you take any damage or get in combat. So you have to slowly clear out all of the mobs and then drop the bomb at the void thing, and it's fucking miserable. True, yeah, the entrance being annoying to find doesn't give it any credit. This one I don't like. I don't like this variant, but it's not, like, the worst variant ever, because in some ways it is just kind of a whole W kill stuff variant. Like, I'm just going to do a big pull, and then I'm going to use, like, the void thing. Or the dagger thing. And, like, the fact that you can use the Kael'thas artifacts in this one is kind of neat. But the rest of it is just annoying. The nice thing about this, the reason why this one at least is not that bad, is it's a very wide open delve, but you can just fill the progress bar in any way that you want. So as long as you repair 8 barricades somewhere, that's all that matters. I mean, I think you need to go back to the middle for the boss fight. I'm pretty sure that's where it is. But the other variants require you to go to every single corner of this delve. And it's just so fucking miserable. Because it's a gigantic delve. That's on top of their really annoying mechanics. Like, if that's all it was, it would be fine. Because, like, Shadowguard Point has the same problem. It is a gigantic outdoor space. And although the mechanics of the delves are not the, like, best thing ever, Like, it really is more of an issue of just, like, the travel time. And then the only good variant of Shadowguard Point also, like, basically you skip the first half of it, and it's only the second half, and what do you know? It just feels way more fun to do. So at the very least, Shadowguard Point has one really good variant, in my opinion. But at least the mechanics are, like, fine. They're not the most interesting thing ever, but they're fine. But the other mechanics in, like, the other two versions of Herculean Plaza, in addition to forcing you to traverse the entire thing, it just sucks. Fungal Folly was nice when you had the spores killing everything. Yeah, I mean, I think that's why most people enjoy it. I didn't really ever care that much about that. Yeah, so this is awkward, right? Where there's, like, no real good barricades. Like, in theory, maybe I could have pathed in a better way to, like, kill mobs on this side so that I have an easy-to-access barricade. Like, obviously, hindsight 2020. What I'm going to try to do... I'm trying to save my big cooldowns for the boss, because we're about to get to him. So yeah, at the very least, hey, you do this and then you're done. Can I glider in Delves? Okay, well, Sure. Ah, fuck. Okay. I forgot that guy was there. I still got good value out of that. What I was thinking of doing is trying to, like, Goblin Glider over. I'm not even sure if I can do that. I don't know why. What am I getting so much haste from? There's some buff that I get in Delves where I can literally What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What was that? Okay. Well, like, every other GCD, I could just press Mangle, which is kind of crazy. I'm getting some crazy haste amp from something. It must be like a Valera ability. I don't know. It's just as awkward as the intro routing? Exactly, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Though, I'll be real, like... I should probably show it on, like, stream at some point, just how bad March of the Arcane Brigade is. It is... might genuinely be the worst delve I've ever done. It's so bad. Just genuinely fucking insane. Okay, so Parhelion Plaza's also turned in at Silvermoon. Yeah, so I'll turn in these three, and then what do we still have? I think at this rate, I won't even need to do all of the delves. I mean, it just goes to show how good delves are. Even if you don't do Parhelion Plaza, I mean, keep in mind, right, when you're leveling alts, you'll have 25% additional experience from the, like, Warband Mentor thing. Elves are just good. Yeah, so I didn't get the Delver's Call quest for Shadow Enclave. I know somebody was saying earlier that I should have just done it back-to-back. One thing I need to look into, there might be a way to get that quest outside the Delve beforehand. So that's something to keep in mind. It might be that the very first time you run it... Okay, I need to make sure I don't turn in the Lorthamar quest. Don't want to make that mistake. But this, like, surely this gets me to 89, right? Interesting, by the way. So I'm not getting the War Mode bonus while inside Silvermoon. So those are actually giving less. That is worth noting. Because I believe that is intended behavior, that you don't get War Mode while in the city. It's something funny. But they're supposed to give 90k. I mean, it's still good, right? But... like, if there was a way to circumvent that, then that would obviously be nice, but I don't think there is, so it's just kind of not worth worrying about. Make a highlight on one of your channels to show off that variant. I don't know. I don't want to make, like, a clickbait short of, like, the worst Midnight Delve or something. I'm just gonna get, like, because if I do that, it's not going to change anything. It's just going to get, like, shown to a bunch of people who really like delves. And they're not going to think that I am trying to raise awareness about a legitimately bad variant. They're going to think, this is just an elitist raider who doesn't like delves. And then I'm going to get, like, a shitload of comments of, like, the content's not for you! And, like, I don't want to fucking deal with it. I just really don't want to deal with that. Okay, so presumably... Yeah, okay, the quest is here now. I'll have to look to see if there's any way to get that outside of the delve ahead of time. Forgot about commenter brain rot? Yeah, unfortunately. Start the short with myself mounted on the Mythic Dementius mount. To be fair, the Mythic Dementius mount at this point doesn't mean shit with how easy it is to clear the raid. Like, sales are... honestly, this might end up being, like, one of the most common Mythic mounts going forward. Because it is so easy to kill Dementius right now. It's kind of wild. Is there a reason getting it outside of the delve is better? What do you mean? Oh, is there a reason why getting it outside of the... I see what you mean now. So, the problem is I did this during the campaign, but the Delver's Call quest wasn't there. So, somebody earlier in chat said that what they recommend doing is they like to run it twice. So, immediately after finishing it during the campaign, they run it again, and then apparently the quest pops up when you run it in, like now. But ideally, if you could find a way to get that quest outside of the delve, and have it for when you do that part of the campaign, that would be better. More time efficient. Wasn't Jaina easier because of the cheese? Honestly, I don't even know. I'm not even sure if that's true. Like, you definitely could cheese Jaina, but, like, you still had to get there? I really cannot overstate just how ridiculously, laughably easy Mana Forge Omega is right now. You don't need to do any of the mechanics. It just falls over. You can maybe make a case that Jaina's easier. Like, thinking about it now, I could see that. Just because, like, the very few mechanics that you technically still have to do, you could argue that they are maybe harder than the limited Dementius mechanics you have to do. Like, there is still a way to fail the fight. I think one thing that is definitely true is that compared to how it was initially, Mana Forge Omega has been nerfed significantly harder. Like, Jaina was a hard fight at first, but she was not, like, the hardest end boss ever by the end of the tier, right? So, getting a Jaina mount, like, in Battle of Dazar'alor the normal way was not, like, that challenging. The cheese obviously made it easier for people to farm, like, during Ny'alotha, but compared to how Dementius was before, to how it is now, it is, like, staggering, the difference, really. Yeah, it's the whole raid, true, yeah. Obviously, like, most people care about Dimmy for the mount, but the entire raid is just a joke. Bosses are dying in 1 minute. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. They kind of fuck the tuning. Which, like, I don't care that much. I'll be honest, I kind of like it. You know, me, big super-duper elitist raider, right? Like, as much as it is, like, a little bit, like, there is part of me that's, like, it is kind of annoying that, like, you know, I have to bust my ass to get all this stuff, and now it's, like, super easy. I don't care that much, though. Honestly, I kind of prefer it because it made our re-clears easier. Less work for me to do during re-clear. Cool. So I don't really care that much. But, I mean, also, they should have just tuned it better. They really went overboard. Dementius is only difficult because you need a tank and 4 people who have done the raid on Mythic and know how to do the carry mechanic. Yeah, that's fair. Like, technically, you can't brute force that part. Fair enough. What I'm curious about for the Delver's Call quest is it might be possible to, like, whatever person offers it, or whatever person handles the turn-in. So where is this turned in? Oh, it's back in Silvermoon. Okay, jeez. What's my XP at? So we're gonna, like, barely go over 6 hours, probably. Which is fine. I did say that's, like, expected. And it just means that I can very easily beat this later on. Where am I going? Oh, no, I want to go to Atalamon. The entrance is back here. Are any of my pet battle quests... Did they carry over? They did. Ooh. Okay, so I'll tell you what I'll do. I like Atalamon, so I'm going to show you guys Atalamon. Just because, like, I think it's a cool delve, so if you haven't seen it, I want to showcase it. Honestly, after this, I'm going to go turn in my pre-quests for 2 reasons. One, I think that should give you a good idea of, like, some of the pre-quests that I have prepared so that you can do it yourself. I'm not going to, like, draw a ton of attention to it, but, like, I have these. I could do it. Like, honestly, I might have enough pre-quests stored right now to go and hit level 90. Actually, I'm almost 99% certain I do. The main thing we're trying to do is just test delves right now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure right now, if I went to do my pre-quests, I would hit 90. Fairly confident. What does this give me? Gives me 40% move speed. That's actually kind of worth it. Yeah, okay, so this variant. I like this variant. So, Atalamon, first off, it's just sick. It's the old Zul'jin raid. And what's really cool about this delve in particular is every single variant of this delve, like, focuses on a different section of, like, the area. So, this is concentrated around this northern section. The B variant is, like, around the center. The C variant is down south over here. So, the entire space gets used, but in an interesting way. It's not like Parhelion Plaza, where every single time it's like, here's the entire fucking delve, fuck you. It's, hey, we built this really gigantic delve, and we're using the old space, but we're not going to force you to navigate the entire thing in one variant. It's really good. Brillick, you said you haven't done this, you've done B and C. You don't feel like spoiling yourself, but do these delves have exclusive reagents? I'm not sure. I mean, I can check my reagent bag. I'm not seeing anything, but I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think I've gotten much. But yeah, my favorite variant is the B variant, the one where you, like, get the frog statue and you get to, like, jump around. I think that's really cool. But this is my second favorite. The C variant is fine, too. It's not my favorite. It's my least favorite, but it's, like, it's just okay. I really like the frog variant, and this one is pretty solid. What I really like about this one is, so, what you need to do is destroy 7 totems and kill mobs. So, you have basically complete freedom of how you want to approach this. Which totems in this area do you want to destroy? Which mobs do you want to pull and kill? You could start off here and just hold W through the delve. There aren't really many totems in this area, so it kind of feels like a bad trade-off to do this, but I'm at least killing a bunch of mobs here because, you know, there's a decent amount of them. Holy shit. Okay, Bolero just fucking executed those mobs. And there's, like, so there's a totem up there that I can try and grab, so I'm gonna do that. I should, yeah, after this I need to switch to projector. One totem. It is the kind of thing where you can just do, like, a hit and run. But what I think mostly you're going to want to do is you can hop on this eagle and this eagle flies you to the other side of the delve. So if you want to just hold W and do it from this side, you can, or you can jump on this eagle and do it backwards. And you get to choose. And you can do what I did just now and do some stuff at the start, and then hop on the eagle and go to the back. That's actually really cool. They haven't done that, really, in any other delve. A lot of times it's like, you either do the entire thing backwards, or there's no option. So I think that's really creative. I like that. Okay, that guy is true sight. Okay. Unlucky. I've never been back here. Curious. Come on, Typhoon. Yeah, Atalamon is definitely one of my favorite delves. The fact that they reused the Zul'jin area, but they were actually creative with it. Like, them reusing Arcway, but then, like, basically doing nothing original with Arcway. I don't think any of the Darkway delves are just interesting at all. Whether you want to argue if they're, like, good or bad for leveling, that's a separate story. I just don't think they're cool. I think they're all very boring. I'm not a fan of the Darkway. But they did, like, an interesting creative thing with every single one of these variants. They all feel distinct. They all use a different part of the open world Zul'jin area. This is a very good delve. This is, like, what we want from delves as a system. And like I said, overall, the delves are better this expansion. But there are still some stinkers, like Parhelion Plaza and Arcway. So now I just need to destroy 2 totems. And then I can access the final boss. The rare Entangling Roots. I don't get to use this often. It just kind of makes sense there. Singular mob blocking my path, and this way, I can Typhoon that guy. Can destroy the totem. And then the final boss is right over here. So as long as I make sure I create a path, even if it uses the eagle that eventually lands me right in front of this guy, that's all that matters for optimizing this delve. You have, like, full freedom of approach. That's really good. Really, really, really good delve variant. I love this one. Oh, also, like, this mechanic, the spirit mechanic from the final boss of, what's it called? The Koresh dungeon. Ecodome Aldani. Is it, like, the craziest thing ever? But it's still more interesting than a lot of the stuff we see out of, like, delve boss mechanics, so I like it. Pretty cool. Alright. Let's turn this in. We'll go back to Silvermoon, we'll turn in that quest, and then we'll do some pre-quests. And we'll probably clock in at just over 6 hours. Where am... Oh, I know where I am now. Okay. Come on. I assume... Do I turn this in Amani Zar? Yeah, okay, Amani Zar. I guess, yeah, that's true, Chori. Technically, if you do it that way, I guess I didn't think about it like that. The delve doesn't activate until you take the portal. But I guess you could do it backwards, then take the portal, and then run again. But that's, like, kind of inefficient, right? So that's more of a technicality. Like, you technically can do it like that. But it's not like this, where, like, you're expected to approach it like that. The Winds of Mysterious Fortune buff, we're not actually sure if the buff is working for level 80. The satchels and stuff are still dropped. Now, the satchels technically make me slightly stronger. Like, yeah, I get more haste and stuff like that, blah, blah, blah. Like, that obviously is annoying. I think what I'm probably going to do, what people have suggested, is make, like, a cancel aura macro for, like, the final test where I'm really trying to simulate launch. So I'm always canceling the buffs. The big thing, though, this buff does not work past level 80. So we know for a fact that it doesn't affect levels 81 to 90, which is the only thing that really matters. Now, I also need to be very careful when doing turn-ins, because I don't want to overshoot, and actually, I don't want to hit max level. There is still XP from crafting, yes. I am not doing crafting XP as part of this run, I will do it eventually in like future test runs. Right now, I just wanted to focus test delves as like a bonus source. And I think we can safely say from this, right? Like, delves are pretty good. I'm still missing, by the way, I didn't do this delve, Twilight Crypts, which is okay. It's all right. Not the worst thing ever. And I didn't do Grudge Pit. Grudge Pit's pretty good. This one's actually quite good. It's not my favorite delve, but it has, like, it's fast-ish, and it has a lot of mobs to kill. So it's going to be pretty good for just raw mob kill XP. Okay. I need to be very careful about, like, pressing this. I think this is not enough to make me level up. I want to test this because there was a macro that Rizixi gave me in my Discord. So I want to test to confirm. I'm pretty sure it works. But let me just double check. I have to search my Discord for it. I'll just search macro. And that theoretically should work. Here, I found it. Okay. In fact, actually, you know what? I don't even want war mode for this, because I want to make sure I get the least amount of XP possible, so I don't risk accidentally hitting level 90. I think I should be fine to not hit level 90 with myself in Silvermoon. The macro will not be 1.5 levels. This will only be a few quests. And look, if I hit level 90 and I need to, like, copy my account data, so be it. But alright, we'll test this. Does this work? It works. Yeah. And the only thing I missed is Diza Plaguehorn, which is not where she's supposed to be. I need to go check where that is. Apparently, she still exists. She's just in a different location. It says she's here now. Well, I'll check later. Are you saying, okay, is crafting about 1.5 levels? I believe so. Ballpark? Let's see. So that gave me good experience. In fact, I'll actually... Yeah, let me copy this and just, like, put it in my notes so I can easily refer back to it later. But, okay, that macro works. Awesome. Good to have that 100% confirmed. She's at the Green Palm Arch, but she phases out right away. Yeah, if it's not possible to turn in, you know, is what it is. I can go do the Stormwind quest. To be clear, by the way, I specifically turned this in Silvermoon to not get any bonus experience. When you turn in those quests, you want to be out in the world, so you're getting the War Mode bonus, and ideally you want to be in the Dream Surge, so you're getting the Dream Surge bonus. I don't want to accidentally hit level 90, so I am specifically turning it in here. I just want to confirm, does it work? Period. And now that we know it does, okay, well then when I do it in an actual run, we do it with the proper conditions. Honestly, with all the bonuses, that is 50% more experience from every single one of those quests if I did it in Dream Surge. And that's if the, what's it called? Like the Dream Surge learnings isn't active. That might have been enough. Or very close to 90. Okay, I'm going to do this quest by quest. Just to make sure. So that gave, yep, that gave proper experience. Obviously, not much you can do with these ones. Like, you can't get War Mode. It's not working in the city, but still worth getting these. They're still good XP. 13k. That's not bad. We have the quest Blown Away. And
Uh...
What? Lorewalker, chill. I exited Lorewalking. Hello? Oh, it's not that big of a deal. How much XP am I missing? Am I fucked? The teleport fired. It's not whatever. The teleport fired as I was exiting Lorewalking. Where the fuck that Uber driver taking me? What is the one that I'm missing here? 16k? Okay, I'll dollar on Hearth. That one I do want to confirm works the way I think it does. Show is an infinite dragon, yeah. Yeah, for the record, I'm also not really going to comment on what just happened, but, you know, if you're actively watching, you should understand what just happened. So remember that whole thing I said earlier in the stream? You know, the whole idea of, like, Blizzard fun detected? Just, like, you know, keep a watchful eye. That's why I'm doing this now. These ones especially, everything I'm turning in now, outside of, I am about to turn in, like, a heritage quest. That one, obviously, hit or miss depending on your race. It's not that important, though. I happen to have it available. So, whatever. Cooking, fishing dailies, pet battle quests, and, like, the other stuff that you've seen me turn in, that's the stuff that you need to watch out for. And that's the stuff that is, like, pretty easily accessible. There are a handful more pre-quests that I would not recommend going for. I'm gonna just turn this in. Okay. And then Maev does some roleplay. Blizzard police coming. Dude, that guy who messaged me last night must be shaking with anger right now. Oh, God. Is there anything else that I haven't turned in? Well, I know there's some quests that I haven't turned in. But I'm not gonna do those right now. If you don't recommend them, what are they so you can avoid them? I'll let you take a look through my quest log and figure it out. Okay, we're basically like one more good pre-quest away from turning in. I'm going to stop the timer now. To reiterate, by the way, I specifically do not want to hit level 90 on the beta, because if I hit level 90 on the beta, I unlock the Warband Mentor bonus, and that gives me 5% XP for future runs. And while technically speaking, I can copy account data and bypass that, if I ever want to test something in this character, it reapplies the bonus, and then I have to go back and do all that stuff again. So it's just a lot easier if I end like 1 bar, in this case, half a bar, before max level. I mean, you've seen the run, right? And I have other pre-quests. Just to show you, I have other pre-quests that I can still turn in if I really wanted to. But also, right, you have, you could do more delves. Like I said, there's still delves that I haven't done. There's a lot of side quests that will probably eventually be included in the routing. There's a bunch of them that I've considered, but I'm not confident enough in it just yet to, like, say, oh yeah, I'm going to do this in the first campaign run. I wanted to see just campaign, only the ones that are, like, literally on top of you, like the bonus objective to kill 12 trolls. Okay, well, yeah, you're already there. That one, obviously, you're going to do. So, that I did during the run. But anything that requires you to go slightly out of your way, even if it might end up being in the final route because it is efficient, I just don't want to worry about it right now, because I don't know. I need to double check all that stuff and confirm. And eventually there probably will be, there's at least a handful of side quests that, like, yeah, I'm pretty sure will be included in the final routing, especially for zones like Harrandar and Zul'jin, where at that point you're already behind the pack, so, like, even for launch day stuff, it's worth doing. But there's so much. So much you can do. Also crafting, right? Like I didn't do crafting at all. You pretty much skip the entirety of 89 to 90 by doing crafting. I think it is about one full level. I don't know if it is exactly 89 to 90, but it is close to one full level. So yeah, and then also I didn't turn in my pre-quest in the Dream Surge zone, and you can do that with a bunch of them. There's a lot of stuff. So we're done. Like we finished the run. Yay, hooray, cool. I think I've mostly caught up in chat. I'm skimming through. I read most of these messages. Obviously, there's probably one or two that I missed because I was kind of skimming. But I think I've gotten everything. And I'll be honest, it's kind of late. How long have I been streaming? Over 9 hours, right? I try to keep the streams under 10 hours. I also, like, my throat is already pretty sore. Though, I think it was a productive stream. Especially because, like I said, I'm going to go dark for a little bit. Where I'm going to post the video tomorrow. Which I don't know exactly when that's going to be uploaded. Because, like, I'm not going to record that right now. What I will probably do is, like, I think I'm going to go grab, like, a gigantic pint of ice cream. Because, like, obviously that helps soothe my throat after I've been talking for 9 hours straight. And then I will finish, like, the last slides of that PowerPoint that I was planning to do. There were also, like, a few screenshots that I wanted to take as, like, demonstration. And I will make sure that is done. And then I'm probably going to go to bed and wake up and record that. And whenever I wake up and finish the recording, however long that takes, I will just throw it up there on YouTube for you guys to watch. And then, like I said, the add-on is the top priority. I want to make sure that is ready. Is it going to be the prettiest add-on you've ever seen? Probably not. Is it going to be functional? Hopefully. That's the idea. How do you talk for 10 hours straight? You struggle with 8? It helps when you're talking about something that you enjoy, right? So, I like ranting about a lot of this stuff. I'm also not literally talking for 10 hours straight. You know, sometimes I, focus on the quest and whatever, and I don't talk for like 5 minutes or something. Usually I'll say like a word or two, but there are like long yap periods, and then there's like more locked in questing periods. But yeah, I mean, overall, thank you guys. Obviously, if you asked a question earlier and I didn't manage to answer it, like I missed the message or something like that, just either ask it in my Discord or just send me a DM and ask there, and I will do my best to get back to all of you. And I am hoping that the add-on does not take me a long time to, well, let me put it this way. The add-on is going to be a super long ongoing project. What I am hoping is that without an extensive period of time, I am able to get a functional version of the add-on working that I can basically do a test speedrun with and show you guys what it looks like. At least a temporary version. I'll probably try to continue improving it up until launch, and then I'll keep improving it after launch, but at least I want to make sure the launch version is as good as it can possibly be. I'm hoping that doesn't take, like, an extremely long time. I've already, like, laid the foundation for it, but one of the main reasons I wanted to wait until after this run is I've mentioned a lot of the ideas that I had from, like, miscellaneous campaign testing. I was pretty sure it would work, but I haven't actually put a lot of these ideas in practice. And I'm going to be real. I think that this went well. Can this be optimized? For sure, in terms of, like, my speed throughout the process. But the overall path that I took through the campaign, it went as well as I could have imagined in my head. I think it went really, really good. The only thing that now is, like, for launch day leveling, we need to optimize some of the consumable usage. Obviously, I need to remember to do banners. We need to figure out, like, better places for Falling Flame, all that stuff. So that is important to optimize further. But for, like, the guide, for the add-on, I already know, generally speaking, how all of the quests and stuff work. I can always later on go back in if I decide I want to include a side quest. I should be able to add that in there. But now it's just a matter of getting all of, like, the main functionality working. And I mean, then it's a lot of grunt work. It's a lot of hard coding. For anything like this, you just need to manually add every single quest, every single objective. And that's going to take time, but if it is, like, the sole thing that I am doing for days on end, I'm hoping it should not take me 2 entire weeks to get the add-on into a workable state, right? I'm hoping that I can have it functional by next week, and then we can start to see it, and then I will have time to finish all the other videos that I want to make, and,
once I get the add-on into a point where I'm happy with, then we'll see. We'll see. Obviously, I won't know until I really get cracking on it. But thank you all for watching, both on Twitch and YouTube. I think I read everything on Twitch as well. And I will see you soon. Well, if you're watching the second channel video, I will see you tomorrow. Yeah. Anyways, signing off now.